Quest is young and restless. Might snatch your necklace. The next thing, might jack your Lexus. Somebody tell me who Kanye West is. I walk through the valley of the shadow with death is. Top floor, if you alone and leave you breathless. Try to catch it, kinda hard. So protect the G and check the method. Asking us questions, harassing and arresting. Saying we just like you for breakfast. Y'all eat pieces. What's the basis? We ain't going nowhere but got suits and cases. Trunk full of coke, real high from Avis. My mama used to say only Jesus can save us. Well, mama, I know I act the fool, but I ain't going to November. I got next to move. God show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. The only thing that I pray is that my feet don't fail me now. And I don't think there's nothing I can do now to right my wrong. I wanna talk to God, but I'm afraid cause he's for so long. God show me the way because the devil's trying to break me down. The only thing that I pray is that my feet don't fail me now. And I don't think there's nothing I can do now to right my wrongs. I wanna talk to God, but I'm afraid cause he's for so long. So long.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, what's up, y'all? Shalom. Shalom as always, man. First and foremost, want to give all praises, all glory and all honor to Yahweh through the only begotten Son, Yahweh Shai. So we do this. We get the Holy Spirit with Kakwadash, man. And hey, man, y'all see what's up, man. Hey, man, devil trying to break a nigga down, or so they saying when it comes to this nigga Ye, man. But he been in the news lately. We got to cover it, speak on it from a different aspect, though, and kind of tap into some of the more prophetic aspects of what not only Ye, but also other, individuals, celebs and whatnot who classify themselves as quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites and what they're paving the way for, man. But hey, y'all heard it, y'all see what's up, man. But let other brothers go introduce themselves. Then we're gonna go ahead and get into it, man. So go ahead, y'all.
Shalom, everybody. The Spirit of David, and man, this man Kanye is such an interesting character, and that's the only thing that can be said about him. Well, we probably won't touch on that level today, quote unquote MK Ultra. I'm sure a lot of you brothers in the know what that's about. But just to keep it 2D, it seems like this brother Kanye is lashing out against the industry, and he brings up some interesting points that we're going to reflect on. A lot of the things that he mentions are nonsense, to be honest. And a lot of things he says, if you aren't aware of it already, then I don't know what to tell you. But the few things that he did say that were noteworthy, we're going to touch on and expound upon today.
Hey, say good day to the hopefully like Yasharala. Ghetto Genius reporting here for duty. Sorry for technical difficulties, by the way. I was conversing on my phone, couldn't pay attention to the screen at the time. But I want to give all praises and the glory and honor to Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, and we continue to receive his daily bread, mental, physical, most importantly spiritual. And through all our transgressions, may the Most High continue to bless us with this knowledge and give us mercy as we continue to go through these days. These last days, they're rolling on. So it's only a matter of time before buffoons like this, like Kanye or Ye, I guess now, because I guess he changed his government name, whatever, to reveal themselves and be more so of controlled opposition, to really be an end sample for a lot of people that want to be on public record and, try to, what's the best way of putting it? Desperately try to grab the attention of the F Jews over there. I'm not gonna go all the way with F. We already know what that means, but so hey, this what we do. We're gonna break it down to the best of our ability. Give it as best of a three-dimensional understanding as possible. Tie in some scriptures and hopefully this will be a very clear understanding to those that don't quite understand what Kanye is all about.
Most definitely. And to touch on some of the things the brother spoke on in the introductory statements. Hey, man, if you're on this channel, we're not even gonna go into the aspect of is Kanye under mind control? Is Kanye, you know, a controlled opposition? Is he an agent, bro? If you're on this channel, man, you already know the answer to that shit. This ain't the vanilla channel, bro. Man, we you know what I'm saying, we unfiltered over here, so we raw with it. You know, we already know the answer to them questions. Ain't no if when it comes to Kanye. He is. I'm just gonna say that first and foremost. The nigga is controlled opposition. No ifs, ands, buts about it. As like I said, I'm sure a lot of you brothers who on this channel already know that. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna touch on it from an aspect of so what's this really all about, man? Because as y'all see by the title, all the Black Hebrew Israelites being attacked, or the so-called Black Hebrew Israelites, as they're trying to frame it, which that plays credence as well. But you know, we all know the answer to that. But if so, then by who? That's the question. If so, then by who? Because a lot of people sit there try to think, oh, it's because of the powers that be, it's the Jays, you know, all that kind of shit, you know. But who are they using though? People that might be closer to home than you think, man. Whether that be mainstream celebrities who want to claim association with what we are part of, or people in our own backyard, man. But we gonna get into it. We gonna find out. But let's go ahead and get to the interview then. You know what I'm saying? But I'm sure a lot of y'all have seen the Drink Champs podcast, you know, with the brothers Noah and the other dude, you know, who do the interview and whatnot. And you know what's funny about this, man, is people are such in uproars about what Kanye said, but it's just funny, man, because it's not Kanye's first episode going down this path. Man, I don't know what it's going to take people to realize what the kind of role this man is playing. Like, this is Kanye's like fourth time in the past 2 years, you know, going down this similar path, speaking on some of the things he's speaking on and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So what does that really mean? You know, if it's happening so frequently and it's being broadcasted and, you know, making headways and things of that nature, you know, what is it really leading to? What is it all about? But let's go ahead and get into the podcast, and we're going to just hop right into it, man.
Hey, you gotta share the screen, bro.
Oh, shoot. Let me do this. All right, cool. Oh, before we continue, I want to shout out some of these brothers. It's shalom to brother J2K, the mighty brother J2K. Appreciate you coming through once again, my brother. Always showing love, always supporting. Definitely means a lot, bro. Appreciate you coming through once again. As well as another guest on this channel, the great brother Hitman, you know, who always be coming through, speaking on the channel as well. Appreciate you coming through once again, bro. Peace to you, man. And much love and many blessings. Yeah, he is a nuthead. You know, even from just a two-dimensional perspective, the nigga, you know, the nigga obviously ain't all the way there. You know
No, yeah, you can tell. You can tell he has some quote unquote what we'd say today psychiatric. He needs psychiatric help.
His government name is Ye now. His government name is Ye. Like, come on.
Oh, did he really like change his government name to Ye? Like for real?
I believe so. That's what he says. So we're gonna go with
That nigga funny, man. This nigga Ye, bro. This nigga
He's
Ye,
definitely
man.
an entertainer. If you could say that, you say that he's very entertaining.
Most definitely. Hey, shout out to brother Turner Classic coming through. Appreciate you coming through once again, brother. Another brother that's always on the channel popping up, you know, showing love and whatnot. So appreciate you coming through. Once again, Akim. I mean, or Ak, and all the Akim that's coming through. But appreciate you coming through once again, Ak, showing love and supporting your presence and your comments is much appreciated, man. Yeah, Hitman said, yeah, he did it. Yeah, so he did change his government name to Ye. Wow. Wow. Wow, man. Yeah, even just from a 2D perspective, the nigga ain't all the way there. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, like I said in the introductory statements, like we on this channel, you should already know the niggas under mind control, and the aspects that goes into, because you know, we done spoke about those things, you know, a plethora of times, you know, on this channel. This ain't a vanilla channel by any means, but even just from a 2D perspective, the nigga obviously has some quote unquote mental disorders. I know that they say he's has been diagnosed with bipolar disorder and whatnot, whatever that means. From his perspective, I'm not diminishing bipolar disorder. I know that is a real thing. But I'm talking about from just Ye's perspective, whatever that means from his perspective. Um, but yeah, man, let's go ahead and hop into the interview and get this popping off and started, man. That's the other dude's name, DJ FN. Okay, I know it was Nor, but DJ FN, that's the other nigga. I forgot his name.
Or that light skinned dude?
Yeah, the light skin. Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
Cuban. I think Nor's Puerto Rican, right?
Nori? I didn't
Yeah, I
know
think
that.
Nor is Puerto. I thought Nor was Puerto Rican. His name is like he has a Hispanic name.
Mm.
Let me see. Let me just look it up real quick. Now it's on my mind. Um, yeah, his name is Victor James Santiago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's Puerto Rican because he was responsible for bringing the artist, the reggaeton artist, Bad Bunny.
Yeah.
He was
He's responsible for that fool?
he's responsible for Bad.
Oh, God. Gross.
That's a whole another breakdown in itself
That's a
with
whole
Bad
nother
Bunny.
time.
That's a whole other
Oh, my
breakdown.
God.
That's a whole other
Gross.
breakdown with Bad Bunny, man. Man,
Gross, gross,
they're really
gross.
using him to program the Hispanic or the Latin people. They really are, man. Because that dude, whew, man, him
Um,
and that other dude, I forgot his name. Another reggaeton artist. I can't remember his name right now though.
None of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you. Oh, got the address. I
Oh, and real quick, I was going to mention it since we talking about the name Ye. I've been doing a little bit more research when it comes to like breaking down the Hebrew. If for those of you brothers who probably know about Hebrew, you can correct me later or message me or anything. But I do know in terms of like the two letters Ye or the Y would stand for the Yad, which is the hand, and then I believe the E or Hey comes from that Hebrew word Hey, and of course the Y, which is a Yod, represents the closed hand, and the Hey, which is the E, represents the arm that's raised up. So when you bring them together, it represents the raised hand or the exalted one. So I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that's what his name represents. That basically he's a special one, he's a raised one, he's a chosen one,
Okay.
something along those lines.
Okay. Cool.
mm,
Appreciate that insight. Then that makes sense. Then, especially because he's changed his name as he's transitioned out of the typical entertainer sphere or box and kind of gotten
mm.
into the more social commentary. He's planning on running in 2024. Kind of the hit piece with the shirt that he did with Candace Owens, um, with the White Lives Matter, and then as well, I think he's trying to buy Parler, which is a platform, a conservative platform that was kind of taken off. I think about a few years ago, maybe a couple of years ago when the election was going on, and
Yeah,
they shut
parlor.
that. They shut. I remember them shutting that platform down for some period of time. But I think he's in talks to buy that platform. So we'll see. But it's funny that you mentioned that with his name and association with him kind of transitioning from an entertainer, rapper, producer to more social icon now, and
Yeah,
whatnot. So that's
to
an
add
interesting
on, it's
point.
kind of funny too, because just to clarify again, the Y, if you take it in the Hebrew, that's the letter Yod, which, like I said, represents a closed hand, and then the E comes from the letter Hey, which is the arms raised up. So when you bring that two together, it's just basically the hand that's raised up, or the person with the raised up hand. And what's also funny, if you look at like the hieroglyphic, or not the hieroglyphic, but like the character of the letter Yod, it represents a closed hand. So essentially, when you bring Yod and Hey together, it's the man with the closed fist raised in the air. Hey, I'll just
Mm,
leave it at
mm.
that. So
And
for those
we all know what
exactly,
that is.
that's always a reference to Baal. So
Yep,
hey,
yep,
that's the way
yep.
to take that.
Yeah, showing you who their God is. You know, it's funny. This is a man who talks about how his his Christian allegiances, even though he claims that he's a Jew by bloodline, which he is by bloodline. But we'll get into that. But he talks about his Christian allegiances with himself, and not just himself, but his quote unquote family as well, the Kardashians. But they show you without showing. They show you without showing you. They'll telling you exactly who they are, who they really venerate behind the scenes by clothing patterns, hand signs, pictures, photos, photo ops, lyrics, all that kind of shit. Hand signs they use to show you who they really bow down to and serve. So, but we all know that though.
Exactly. Always goes back to worship.
Yep, always, always. I want to point this out right here.
Hold on, look at this disclaimer. Look at this disclaimer.
You notice with this right here because they end up taking this shit down. But look at the disclaimer though. It says, "Disclaimer: the primary purpose of Drink Champs podcast is to provide a platform for creators to express their personal views or opinions without restriction or censorship." Okay.
Cap.
But they took this shit down. And it's funny because they took this shit down after Kanye talked about them peoples. We all know who them peoples is, After talking about them peoples, they took this shit down, showing you that what he was saying about them peoples is accurate.
Them boys, we them boys, man. hold up.
We the boys.
We the boys. We have to call them we them boys, man.
The WTBs, the WTBs, man. The WTBs.
The WTBs versus the NWBs. Facts. Oh my goodness.
Facts, man. Oh. Hey, this is some J shit, man. See how we just coming up with the shit, man. We the real ones, man. We the real ones. we the real ones. We the prototype, man. We the prototype.
The WTBs versus SOD, TKP, and Ghetto G. What's goody?
No, that's too many syllables, bro.
Oh my god!
But what's funny, man? They're talking about the basically this in the disclaimer, they're advocating for free speech. They're advocating for, people being able to express their opinions without censorship, and which we know is not a real thing. But they're advocating for that, but the video was taken down off of their channel because they got a call from them peoples. So it's it's just funny the hypocrisy. But the best thing, what boundaries you can and can't cross, man. Showing you that the shit that he said in his podcast, to some extent, was factually correct. It is what it is.
And Nori, like he said, he was in special ed, so that's why he got canceled because he don't know no better.
Yeah, I hate when niggas do that shit, man. When the niggas dumb themselves down, I hate that shit, man. I hate when niggas do that, man. I can't stand that shit. I can't.
It's think chance, not drink chance, brother. It's drink chance, not think chance.
Yeah, drink chance, not think chance.
Let me not be disrespectful.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, but I hate when niggas do that shit, bro. That's so unnecessary, man.
What it good be? Hopefully this what it should be. This your boy NAO. What up is DJ EFN. And this is motherfucking Military Crazy World Radio. Drink Champs Yappy Hour award winning. Motherfucking make some noise! Now, last time we had this brother on here, our numbers went through the roof. I mean, we were, whew. And let's just for people that don't know, the man is a genius. Musical genius, lyrical genius, fashion icon. He can.
Well, before we get into the real shit, lyrical genius. What do y'all think about that take right there? Is Kanye a lyrical, musical genius? I would agree with. Is he a lyrical genius though, to y'all?
It's debatable. It all depends on how you want to look at his career, because there's been talks about him having a ghostwriter. So you know, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. It all depends on how you want to look at it. His first 6 years of his career for sure, but after Watch the Throne, especially around the time of Jesus, I mean, my goodness, man. Like,
Yeah, Jesus.
I don't know what.
I'm on record saying that's the worst. That's one of the worst albums I've ever heard. That album is terrible.
I don't know what the fuck he was trying to prove, but that ain't it, Jack.
Like with Kanye, I would say no. Even like his best works, what made it great wasn't necessarily the lyrics, because he's never been like Kanye's never been one to be very well with wordplay or creating, articulate rhymes, things that make you go wow and just pause, and be like, that was a sick. I gotta listen to that a couple more times. Kanye's not that type of dude. He's more about the vibe and the feel and the energy of his music. It's not really about the lyrics. That's
what about paint. He's an artist. He's an artist in his true definition. He paints the picture. He paints a very artistic image, and the paint. It's the whole process of it is very artistic in nature. The beat selection to the lyrics that fit the beat selection to him, to him expressing on having different sounds. You think about his albums from College Dropout to Last Registration, Ladies Registration.
Late registration.
Yeah, late registration.
I say latest. Late registration. College Dropout, late registration, graduation. They all got kind of different cadences, tones, vibes. It's a different, setting with all those albums. One of the common criticisms of rappers today, from people is that all their music sound the same. That's one of the criticisms with a nigga like DaBaby. DaBaby, people say DaBaby music all sound the same, which it do. I'm not disagreeing with that. I don't perfectly mind that, but that's one of the common criticisms of people like DaBaby and people like Lil Baby versus people like a true artist like a Ye and whatnot, where he's actual artist in the purest sense and form. Even the albums that I don't necessarily like, I give him credit for the fact that it's the artistic vibe of the album is still phenomenal. It's just I just don't like the album, so I'll give it credit for that. Musical genius, definitely I would definitely agree with that, but I don't know about a lyrical genius though. That may be a bit of a stretch. So Turner Classic said he's Dominican. They said, oh, okay, so he is Puerto Rican then? Okay, so Noah is Puerto Rican. Shout out to yours truly, coming through once again. Appreciate you, bro. Coming through once again, supporting, showing love. Always glad to see you in here, brother. And once again, appreciate you coming through. Okay, so Turner Classic said, No Consequences, Rhyme Fest, most of his greatest songs.
Yeah, that's what I heard as well. I heard Rhyme Fest. Rhyme Fest is behind a lot of that shit. I mean, even Nick Cannon said he fed him a hook before.
Whoa. Turner Classic said Lupe goes for him too. So No Consequence, Rhyme Fest. Lupe.
All the good music guys. All the good music guys. So
hey, yeah, I mean,
it just all depends.
It's what it is, man. So say what you owe. Oh, we got Hitman on here. They shot the Hitman.
Shit, he had to come in.
Shot the Hitman coming through. What's good, bro? Introduce yourself, man.
Hey, what's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine, brother.
You? All right, bet.
I need more.
So, yeah, I just want to say all praise to the Most High, His only begotten Son. You hear me? What happened?
Yeah, you did.
Go ahead, bro.
I feel like there's a delay. Oh, my bad. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I just wanted to hop on. It's gonna be a very funny video.
Yeah, definitely, bro. This is definitely.
You said, "Fuck it, I gotta get in on the action."
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fuck all that.
Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to not Solid X. I think it's the first time seeing you come through, bro. Appreciate you coming through and supporting, man. Coming through, listening to the live stream, bro. Welcome to the channel. He said Kanye is control opposition. he does show lots of insight in the interview, but you got to pay attention to his wording when he refers to the Hebrews and the 12 tribe. You can tell he's aware, but it's upon. I agree with that. We're gonna get into that because that I'm glad you mentioned that point of wording because that was one of the points I was definitely going to touch on when we get into the meat and potatoes of this interview. The you can tell with his wording, he's very careful about what he say, and he's still being globalist and inclusive. But what he's saying, he's not being separate and distinct, which is what the scriptures promote, which is separate, distinct, one, not everyone. So I definitely agree with you, bro. He has controlled opposition. Most definitely an agent. And we're going to definitely get into that more as the interview progresses. But appreciate you coming through. I think, like I said, it's the first time me seeing you here. And welcome to the channel, bro. He also said referring to Music Graduation is the best album. I would agree with that. I know
shit.
that. I know that's not a popular opinion. I would agree. I think Graduation is his best album. But I know a lot of brothers
It's all
think
great.
either College Dropout or Dark Twisted Fantasy.
College Dropout, baby.
I know.
For
I
me,
know
late registration, bro. So I'm against
really?
Scream. Yeah, late registration.
Okay. Hey, some of you brothers in the chat, man. Before we get into it, drop your favorite Kanye album, man. Have some fun.
Like I love that song. We made you. Come on, homie. We made you.
Come on, homie. We made you.
Yo, I snapped on that song, but that's one of my favorites.
Of course,
he did, bro.
Exactly. And that song's a 7-minute song, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Trying to think. Shit, what was the other
a great innovator in the industry, and honestly, he deserves a lot of the money that he received too, because he's actually a billionaire, allegedly. But at least according
you mean a billionaire?
Yeah, I said billionaire. I said he's allegedly.
Oh, I must have heard you wrong there.
And he definitely deserves it because he's very creative, brother. He knows how to delve into different genres and still stay relevant. Because to this day, like a lot of people say, Dark Twisted Fantasy is their favorite Kanye album. Why? Because he was able to change his style of music and it still sounded good. Kanye has the ability to do that, as opposed to a nigga like Drake who tries to switch to that club music.
Oh no!
That was. It's called Honestly Never. It's called Honestly Never Mind. And I agree with you.
Honestly Never Mind.
Never mind.
It really sums up that album. He should have said never mind. Let me not come up with this.
Yeah, never mind. Oh my goodness.
Not Solid X said Lupe the Cool is one of the most underrated rap albums of all time. Y'all agree with that?
Me personally, I don't find it underrated. I think it's rated just right.
I feel you. I fuck with Lupe. I like the
Lupe
Cool.
Nice.
I like the Cool. I like I may be, I think maybe. I think between me it's either Tetsuo, what's called Tetsuo and Youth, or Lasers to me in terms of his best album. But I like the Cool.
Yeah, I like Lasers too.
For me, Lasers. No doubt.
Oh man, Mac, we gotta get to Mac's comment here.
Oh yeah, we definitely gonna get to that. But J2K said Graduation, College Dropout, Dark Twisted Fantasy in that order. That's interesting. That's interesting right there, bro. Because usually for most people, and I would agree with you. I personally would switch Dark Twisted Fantasy and College Dropout, but I would agree with J2K Graduation being the best. But people usually have College Dropout and Dark Twisted either 1 and 2 interchangeably, and then Graduation. So we seeing some graduation love in here, man. So J2K said Graduation. We got some more graduation love. We got Indigenous.
Yes, sir.
On the wire. Shout out to you coming through, bro. Appreciate you coming through once again. I've seen you here before. So showing love once again, bro. He said, okay, you has an old head. Graduation, okay, and he said hands down too, so they didn't even know it's contest. He said hands down too, like it ain't even a debate on the shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying Graduation. Okay, we got some more graduation love. Okay. Not Solid X said best song of late registration is Crack Music and Diamonds. Yeah. Crack Music and Diamonds. Yeah. I would probably pick Diamonds out of those two, but I like Crack Music too. So late registration
Me
that
personally, though,
definitely is a good album.
I like We Major because that nigga Nas kills it.
Yeah, Nas destroyed his cameo or whatever on that song. His bars was off the chain, bro. Nas, man, that's I in my opinion, he's the
Nasty
greatest rapper
Nas,
of all
man.
time, man.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Not to.
He's the
Oh.
greatest rapper of all time, in my opinion, man, hands down.
Not gonna do that today. All right.
Turner, Turner Classic said
Not do
late
that today.
registration. 808 was
Oh, Mac.
close. Oh, okay, guys.
808 heartbreaks.
Mac.
Hey, at least we got a late
Ah,
registration. Thank you, brother. It's almost finally
okay.
gets it.
808s does not
Woo,
count.
808. You said it don't
Fuck with you,
count,
it
bro.
doesn't count,
Hold
nigga.
on,
Hey,
bro.
it's a Kanye
No,
album.
no,
It definitely
no, no, no,
counts.
no, no, no. What I mean is 808s is its own category. Like, it's not even when you think of 808s, it's a whole nother. I'm trying to figure out what's the best way to explain this. It's not even. It's totally different from all of Kanye's albums. Like it's like totally different. Like you could tell that because like just to give a little backstory, some of y'all might know, some of y'all don't. But that was not the original album he was supposed to come out with. You know, that album was strictly influenced by what was going on with him at the time. You know, death of his mother, and I believe him breaking up with his long-term girlfriend. Like literally every song on the album was either about his ex-girlfriend or the death of his mother. So originally the album that was supposed to come out was supposed to be called Good Ass Job. It's supposed to go in order, like a story. College dropout, late registration, graduation, and then it's supposed to be Good Ass Job. But obviously with those psyops, whatever, especially the mother losing his mother, it changed basically the trajectory of what he wanted to go with um with music. So 808, I mean, most people don't mention it, and I think it's fine because it's an album that you can't really rank. It's like an album you can't really. It's one of those situational type of albums. Like you don't really listen to 808s all the time, so it's kind of hard to grade it. Like the only time I listen to 808s is when I'm kind of like in that uh down type of mood, and I need some type of music to get me through that. I mean, like that's what I listen to it for. So I don't diss 808s at all, but I don't rank it either. Like that's just the album that's just it just stands alone in the corner somewhere, and it influenced a lot of the stuff that we have today, like a lot of that
Yeah,
emo,
yeah.
auto tune, like it's totally different. That's why I don't put it in this conversation because it's nothing like any of his work. It's nothing like it. So I get what Mac is saying just from a basic sense. Yes, it's a Kanye album, so where do you want to rank it? I just don't do it because of how situational that album is. So, but that's just me. That's how I look at it. That's how I
Yeah,
look at it.
I respect the opinion. And you know what? You're not wrong. What you're saying. You know what I'm saying? You're not wrong at all. I'm somebody who personally I group all this shit together, and then I rank based off of that. But you're not wrong what you're saying though. Like it is a whole different genre of music from everything else he's ever put out. Phonically, you know, cadence wise, lyrics wise, all that. You know what I'm saying? The vision he was painting for the album, it's all different from anything he's put out. So I understand why you say that. I would still rank it amongst like I'm someone who ranks tapes and albums all together. Like I look at it like your compilation of music, you know what I'm saying? Ranking that from not like tapes, playlists, albums, all the shit, EPs, LP, whatever, all the shit, man. Put it all together
Yeah.
and rank it based off of that. But I understand why you say you got to separate it too because it kind of is in its own category. I
Max
definitely would
said it
agree with
best.
you saying.
Contemporary
Okay,
music.
okay, yeah,
That's the word I was really looking
okay.
for. So appreciate that, Max.
So Max said, "Never mind, Dark Twisted was damn near perfect. It is a damn near perfect album. I will agree with that. I just like this.
It's a very perfect story.
I like the vibe on Graduation more. I think it has a lot more hits. You know, in terms of just the whole totality of the album. I think Dark Twisted's got better songs on that album. Like if I go back to Dark Twisted, I don't think any song on Graduation um, packs. I'm trying to think of the song in my head. I haven't listened to Dark Twisted in a minute.
I would
Let's
say
see.
The one
Drunken
classic.
Hot Girls is the worst song on there, and it's not
Either
a bad
Drunken
song.
Hot Girls or Barry Bonds. Those are
Barry
the worst
Bonds
two
is
songs.
shit.
Barry Bonds is okay. It's okay.
What?
It's okay. I didn't really like that song, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't really like Barry
With
Bonds,
him and
bro.
Lil Wayne, bro? Come on, bro.
I didn't like Wayne's part at all, to be honest, bro. I ain't like it, bro.
Really?
I don't like it. But what I'm
You the
saying is
first
that like
person.
even on Graduation though, like Graduation is full of hits and bangers. But I still think that Monster is a better song than any song on Graduation. You know, All of the Lights is a better song than any song on Graduation.
Power.
Power is a better song than any song on Graduation.
Runaway. I like Runaway too.
Runaway, Hell of a Life. I mean, I think that Dark Twisted got better songs on it. Like Max said, it's damn near a perfect album. I would just I just like the sound of Graduation more as as an album in terms of the totality of it and the compilation and how the songs fit together. Personally, but Dark Twisted is does have better songs on it without a doubt. Let me see.
Good
Not
stuff.
solid said Drive Slow, my favorite song on the album. Oh, he talking about
Yeah.
on Late Registration.
Yep.
Yeah, Drive Slow. That's cool. I like Late Registration. It'll probably be about 4 or 5 for me. I like it though. I mean, it's a good album. It's a good album. Ton of classic said for the record late. Okay, so he said Late Registration, then 808. You know, he said Late Registration, then
Dark
Dark,
Twisted
and then
Fantasy.
Dark
Then
and then
Twisted.
808.
808.
So he would still put Late Registration over Dark. Okay, okay.
Yeah, because it's the GOAT.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. When I look at
Ah,
Graduation, man, Graduation had them. That's what I like. The reason I like it because the energy Kanye came with on Graduation. It just had like you want. It's like the same thing with Drake's album. Um what's the shit called? The rap album, the
If
strictly
you're
rap
reading this,
album.
it's too late.
Yeah, if you read it's too late. It was just banger after banger after banger after banger, nigga. Like on that album. And I feel like that's the same way with Graduation, where it's just banger after banger after banger. It's not necessarily talking on too many deep points. It doesn't have too many deep um messages in the lyrics. You know, the production's not, you know, as nuanced and as, you know, it's not as grand, you know, but it's just the song's just bangers, you know. So that's how I would say with Graduation. I mean, you got Champion, Stronger, I Wonder, Good Life, Can't Tell Me Nothing. I don't like Barry Bonds or Joker Hot Girls, to be honest. And then Flashing Lights,
man.
Everything I Am, and then finishing off with Big Brother. Like, man,
Yeah.
Graduation's just banger after
Yeah, but then
banger,
late
bro.
But you
registration, you
forgot about
have.
Homecoming, brother. You
I
forgot about
remember late
Homecoming.
Oh
registration.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
Homecoming too.
Homecoming was
Yep.
good too. But late registration, they have Gold Digger, Touch the Sky. I mean, come on, Gold Digger to this day, they'd be still be
Yeah,
playing that shit in the
that's
cars, bro.
true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I fuck with Gold Digger. That's true. That's true. That's one of
And
my
like the brother
favorites.
said
Which
earlier,
albums have power on
Diamonds from Sierra Leone,
Yeah, that's a good
the
one.
remix,
Yeah.
the skits he has in between, even Hey Mama. I love that song. Hey
Yeah.
Mama,
Yeah.
Mama, ooh, let's see.
it?
Every
Which
girl
album
that
had
cheated
the
on
song
be.
Power on it?
What you say?
Shoot.
You said
Powers,
Which
Power?
album had the
Dark
song
Twisted.
Power on
That's Dark
Yeah.
Twisted Fantasy.
it? Okay. That's one of my favorite
Every
songs
girl
on
that
there.
cheated
That
on,
beat was
be it and
crazy.
skeeted on, couldn't leave it alone, thought I needed a knee alone. I could have right my wrongs, but it's playing the
But
same wrongs. Let me write the song. Man, I was like, oh, this
but
nigga killed that shit, bro.
let's go.
Shout
I
out
was
to
about to
Ime.
say, is this the video of all the Black Hebrew Israelites being attacked, or is this a Kanye West
yeah.
retrospective?
Yeah. I'm gonna get to the rest of these comments. I'm gonna get to the rest of these comments, and then we're gonna
No
go
one
into
man should have all that
into
power,
the
man.
video, bro. Turner Classer said Paranoid is my joint. I would agree. I like
Yep.
Paranoid. Contemporary. All right, so now solid. Let's put the top 10. I might have to do another stream, man. It seems like this is a topic that brothers like. I might have to do another stream sometime in the future, just going over just rap and just all things rap, just talking about rap and all that, especially from a top 10 perspective. I'm gonna read it, then we're gonna get on. Not really gonna comment on it because we want to get through it, but This is an interesting list, though. I'll say that.
I can't be on
No
that
comment.
video. Hey, I can't be on that video because if I say Chief Keef, niggas gonna laugh me off the stage. Chief Keef gonna be in that motherfucker. You feel
Nah,
me?
nigga, say what you
Like,
want about Chief Keef, but that nigga set the trends, nigga.
bruh,
Chief Keef,
I'm
the
telling you.
trendsetter.
Can we even consider him a
Telling you.
rapper?
All right.
That's a
Play the video.
man, shit, man. Chief Keef, the trendsetter. But Not Solid said Eminem, Ludacris, Busta Rhymes, Big L, Big Pun, Lil Wayne, Max B, Missy, Ye, and 50 Cent. Okay, that's a solid list. I'm gonna just say real quick, I would agree with Big L, Big Pun, Wayne, and 50 at his prime. 50 at his prime. But everything else, Eminem, I think has one or two good albums. I think the rest of his music is trash, to be honest. I think he's a very overrated rapper, to be honest with you. But that's just Eminem. Like I'm not a huge fan of Eminem. I do like the Marshall Mathers show, the Marshall Mathers show. I think that's the name of the album. I do. I mean, I do like some of his music, but I
yeah,
think he's overrated though. To be
I'm glad
honest,
someone said that shit. I think he overrated as hell too. He do got some good songs, but he's overrated, bro. Like to me,
he do.
like if it's not what's that one song? If it's not that Dear Stan, he killed that shit.
Oh, Stan,
Or I'm Not Afraid. Like
Not
I'm not
Afraid,
playing
yeah.
no Eminem, bro. I'm just being he kind of corny to me. Just
I agree. Some of the lyrics is just it's like he forcing it. It's too much. And they like nigga talking about, nutting a bitch ass crack or some shit. Like it's too much,
yeah.
bro. It's
But
too
he
much.
like when it come to his disses, he be killing the fuck out of people though. So
Oh yeah, there was a classic. Had some classic white on white crime a couple years ago with Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly.
oh man, I hate that
That nigga, both of them niggas is characters, bro. But yeah, Eminem is cool, but I think he's the overrated top rapper. He's a good rapper, just an overrated top tier rapper.
like Swint. I feel like you're the type of dude that like you put Lil Wayne over Eminem, wouldn't you?
Oh, of course,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Wayne top 10 in my opinion, but shit, Wayne top 5 in my opinion. But to be honest, that nigga Wayne hard, bro.
Okay.
Wayne top 5. I know King would disagree with that, but Wayne top 5.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment either, nigga.
No comment.
Man, put some respect.
Yeah, no comment, bro.
Put some respect
No
on Wayne,
comment.
bro. Hey,
I'm not putting anything.
And I'll say this, man. I'll say this fully. I believe this, bro. That's the best mixtape artist of all time, bro. Wayne, the best mixtape artist.
Because he has the most mixtapes.
No comment. No comment. No comment.
got the most mixtapes, bro.
Listen, Lil Wayne would literally there was an era where he would take somebody's song and his song would be better than the own person's song, bro.
Thank you.
No, bro, you not.
I'm not going there today.
Yes, it would,
bro.
Yes,
I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. No comment.
The only reason why I disagree, I think the mixtape master is Gucci. That's just me, bro. I fuck with Gucci's mixtape.
But I say this about Gucci though. Gucci got a lot of hits, and Gucci, I love Gucci. He got a lot of bangers with his taste, but I gotta be real, bud. And that's my nigga, you know what I'm saying? Zone 6 all day, you know what I'm saying? East side, southeast side. It is what it is, bro. Outside and east side, man. Bouldercrest. That's my hood, bro. But I gotta say though.
Repping East Atlanta, that's 10 minutes from Decatur.
East Atlanta Center.
Why am I saying
East Atlanta Center, bro.
Why did I say
East
anything?
Atlanta Center, bro. But I will say this about Gucci though. Gucci got a lot of trash shit, nigga. He got a lot of whack shit. He got a lot of whack shit.
A lot of his songs is just his name carrying him, bro.
Facts.
But like the songs he came out with that were good, like it was like, yeah, bro, it's all good, bro. You can make a trash song here and there.
Yeah, I feel it. Turn the Classic said graduation sonically. I think he said was incredible. It is. I think it's the best sonically. I think it's his best album, to be honest. Just sonically. But Barry Bonds was my low. It was. It's not a good song.
See, no comment, man. I don't see no comment. I don't.
Not Solid X said drunken hot girls if you listen to what if you listen to it for what it is. Oh, I mean, hey, I mean, I mean, I mean, I just
That's
don't think it
true.
fit. I just don't think it fit with the album. To be honest, I mean, it's a decent song on its own, but it don't fit with the album. To be honest, man. Indigenous said shows how great Kanye is as an artist. 5 of his albums could be interchangeably number one. That's true. That's true. But I remember
Yeah.
hearing Graduation in college, and man, bro, when I heard Good Morning, it was oh, bro, Good Morning. It's one of the best intros of all time, bro. Good
That's true.
morning. Good morning, yeah. Man.
Yeah,
Wake up, Mr. West, Mr. West. Shit. That shit was fun. He like, damn, is he even so impressed? He got these motherfucking D's. That shit was fire, bro. I fuck with Good Morning, bro. Now Solid said Sonic Graduation is best facts, but as a collective dark twisted fantasy might be better. I think it's a better lyrical album and it has better songs. But sonically, I don't think anything comes close to Graduation in terms of just the cohesion of the album. It's just it flows. Every song just flows so well together, and it's just like I said, banger after banger. The production is really good on that album. We're gonna get through these. We're gonna go ahead. Let's see. Eminem, LOL. Now, Big Brother was cold. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. That's one.
Yeah,
that might be my favorite on it. That's the one. That's the one I go back to the most. To be honest, even though got some heavy Masonic ties on it, but or illusions on it. But it's a good song though. It's a great song. One of his best. Let me see. J2K said a power off the dollar. Power other dollar. Yeah. Oh yeah. 50, man. 50 at his best is one of the best lyricists of all time, man.
Yeah,
he just fell off. He just fell off.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. He had the two great albums, and then he had a third album, and then after that, he was done.
Yeah, it's crazy. He couldn't keep up with the new generation, or he couldn't evolve his
He was too street. That's his problem.
Yeah.
Too street.
Yeah, I agree with that. He definitely couldn't evolve. He not an artist that was built for longevity. He rode the wave for the sound at that time. And after that sound kind of passed on, he wasn't. Yeah, but he's branched out into other shit for him. So good for him.
The sound peaked with 50 Cent.
Yeah,
really,
exactly. J2K said Lord Jamar, Eminem is a guest in hip hop. I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think Eminem could spit. I'll give him that. He could spit. I wouldn't say
he had a lot of fucking duds. He had a lot of duds.
He did.
No comment.
He said you gotta add me in this joint. Eminem disrespect is crazy. Hey, man, we gonna do a rap stream. You're coming up one of these days, bro. I definitely want to do that, man. Just touch on some light shit, man.
Hey, brother, are you a so-called black man?
Are you a black man?
Are you a black man?
I'm just messing.
Indigenous said Nas, Big, Jay. I would put them definitely them top 3. Well, not top 3, but definitely they gonna be in the top 10. Big L, Ghostface, Raekwon, Ice Cube, Fabulous, Jadakiss, Styles P. That's a good list right there, bro. That's a good list.
It is.
That's a great list. To be honest, bro. That's a great list right there, man.
That's Big J, Big L, Ghostface, Raekwon. Oh yeah, that's
a great list right there, bro. I would say.
I appreciate the Ice Cube in there.
Ice Cube was underrated, bro. As a rapper, you know what I'm saying? Because recently, just he's branched off into so many other things that people don't think of him as a rapper first and foremost anymore. But Ice Cube, yeah. If I had to take one out, I'd probably be Fab, to be honest. Probably be Fab. I have to take one out. I fuck with Fab, but he's the odd man out for me in this list right here. But I fuck with Fab though.
And I just want to say, like, when it comes to Eminem, bro, I tried bumping Eminem in my car. That shit just didn't work, bro. And it was like, it wasn't his like classics. It was his like new, I think it was Kamikaze. Like I don't listen to albums that much. That's why I didn't say nothing about the Kanye stuff because I'd just be all over the place. But I tried giving Eminem a listen, bro. It just bro.
It just ain't it, man. And honestly, bro, in terms of white rappers, like I don't even think he the best white rapper, to be honest.
Nah.
Like I know that he kind of got that title on lock as the best white rapper. He got claimed to that title. I don't even think I think Mac Miller better than him, to be honest, bro.
Damn.
I'm gonna be real, bro. I'm gonna be real.
That's
I'm gonna be
crazy.
real. I'm gonna be real.
No
bro.
comments. No comments.
Hey, shout out to the homie, man. Before you sacrifice the mother god, shout out to the brother.
Miller was cool.
If y'all know brothers who don't know what I'm talking about, there's a reason his last album was called Divine Feminine.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
exactly. But I fuck with Mac Miller, bro. That's just me, bro. I fuck with Mac Miller, and I fuck with that nigga. I fuck with that white dude, G-Eazy too. I think G-Eazy a better rapper than Eminem too, to be honest. I fuck with G-Eazy. Y'all know who G-Eazy is?
No, I know.
Come on. You know what? No. Let me stop.
I know some of y'all in the chat.
No comment.
Y'all know who G-Eazy
No
is, bro.
comment.
G-Eazy nice, bro. G-Eazy nice with it, bro.
Stop. No
G-Eazy
comment.
nice.
I get G-Eazy and Logic
I'll
confused
stop.
sometimes, bro.
You said what?
I get G-Eazy and Logic confused sometimes.
I thought Logic was white for the longest time.
I'll be honest.
Lil
I think that
Dicky-
nigga Logic is cap. I think he's a Caucasian J. I think he's lying about that.
Is Lil Dicky better than him too?
Oh, no, his alleged father. His alleged father is black.
Lil Dicky go hard while you playing, bro.
Is he better than Eminem too? Just get out the way. Just go ahead and get out the way.
You ever listen to a professional rapper? He might be a better rapper.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. The only reason, it's only one song that made me say M is better than all those dudes, and that's Stan. Like Stan is like that's really the number one song I
That was
follow for
lyrical
Eminem.
genius, and let's be real, the
I
whole
fuck with
concept that literally he created a whole term. Like that word "stan,"
Yeah.
it's because of that nigga, because of that song.
We can be together. Think about it.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, this is my girl riding around in the trunk.
Indigenous say, I'm actually gonna read this first. Turner Class said Wayne had a crazy stretch where folks thought he was over Jay-Z, and I put, hey, this some of y'all ain't gonna like this, bro.
No comment. No comment. No comment.
That nigga Wayne is better than Jay-Z, bro. He's better than
No comment. No comment.
Bro, so
No comment.
Hold on. I gotta ask you this, bro. So you in the car, you just chilling. You gonna listen to Jay-Z over Wayne?
Come on, bro.
No comment. No comment. I'm not doing that with y'all today. No comment. I'm trying to
put that Wayne on, bro.
Because I used to love JC when I was in middle school, and I listened to that nigga too much. So like I can't you get what I'm saying? I'm kind of burnt out on his music.
I feel that.
So it's different.
I can't do this.
Maybe because I'm from the South, bro. But
that might be the case. Yeah, that might be the case.
Both of them niggas, actually, honestly. But
yeah, that might be the case. Yeah.
But can't hold it down up north niggas, y'all Midwest.
No comment. I can't do this right now.
Yes, me and Hitman, we on record. Wayne is better than Jay-Z. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is, bro.
No comment.
The CNN album by Capote and Noriega was amazing in the late '90s. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't listened to a lot of Noriega's music. To be honest, bro, I don't even know what that is.
Bro, just think of this old song when Wayne was a little baby, bro. That nigga was killing that shit.
Yes, and this right here, what J2K said is facts. No ceilings, Wayne is untouchable. Yes, nigga. Yes.
No comment
that's
again.
One of the best projects of all time, nigga. No ceilings, Wayne is No Ceilings, Wayne. Dedication, Wayne. Carter 2, Carter 3, Wayne. Shit, Carter 4, Wayne. Man, come on, bro. Stop playing.
Bro, you remember when he came out with 6 foot, 7 foot, bro?
Man, shit. Man, 6 foot, 7 foot was my shit. 6 foot, 7 foot. What else is on that? I think I saw on Carter 4. John, Blunt Blowing. Fuck, man.
Ooh, Blunt Blowing.
President
Blunt
Carter.
Blowing is my shit, man.
Stop playing with Wayne. Wayne top
Wayne
5
one of
all time, bro.
yeah.
Top 5 all time. Shit, that nigga might be top 3 all time while you playing.
I'm
While you
glad
playing,
said
bro.
switch.
Put some respect in that nigga Wayne. Now I know
No
what's the name say
comment.
what's the name say he ghosted for him. What's Gilly the Kid? Gilly the Kid say he ghosted for Wayne. I gotta see some proof of that, bro.
Yeah,
Cause
I gotta see that.
I gotta.
Superhead said that Drake goes rid for him too.
I ain't trusting no. I ain't trusting Superhead with that.
But
Hey,
it's
you
like,
know,
bro,
just
Oh
like
no,
LeVar Ball said.
Superhead was
you saw
around.
you seen that video, bro? Like, I don't even if they did, bro, that don't mean nothing to me, cause bro, like this nigga is like he's different, bro. He can write a song just like that. Like you seen that interview with DJ Khaled, how DJ Khaled was just talking about, bro. Our bro would just go in the studio and like make hit after hit after hit, just
Yep.
straight off the dome. Like, that's
Off the
crazy.
dome, bro. And he the best punch line artist all time too. The best punchline artist, like the straight punchlines. He the best punchline artist all time.
We definitely gotta make that rapper live stream for real, bro.
We gotta do that for sure, bro. I'm gonna get through these comments, then we gonna get into the actual meat and potatoes of the video. Shout out to Israel Dean, shout out to DG coming through. Appreciate you coming through, brother. Great brother DG, D Real G in the building. Appreciate you coming through.
D Real G,
My
D
man.
real G, you dig?
D Real G, he says, "Wow, I got this channel. I had this channel set up for alerts, and I didn't get one. Yeah, you know they be bullshitting, man. They be bullshitting.
You
Man.
know,
It is what it
no,
is,
they
bro.
don't.
They be bullshitting. You know the stuff we talk about on here. They ain't gonna learn no one for this shit, man.
Hell no.
The algorithm horse or the algorithm thoughts gonna gonna never put us in there.
Israel Redeem, DG said, even though Chief Keef and Cardi won't be on anyone's top list, in terms of influence, they had a big impact on some nigga, the who, nigga, Chief Keef, nigga, this nigga, the who, nigga, Chief Keef up there with influence, nigga. The whole Chicago scene is because of Chief Keef, bro.
I think that might be a typo because the next he said they had a big impact on the sound of rap. So I think he should like you know what I'm saying. The first part and the second part don't match.
Even
Oh
though, let me read
man,
again. Even though Chief Keef and Cardi won't be on anyone's top list in terms of influence, they
I
had a
think he's
big
saying
impact on the sound of rap.
he's
Are you
saying
talking about
most.
like individuals? Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's saying most people won't have them high up on their list. I think because the
Well,
narrative
that's
is
just
that
true.
Chief Keef is just trash or whatever
Yeah,
the hell. I don't get like niggas act like they can't understand what he's saying, bro. Like, come on, bro.
I mean,
exactly,
nigga,
bro.
come on now. You
And
can't
then
understand.
that finally famous, bro. That's a classic album, bro. That's a classic album, classic shit, classic
Mm.
shit. Like that nigga paved the way. Not finally famous. That's Big Sean shit.
Finally
I'm talking.
rich, finally rich.
Finally
Yeah,
rich. That's what it's finally
yeah.
rich. I said finally. That's Big
Finally
Sean. That
rich.
shit cool too. But finally rich.
yeah,
That's the
yeah.
classic.
That's a hood
I mean,
classic, bro.
you got to thank Chief Keef for the whole Chicago drill scene, bro. Real talk. All them niggas that came. All them
Pretty
niggas that
much.
came up after him.
Like,
Motherfucking Lil Reese.
bro,
Motherfucking Rondo number 9.
Dirt.
but like, look, but just look at it like this. Like, I remember going to high school. Like, I was probably in the 8th grade when Chief Keef was like really high up. And going on to high school, bro, like this nigga was so influential. Like everybody on Facebook was changing their banners to Glory Boys. Everybody added Glory Boy to their little name or whatever. I'm like,
Yup,
what the
yup.
hell?
He
Everybody
had a
glowed
speech
up.
bump on that shit, nigga.
Everybody got bang bang in their ad libs. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, bro, this nigga was different.
Hella influential, bro. Now you can say
He,
he caused a lot of destruction with that shit too, which I'm not
yeah,
gonna
true.
disagree with you. But I ain't gonna disagree with that shit.
With Chief
But
Keef, like he was able to evolve and keep mastering his shit to a point where like every other song was just different. He had the same kind of little flow, but it was just something he added to it that made it different. Like he was crazy.
yeah, bro. Yeah, definitely. Chief Keef definitely one of the greatest to ever do it, man. Niggas got to put respect on his name. Let me see any other comments.
I know they don't like that.
Definitely ain't, bro. Ton of classes said Q
Like I said, I agree
Lucky
with Ken right
fell.
now. No comment, nigga.
You know, comment.
Niggas hate. Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all this too. You know who else had a big impact on the game? Niggas clown. That nigga Soldier Boy.
I mean, that's a
He did.
that's a given. Everybody knows that.
That's a given. That's true.
That nigga Soldier Boy too, bro.
True.
Shit.
But
Tony
no
Clown
comment
said
though.
he said Cube low key fell off, fell like 50, but worse. Did he fall or did he just branch
Nah,
off
that
into other
nigga
shit?
just he just became a legend.
I'll be honest. I can't. He didn't even.
He did both.
Like nah, I'll be honest. Nigga 50 was a shooting star. Nigga. That nigga was common. I don't know if that nigga Ice Cube rose like 50 because he was more like big with NWA, and then he had his individual shit, which is cool. But it was always associated with NWA. He wasn't a superstar like a 50 or 50. It was just 50, bro. Ain't no 50 with him. There ain't nobody with him. It was that nigga, bro.
Yeah.
And
50 did both.
Yeah, true. Yeah, they both kind of did. If you think about it, they both, kind of. I guess you could say fell off sonically, and then or music wise, and then branched off into other forms of entertainment. That's true. And business ownership, and things like
Lloyd
that.
Banks?
He said I replaced Fab on second thought with Lloyd Banks. I would replace Fab, but with Lloyd Banks,
I'm gonna need an interpretation on that.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about
Lloyd Banks. I don't know about Lloyd Banks, bro. Lloyd Banks. Wait, no comment. Why am I saying?
Now Solid said G-Eazy, yes, nigga. Nigga, put some respect on G-Eazy, bro. G-Eazy nice, bro. G-Eazy nice, bro. Yes, but I'm not saying he one of the greatest rappers of all time, but I'm not even saying Eminem either.
Think he better than M.
He better than M though.
I'm not gonna agree with that one.
I'm just not that high on M, bro. I only think M got one good album, and I think a lot of his songs he just be overdoing it. Shit, I just think it just don't sound good to me, to be honest. But I fuck with G-Eazy though. Turn the Closet said Logic.
So what album does G-Eazy have that's popping, nigga?
I mean, he ain't got no shit that's popping now. You know?
No, ever, nigga. Fuck that.
No, bro. No, he had 2013 to 2016. G-Eazy had a good little run, bro. He had a good little run. I like the album. The album These Things Happen. That's a great album, bro. That's a great album. These Things Happen is a great album. That When It's Dark Out, that's a good album too. I fuck with.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to look this up because I don't think I'm quite sure I know who you're talking about.
You remember that nigga that came up and said, "Ooh, what was that shit called again?"
Me, myself, and I.
Myself. I'm just me, myself, and I. Yeah, exactly. So,
that was like some mainstream hit type shit. His other music is way better than that.
But I'm saying that's the song that he's known for because that shit was all on the radio when that shit came out.
Yeah, I'm definitely do some research. Dope. G-Eazy's a frat boy rap.
Yeah, I agree with
G-Eazy sounds like Elon Musk trying to.
Mac Miller. Mac Miller, when he first entered in, he was kind of on that frat boy kind of.
No, he was definitely his two most popular songs was probably on Fifth Ave and Donald Trump. Those were straight up frat boy songs.
Those were frat songs, especially that Donald Trump.
Of course.
I put them.
That's some shit. We gonna take over the world. Come on, dog.
Hey, I'm gonna put them both. This might be controversial. I'm gonna put them both over Eminem. To be honest, though, I'm putting.
I can understand Mac G-Eazy, not really. But I gotta listen to more G-Eazy though, I guess.
Indigenous said hard to keep up with these pale faced rappers. Hey, they got a new one that the dude Jack Harlow.
He an old head. Well, Jack Harlow, that nigga
was garbage.
Jack Harlow was trash, bro.
That was crazy. I mean, he had a chance, but somewhere down the line he fucked it up.
Yeah, he did.
He might be a better rapper.
He had with this latest album he had to produce because they was really promoting him. This latest album he put out did not produce. I think it's called "Don't Worry, Kids, I'm Coming Home" or some shit.
Yeah, Drake killed him on his own song.
You know what's funny? This is how you know he's so fake. You know that nigga's been making music since 2017.
He has. He making me for a long time. And his image has changed over time too. You notice they trying to really promote him as like the cool white boy.
The ladies man, but
ladies man.
He on YouTube at school like a little nerd and shit.
Yeah. It's funny. The industry, man. Them niggas is funny, bro. Them niggas is funny, bro.
I mean, of course, man. If Drake can go from white to black, anything's possible.
Yours truly said, I don't even mess with Eminem like that, but Mac Miller and G Easy, huh? Yes, bro. Mac Miller and G Easy over M, bro. I'm just not a fan of M, to be honest, man. I like some of his shit. I'm just not a fan of
No,
M.
he said Mac Miller and G Easy, huh? Exclamation
That's
question marks, laughing face, nigga. Don't try to switch it up, nigga.
Yeah, you tried to.
Like, I
y'all
feel
caught
you.
that?
See,
Y'all
I'm
caught
not a
that?
big fan of Eminem, but like Eminem makes some crazy stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I mean,
But
I
I do
feel
feel
it.
you. I think Eminem is overrated.
I feel it. I feel it. Total classic Asher Roth. Hey, Asher Roth, and y'all remember
Hey, that was that
Action Bronson?
dude at first.
He was. Y'all remember Action Bronson too?
Oh, of course. Why
Action
you
Bronson. I
always on
am.
my and I'm with you, man.
I agree with
I
this.
fuck with
Big
that song.
pimping. Big pimping. Gave it to me too many. I agree with that. You
Even
know,
point out the song "The Bounce." I love the song.
yeah,
I'm assuming you're talking about Jay-Z, right?
yeah, Jay Z, yeah,
Yeah, the
Big
song "The
pimping.
Bounce." I fuck with that shit.
I fuck. Yeah, I mean Jay got a lot of shit, man. I fuck, especially Big. I fuck with Big pimping. I just think that Wayne come harder, bro. I'm not saying Jay Z ain't nice. Jay Z definitely a top 10 rapper all time, but I just think nigga Wayne come harder, bro. I just he just come harder, bro. He got more hard shit than me, bro. I like his punchlines more than Jay Z bars, to be honest.
Enough about Lil Wayne. We might need to start talking about Kanye, nigga.
Yeah, we gonna just get that nigga getting upset, bro.
That nigga, you got this nigga can't sound like Darth Vader in this bitch.
I'm not. No
Turn the
comment.
classes at GZ, a legend in the Bay Area. Yeah, see, I heard that before. I heard that he is.
No, yeah, he is.
He is. But yeah, Jeezy, nice with. Hey, Not Solid said he a Jamaican too, bro. So we got some Jamaican on Jamaican crime with Hitman and Not Solid when it came to what who was y'all talking about?
I think that's Oh, wait, are we back?
Eminem. You said what?
Not so. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Not Solid said he said he Jamaican.
Mm.
So we got some Jamaican on Jamaican crime
I got a
with cousin
question for Not
Eminem.
Solid. Vibes Cartel or Eminem, and then we go. If you depending on how you answer that, your card might get revoked. I ain't gonna hold you, bro.
Oh, Vibes Cartel versus Eminem. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah.
He said
You
Vibes
better tread
Cartel versus
carefully, brother.
Eminem. But I won't wait for that answer. Then we gonna get into the stream.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a timestamp in the chat when I'm done. Basically, the first hour is going over just general rap shit, and then hour one we're gonna go into the main talking point and whatnot.
Damn,
Just
this
rapping
question
for here.
seems so important. We might
Oh
need to
man.
play that "Who Wants to Be a Millionaire" theme music. Boom, 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 boom,
He may
Vibes
not.
boom,
Cartel
boom,
or Eminem, nigga.
Hey,
Man, you ran that nigga off. You gotta get a response. You ran him off.
Hey, this captain.
That
oh
boy finna
man.
go listen to Eminem murder like 500 people in a song. Eat their body parts and shit. Fuck out of here.
See, this is why we can't get consistent new people to the stream. We
Man,
scare them
shit.
off.
Oh man. Oh man. All right, let's get back in the stream,
Oh,
man. He'll answer. You know. Okay. Okay. Oh shit!
oh man,
Oh
oh
shit!
man, oh
Oh
man. Hey man,
He said he
save it
don't
for
know
another stream,
what
brother. Save it for another stream, brother.
Crazy.
Save it for another
oh!
stream, brother.
Hey man, you're an all American, boy. You feel me?
I know who Vance Cartel is, nigga.
All American, boy. Jack Swagger.
Oh, stop it. Hit
Hey, you
me.
got it.
Save it
You
for
got
another
it.
stream,
That
brother.
mean Eminem better than. So you got it, my boy. You good.
Oh
Don't
shit,
do it.
man. That's like Vibes Cartel is like, man, that's a Jamaican legend, bro. Yeah, icon.
Dog,
Oh shit. Oh, that's crazy,
we
bro.
appreciate all viewership on this channel, and
Oh, we just
I'm just
clowning, bro. We
messing
just
with you though,
clowning,
bro. I'm
man.
just
We
messing with
just
you though,
clowning,
bro.
yeah.
not
We just
today.
clowning, bro. We just clowning, bro. It's I appreciate all you, bro. We
Oh
just clowning.
man.
Just chopping it up type shit, man. Tony Classic said, all good, I don't either. And then he said rap stream. Yeah, we definitely gonna have that rap stream, bro. Definitely gonna do a hip hop stream. And God, this is an interesting topic. You know, I didn't expect this to go on for as long as it did, but niggas love rap. Niggas love rap and ball. Niggas love, hey, it is what it is. That's what makes us us, man. You know, it's
It's
beautiful.
like rap, ball, and bomb. And y'all know what the bomb is, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Rapping the ball.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it's all
That
love, man.
flower
Appreciate you
ball.
brothers that participated in this and gave y'all opinions, man. I love. I want to kind of make this a little bit more interactive, especially with just some of the streams and whatnot. So appreciate all you brothers. But let's go ahead and get into
We're not
the rest of the
we're
video.
not a camp, so we can do this, and it's just
Oh
fun.
man,
Hey, bro, it's the Kingdom Show, bro. We're not even associated with all that other stuff,
we
bro. It's the
ain't
Kingdom
none
Show.
of
You
that
feel
shit,
me?
bro. Ain't on
Yeah,
none of that
yeah.
shit, man. None of that shit. But
Nigga streams coming soon.
nigga streams coming
We can say all,
soon.
we can say all that.
He
Oh,
said, "Hey, look, we don't all think the same four quarters. That's facts. Hey, that's facts, bro. That's fact. The Bible in the real world, or what I'm saying, the quote unquote
four
real world,
quarters.
always juxtaposing each other, and you see a lot of similarities when you do that, man. So that's facts. That's facts.
That's
Hey,
that
man,
four
let's go ahead and
quarters talk.
real talk. But let's get back into it. But before we do, hey, man, greatest of all time, Nas. Number 2 is Wayne. Let's get into it.
See this nigga, bro.
Hey, I'll let you have that, bro. Let's get into
I'm
it.
all right. What the fuck?
Let's get into it.
Hey, what were we talking about again? Look at.
I'm gonna put a timestamp in the description after the video's over.
Wear a rubber shirt and you're gonna wear it.
Oh, okay. So disclaimer: 1 hour mark for anyone watching this in the playback. 1 hour mark. We gonna touch on the main topic of the video and go into the meat and potatoes and break things down from a 3-dimensional perspective.
1 hour mark, 2 minutes to the video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what we do.
This is how influential he is. Right now, last time he came here, he said, cancel me. He pointed to himself. He said, cancel me. They did not cancel him. They could not cancel him. Right now, it's a little turmoil. We're going to get to it. We're going to ask the questions. We're going to do whatever. I asked him if anything is off the record. He said, absolutely nothing. But we're going to give praises and love to the one, the only, Mr. Yay! Make some noise!
White Lives Matter.
I want to start because, the very famous interview is you and Sway, right? And then you saying that you wanted to be like Ralph or you wanted to be up there with that caliber. And now it's like you are Ralph. You are that caliber. And then so I guess what I'm trying to say is, so that's where we get confused with
Did Sway have the answers?
No, yeah, I think you already admitted Sway had the answer. Yeah. But I guess that's where we get confused with the Adidas part of it is because that's how you became a billionaire, right? Through the Yeezy. So what was the discrepancy with Adidas?
I just didn't have the relationships with the factories at that time, and I was managing a lot of ideas. Like I was a new dad. I was newly married. I had a bunch of team, like a big team of designers with me, and we hadn't established who we were. We were still fighting to get our respect in fashion. So there's a lot of fights at the same time. So we had to go and basically intern almost up under these companies.
Because you interned for Louis Vuitton at one time, right?
Okay. Louis Vuitton, Fendi, and we interned in a way at Adidas. I like the licensing deal was my intern to become, more in that Bernard Arnault, Bezos, Elon territory, and just understanding how to, how money works. Like this is first generation, like you can say, like look at like Jay with the Duce.
Right.
This is first generational wealth.
And learn those infrastructures, right?
Yeah, the infrastructure is how to do a factory. Even right now, like when I left Gap, I moved. We made this T-shirt, like all the tremendous stuff we're doing right now, which is a flip on Supreme, where the guy that used to work for me, Tremaine, is now at Supreme. And you know, we can go further into that a little bit later. But for the main point is, so I took it over to Dove Charney at LA Apparel, and he founded Los Angeles Apparel. So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEF CON tweet, now he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the Black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team, or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney. And we understand it's like, I respect what the Jewish people have done.
All right, so before we continue, those are some heavy statements right there, man. So is it true? Let me ask y'all brothers, man. Is it true that the J voice has controlled and used the Black voice as entertainment to not to get too deep into it yet, because you gotta touch on that later, but has the J voice used the Black voice for control, entertainment, and what the pro-Blackies like to say, modern day, industrial slavery?
Well, we already know historically who the top executives are of all of these different labels. We know historically they're owned by the Caucasian Jays, who don't even have the same mindset of the average Caucasian Jay. Because the average Caucasian Jay, they actually believe in the Torah and they try to keep it to the best of their ability. That's cool. It's whatever. It's theirs to keep in this time period. But the elite Caucasians, they don't even really follow the scriptures like that. They follow the Kabbalah, which is on a whole different level. For any of you brothers who've read the Kabbalah or Kabbalah, I believe it even makes it permissible to rape little boys at a certain age. Yep. It essentially teaches you that as a quote-unquote Jew, all the other nations are like cattle or like a calf for you to basically control and manipulate. It's one of those things, if you ever read that book, and if you were to live by its tenets, you'd basically become a narcissist and a egomaniac. That's the type of spirit that's behind that book, and that's the type of energy that's promoted by the people who run these different corporations. So it's no surprise that they do the things that they do. Even now, with a lot of things that Kanye is saying, he doesn't even delve into it into a deep level. He just makes a general blanket statement. And because of that, he's being attacked by these different entities, mainly as basically his main role is to show the average so-called Black man that you shouldn't even think about questioning the quote-unquote Caucasian Jays at all. Don't even think about accusing them of any of the plights that you suffer, because they're not involved. Basically, there's nothing to see here. Don't worry about what we're doing.
Yep.
But hey, man, you was gonna say something?
As far as the Kabbalah, I just wanted to say that you were absolutely right in regards to the Kabbalah. Like, when I remember I heard someone say that there is a verse in there where it's okay for them to molest little boys and little girls, and in the book, I had to look at it for myself. They say in that book they don't consider a rape of a little boy, they don't consider that to be sex. They consider it to be something else, and therefore it's okay. Same with little 2-year-old girls and stuff. So it's kind of interesting to me that like we can have books like that around here, but people always question the Bible and things of that nature. So that's just funny to me.
Exactly. And since we're going to list out facts, I mean, let's go over the facts. Let's look at all these different media and entertainment industries and who are they founded by. Atlanta Records was founded by Herb Abramson. That's a Caucasian J. Mercury Records, Burley Adams. Lou Adler, co-founder of Dunhill Records. Moses Osh of Folkways Records. Then we have Marty Brandy, CEO of Sony / AT&T. Emil Berliner, founder of RCA Records. Miriam Benstock, who was the
Isn't
former...
BET run by Caucasian Jews?
Yeah, they because the original people sold off BET.
Okay.
But yeah, it is run by Caucasian Jews as well. I can't quite remember who runs it right now, but I can even look it up. But I'm literally just going through a list of different basically Caucasian Jays, like Lou Pearlman. We already know what person with the last name Pearlman is, and this was till 2016. Record producer, founder of Transcontinental Records, manager, creator of the Backstreet Boys and NSYNC. There we go. Randy Phillips, CEO of Lifestyle, or formerly FSX. Milton Rackmill, co-founder of Decca Records and former head of Universal Pictures.
Man,
I could keep going on and on.
Exactly. This is subjective proof. This is not our sentiments. This is not. Don't take none we say. Don't take none Kanye say. Look it up for yourself. It's
And
subjective
even
fact.
didn't even mention the bankers, man.
Exactly. That's before you even get to that level. Exactly. That's before you even get to that level, right? There's subjective proof and objective, facts that show who runs these various corporations, which America is a corporatocracy, so everything is, you follow the money, you find what you're looking for. Who controls the money, the economic structure, the economic system in this current incarnation of America, the Jays.
But since you mentioned the bankers, let's get into that right now. CEO of BlackRock, Larry Fink. We know where he's from. That's just one. And by the way, for you brothers who don't know, BlackRock is probably the most well-known investment bank
bro,
in the world. Honestly,
BlackRock is
they got that shit down pat.
It's the closest thing to God to a lot of these companies. I think that's a good way to put it for them, bro.
Oh no, yeah, BlackRock they have huge power when it comes to not even things domestically, but internationally as well.
Especially the real estate market. Them boys,
especially real estate. Yep,
real estate and also just investment management in general, because a lot of people invest their money in BlackRock.
BlackRock do that because in the a lot of these hedge funds, investment banking hedge funds have bought up a lot of the real estate, especially when the market was kind of not everything wasn't escalating as it is right now, which of course that's going to cool off, but and it is starting to as well. But when things were kind of lower in value, what a lot of these investment banking hedge funds did, specifically BlackRock, as well, bought up a lot of the real estate across the country, so they definitely have, like I said, man, follow the money. Who got their hands on the money? That's who controls the shit, man. And we see based on what we're saying, who controls the money and who has the power.
I'll keep going. Goldman Sachs. If y'all brothers ever done some research on Goldman's, I mean, come on, even the name Goldman Sachs. Do some research on the founder of Goldman Sachs. You'll know who he is.
And every time I think about these people, I always just think how Saul messed up. If Saul would have just did what he was told, we would never have to do
it. Great point, man.
And for those of you who are unsure what he's talking about, for any of you brothers who've done a little bit of research, there's actually a good book that goes into this called The 13th Tribe by Alexander. I was about to name it, but I think it's Alexander Koslip, something along those lines, who was also a Caucasian Jay, by the way. And basically, they detail in the book that these people who we call today, who live in the state of Israel today, they come from a race of people called the Khazars. And of course, when you do a little bit of further research, you find out that the Khazars are descended from Edom, specifically Amalek. I'm just paraphrasing, but that's why Hitman says the thing that stated what he stated, because in the Bible, during the time of Saul, the Most High told him to destroy all of Amalek. And of course, he didn't do that.
Yep. And
Shout
I
out to the
believe
fellow Benjamite.
he mentioned how disgusting they were, that they would literally like let bugs rest on their body, and then they would just use the bugs as they would just eat the bugs as food, like
Oh
on
no,
their
yeah,
hair.
they would never wash themselves or change their clothes. They would just wear the clothes till it fell apart. They did a lot of disgusting things, but that's a whole other topic.
Exactly,
Ooh, boy.
and a lot of also your U.S. presidents too. You know, all every single one of them have not only Jewish or J, you know,
Connections.
Or
connections, but they also have J lineage as well. They changed their last names. In fact, I'm going to read an excerpt from this PDF, which is a book called "The Presidents and the Jews."
is it a reference to Donald Trump, quote unquote?
Well, Donald Trump and all of your U.S. presidents,
Yeah,
Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Lyndon B. Johnson,
yeah, they all
Nixon,
changed their names.
yeah, exactly, Jimmy Carter, all of them, they all changed their names. But I'm gonna read an excerpt from this one specifically speaking towards John F. Kennedy. This is going to show the presidential ties and relate the U.S. higher up presidential ties and ties in relationship to the state of Israel and the J people altogether. You got to think, man. Why would they be so protective over a group of people they have, you know, if they allegedly have no association in terms of power and control? Just things that make you go, hmm. But it says John F. Kennedy during the 1960 presidential campaign. John F. Kennedy told a meeting of Zionists that friendship for Israel is not a partisan matter; it's a national commitment. He pledged to renew efforts to secure an Arab-Israeli peace in the Middle East. But Kennedy also thought of himself as even-handed, and while American Jews were pleased that he supported Israel, they were displeased that he maintained cordial relations with Nasser of Egypt and the economic and military aid that was dispersed to Israel and the Arab nations alike in the fall of 1963. And this is John F. Kennedy. So I'm also going to go to another excerpt. It says, on the domestic front, Kennedy supported aid to public schools, but dragged his feet on civil rights legislation. Not until 1963, after the world looked aghast at television news photographs of firemen showering African American protesters with hoses and police during German Shepherd and turning German Shepherds loose onto the crowd, did Kennedy finally ask Congress to pass the Civil Rights Bill. So it's funny, man, because people, it's funny, man, because people they try to always, synchronize the quote unquote Jewish plight with the quote unquote black plight, and talk about the similarities. Oh man, we both had, we both were in slavery, man. They like,
We're both victims.
yeah, exactly. They like to do that, man. But the higher ups of the society, they always go out of their way to protect not only the state of Israel but also Jewish people in the Americas as well. Make peace treaties, give aid militaristically and economically, but they've always been slow to their feet to do anything in regards to things that are actually going to be productive for. Now they give things on the surface that look productive, but really are backhanded things to put us in
Poison.
more deeper mental slavery in terms of ourselves and how we view ourselves and the perception that we have of ourselves, like the civil rights movement and the origins of it and the figureheads they use to to spearhead it. Martin Luther King, but but it's funny when you juxtapose the two. Exactly, it's
It's
funny
funny.
when you juxtapose the two. One they look out for, and another they are slow to their feet, and then when they finally help, it's actually something to put us even in more servitude towards them.
And it's funny. It's like you said, right? With us, we're told to get over it, and with them, they get millions upon billions of dollars of funding, and we're told to go visit a Holocaust museum. Don't get those.
Exactly, exactly. I'm gonna read another excerpt from the book real quick about Lyndon B. Johnson. Um, It says after a few weeks after Kennedy's death, Lyndon Baines Johnson told an Israeli diplomat, "You have lost a very great friend, but you have found a better one." How right he was. Not only did Johnson continue to provide funds for military and economic aid to Israel, he treated Israel as a true ally. He said nothing publicly when Israel launched a preemptive attack against Egypt on June 5th, 1967, even though he disfavored a military response to Nasser's provocations. Moreover, when Israel bombed an American intelligence ship, the Liberty, in the Mediterranean Sea on June 8th, 1967, both Johnson and his Secretary of State, Dean Rusk, were incredulous and outraged because the ship was very clearly marked and Israeli planes made more than a dozen fights over it in the previous day. Nonetheless, Johnson and Rusk accepted Israel's apology that it had been a mistake. It's just it's just funny, man. That, and this is all throughout history too with these presidents. Just reading two excerpts. This book goes over a variety of presidents and their relationships with the Jews. Why is that, man? Why do these people have such a strong hold over the alleged most powerful person in the world that they try to tell you the U.S. president is? Is it because they have family ties to these people, meaning they are these people? Things that make you go, huh? And there's another book out there as well that goes into how these presidents actually change their names. Deben knows what I'm talking about. These presidents actually change their names, um, and they're like their names aren't actually, what's being given to us. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I forgot what that book is called.
I can't recall the book either. If I find it, I'll mention it again, maybe in a future video.
I know it's on. I know it's on record. Jays, when they first came here, they had to change their names to like Goldman and stuff like that because they were persecuted and they didn't want people to know that they were.
No, that's true. That's true as well. But even prior to them, even prior to like the early, like quote unquote the Holocaust, when you look at in history, like the late 1800s, early 1900s, it's like it meant that a lot of them were persecuted when they moved to the United States. They would change their name, and I do know this from the book that Swint mentions. Unfortunately, I can't recall the name, but in that book, it does mention how the Trumps, their family name was originally Drumpf, and they changed it from Drumpf to Trump. I wish I could. I wish I recalled the name of the book. If I remember it at some point in the video, I'll mention it.
Yeah, man.
And since we're on that point, what was the? I don't want to say his name on here, but what was the dude with the big mustache back in Germany? They said his name was originally
Schicklgruber.
Yeah, Schicklgruber, that guy. Yeah, he I believe he was an illegitimate son of the Rothschild family as well.
Yep. I've heard about that as well too. So he's going to show you the origins of that movement and whatnot, but that's a whole nother conversation to get into because of the origins of that particular event that took place in history, and versus the perception of what they tell you in terms of so they can frame this narrative that the Jewish people or the J people are some sort of impoverished, some sort of underserved, looked at against type people, which could be anything further from the truth. Especially when you analyze a lot of Jewish or J people, they fit that perfect white stereotype. Because a lot of them are, especially in the state of Israel today, a lot of them are these blue-eyed, blonde-haired white people, specifically in the state of Israel. Those are the people who kind of are characterized as the upright or the perfect white. So this whole thing that they're oppressed and looked at against by others is a narrative at best.
And before we continue, I just want to say, like, I know a lot of brothers, when you come to the truth, I don't look at what they do as something that's completely wrong. Like, a lot of the things that these people do, not just them, but all the nations, they have to do the things they do to us to survive, right? Like, they have to take our history. They have to
facts.
Put their foot on their necks for them to survive the way they're surviving right now. So I don't look at it as something that's wrong. I just look at it as, hey, something they have to do. So it just goes to show you that even in our lowest estate, we are the greatest adversary to anyone.
That's why the scriptures tell you that they cover the face of the judges thereof when the word is given to the hand of the wicked, man. Who are the people that they're trying to, they promote as the basest, as, the opposite of perfection, the opposite of pure. I mean, even the term they denote us as being, black, symbolizes death and destruction. The term that they promote themselves as white, being pure and upright. Which we know historically and biblically is actually it's actually the opposite. When you really think about it, in terms of the
And
righteous and the wicked eyes of the Most High.
and just to go back to that verse you were talking about. I believe it's somewhere in Job as well, but it's like the world is given into the hands of the wicked. They covered the faces of the judges thereof. My favorite part of that verse is, though, if not, who and where is he? I
Facts,
love that part.
facts, facts, facts. That's a great part of that scripture right there too, because you think about it, you know, everyone has these misconceptions about, you know, power and, who controls things, and people talk about, the deep state, big government, things like that. Which I'm not sitting there saying that's not applicable at all, but people talk about things like that, just as concepts. But you got to understand that this actual nation of people that in the top tribe per se, or group of a specific nation of people, are the ones who have the power and have the control. It's deeper than just some big state or deep state concept. You know what I'm saying? It's an actual group of people who intermarry, who intermix, who interprocreate, who intermingle across various different countries and forms that keep their power amongst themselves. Things of that nature. So that's definitely answers that where and who is he. You got to look at who has the power seat in terms of controlling the narrative of things in society.
Exactly.
Who are those groups of people? And they are the Amakites, if you want to say that.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to get real specific.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to get real specific on it.
But just to get the reason you did touch on it literally like a minute ago, talking about how what both colors, black and white, represent. I mean, from a spiritual sense, it is true. Black does represent death and destruction. It's always been known as that. That's why they give it to us, because since they're on top, since we're on the bottom, we're viewed as nothing. According to that's where they want to program society, that our people are viewed as nothing. Nothing. We don't exist. There's nothing to us. We're just a black hole. We're just a we're just a black space. There's no light in it. There's nothing but darkness.
I believe too, on another level as well. Black, it represents, because when we were in rulership or we had some kind of power, our beliefs in our system it's because you remember, everything we believe is the opposite of what they believe, right? We get our power from something completely opposite of them, right? So when you go into the dark ages or the dark times and things like that, they like to say that it was archaic and it was wrong, because back then we were mostly living by the basics of the scriptures, right? The laws to the best, right? How would I say? Because we know behind the scenes, the leaders were wicked as hell, but to a degree, the standards were set.
Catholics.
Yeah,
we had ancient standards. That's the difference between now, and that's the thing that when people, when they start analyzing the Bible for what it is, right? When we say so-called black, we mean it from what the so-called black man is supposed to represent spiritually. We're not literally talking like in a physical appearance, because even in the scriptures, more times than not, when you look at the term black, it's not really anything positive. Just be honest with you. Whether it's Job, Lamentations, and I forgot the other verse. I forgot the other book right now, but it's really denoting death. And the only time it doesn't really, the term black comes up where it's not denoting death.
It's Solomon.
Solomon, and he's talking about, and he's just talking about he's just dark as fuck from having a suntan. Like it's not anything positive, but it's not that serious. But it's not meant to be it's not meant to denote anything positive. So
Yeah,
the scriptures written, as we know, scriptures written from an ancient perspective. They didn't go by, they didn't identify each
as
other
black, right?
like races of people as black and white and yellow and brown
That's
and
why
whatever the fuck they do. No,
I believe the main reason they call us black is that they look at us as a race of people who are not enlightened. You see what I'm saying? Like our power source is just completely different from everyone else. The way we move, we're not enlightened. We don't believe in their God for the most part. If you get what I'm
you
saying.
know what it is. They view us. They identify us for what they truly want us to be, non-existent. So
Yeah.
that's really the term black comes. The motivations behind calling us black. That's where it comes from. We don't want to be. Wait, somebody got echo? Somebody got echo?
Not
No,
me.
go ahead and talk, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, go
okay.
ahead, bro.
I don't know. Yeah, but that's how they call us black because they want us to not never exist ever again. So that's part of the conditioning, right? They want us to be empty. They want us to never exist. So they give us a connotation that means nothing from a spiritual sense. Black means nothing. There's nothing there. You have no real identity. Nothing. Because even amongst the other quote unquote colors, brown people, yellow people, red, which is the mongoloid, they, to a certain degree, they're able to preserve an understanding of their lineage to a degree. So-called black people, they're not allowed to do that at all. Like so-called white people have put in so much effort to redefine so-called black people's identity, as in, either we're all from Africa, or you know, what is it, the curse of Ham? Where the fuck that is? I don't even know.
Yeah,
I'm
that
still
Mormon
I'm still
shit.
trying to figure it out right now. Like that's just bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They always trying to redefine. Not only is trying to define truly what it means to be so-called black, but they're always trying to change the definition, which trickles down to their little uh, so-called black pawns that they love to trot out in front of us every now and then to like
But
redefine what blackness is. So
the funny thing is they always like to throw you little hints here and there of who we really are.
That's
That's the
true.
funny part.
yeah,
That's true. And they'll throw out hints, and they'll also use puppets and pawns like Mister Ye himself that will let you know as well. But they have, of course, they have ulterior motives with it, which we're gonna continue on in this live stream. But I want to get this point right here by Not Solid X. He said the Edomite J-ish statements are facts. Problem is, he still has a globalist ideals ingrained. That's facts, and that he gonna touch on that a
yep,
little bit more in his synopsis right here of his points concerning the Jays. But what you said is absolutely correct. You think about it, like you said earlier, now Salah, with his rhetoric and in terms of his rhetoric, the language he uses is so globalist in origin and nature because it still doesn't denote a separation. He's pretty much trying to add an addition to, not separate, and that's part of his, globalist confusion with giving you nuggets of truth as well, which ultimately doesn't bring you to a firm grasp of understanding. Just leads to more confusion, which is why they allow these, which one of the reasons they allow these puppets to say some of the things they say on open forums like this. But I wanted to bring out something as well before we continue. You think about the concept of what we see race today in terms of how we see about color and whatnot, and why that is so confusing, and why that why that's even a thing really, to denote purity of white or Caucasian, and destruction and depravity and destruction of black or Negroid. That whole concept is a relatively new concept too, in
yep,
terms of seeing people based off of, and denoting people based off of a different color pattern, or a skin color, and whatnot. And it was actually by a man named, it actually came into prominence from a man named Johann Blumenbach, who is a German anthropologist who is famous for his work at the Gottenham School in Germany, who is the credited author for, or founder per se, of the three major in terms of the modern day, the three major racial classifications of people being the Caucasoid, the Negroid, and the Mongoloid. And you can actually watch a podcast, listen to a podcast called it's called How Race Was Made. Um, it's a podcast that basically goes into how the the modern translations of race and how it even came into effect, because they'll even tell you in the podcast that race traditionally was denoted by your nation and your tribe and your origin. That's your race, because that goes back to your seed line. That's your actual
Right.
race. But in think it was in 1762,
And
through that man
Swint,
Johann Blumenbach. Uh, you said what?
oh my bad. Go ahead. I think there's like a delay. Go ahead and finish your point because I was going to mention some since you mentioned the Göttingen school, right? Which school did you mention?
Yeah, the Gottingen
Cottagen.
School in
School
Germany.
School of History. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and finish
Yeah.
your point because I was going to add on to it.
No, I was just saying, like, I think it was around 1917, like the 1750s, 1760s, when that came into play. And that was the transition period from denoting a race based off of tribal lineage, tribal origin, nation based race, as opposed to color based race, which, of course, that came into effect via the white man, this specific white man being Johann Blumenbach in 19, I mean, I'm saying that 1750, 1760. So that's where the concept of modern day race comes from, sort of from a mainstream perspective. And that was the transition period from the old guard to the new standard today.
And just to add on to Swint's point about the Godin School of History, for those of you brothers who don't know, that's also where the modern day concept of quote unquote anti-Semitism comes from. To add on to Swint's point, it was actually, I believe it was in the 1780s where the term Caucasian was developed. But eventually, I believe it was like the 20th century. For those brothers who don't know, the 20th century is the 1900s, where that term Semitic or that racial classification Semitic was really basically put on the Caucasian, because the term Semitic in a racial sense, again, it was created by that school. That was around the early 1770s. But like the term Semitic, as we know now, applying to strictly Caucasians, that happened in the 20th century by a man named Carlton S. Kuhn. Which is a funny name.
That's ironic. That's ironic.
Yeah,
That's
but
ironic
basically,
right
through his research and findings, he classified the term Semitic to be strictly Caucasian races, meaning what? People who are quote unquote Indo-European and who are from the Caucasus Mountains, the Northwest Caucasus, and I believe the Southwest Caucasus. Because you got to remember, during this time period, the 19th century, the Caucasian man tried to say that they were the sons of Abraham, that they were Semitics. And that goes to the concept of quote unquote, the Semites being Caucasians, all African or Negro people being Hamitic, and then the quote unquote East Asian being Japhetic, which is also why you get those three concepts of quote unquote Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid. They try to break down the races of people in those three ways, even though that's really a fallacy, because all races of people come from the one, being the quote unquote Negroid.
Exactly. Just a derivative of that, that's definitely facts. So,
Well, actually, I just want to add on to that, because that's the issue right there. The issue is not them calling themselves Shemitic, because that is true. Edomites are Shemites. But the fact that they try to say that they're the only Shemites out here, it's like, come on, bro. That's so tacky. It's like, come on, man. Is it really that simple?
If most people knew history, they could say the fact that they're using this word anti-Semitism is racist in and of itself, because the term Semite, at least how it's been used today, was meant to strictly apply to quote unquote Caucasians, who we know historically is just not true.
Right.
That's why you'll never.
And my thing is,
you'll never hear someone. That's why you'll never hear a person who comes against the quote unquote Negroid looking Jews, or like the Jews that are in Ethiopia or parts of Egypt. If someone were to attack them or persecute them, you'll never hear that term anti-Semitic leveled at their opponent. It's only used when it's against the Caucasian.
You know what's so crazy though? How come they want to shout out anti-Semitism, but then at the same time they'll be quick to say that they're descendants of Japheth through Ashkenazi? But they call themselves Ashkenazi Jays.
Ashkenazi Jews.
Like, how is that possible?
Most people don't know anything about Ashkenazis.
That's what I'm saying. You guys just confused. Are you descendants of Japheth or descendants of Shem? Like, come on now, make up your mind. Because you can't shout out anti-Semitism if you're a descendant of Japheth through Ashkenazi.
But bro,
that won't work, bro.
I seen a live stream where a dude was talking about this subject, and he was like, I don't know what any of these words mean. We had to call up a dude that was like an Israelite, and he had to kind of break it down for him. But that's how people are. Like, they just see these words and they just never ever get into what they mean.
They just take it and run with them.
Facts. But continuing on though, Indigenous says, let me issue and control a nation's money, and I care not who writes the laws, by Mayor Rothschild. Facts. The money, who controls the money is who controls the power and who controls the world. That's just what it is. And also who controls the countries, because the countries are just corporations. Because it's all about paying off debt to the Federal Reserve, specifically in regards to America. Up C, down C, left C, right C. That's an interesting ass name right there.
Yeah.
You say I went back to the beginning of the stream, and y'all niggas do not stay on topic at all. Actually, my brother, if you actually listen to the stream, which you probably didn't, but if you actually listen to the stream, you can actually hear me say, let's have some fun with this. Y'all brothers, tell me your favorite Kanye album. and once after I said that, then we got into the topic of the rap. So you actually listen to the whole live stream, which I'm probably sure you didn't. You can actually hear me say that. So we did stay on top because I did know that we were going to go into that topic, my brother. But thank you for coming through, though.
And just ironically enough, the reason why we even got there is because that's how Nori started off the video, calling himself a musical genius. Exactly. And TKP decided to stop the video and go into that topic. But, in a way, you are right. So, that the beginning of that live stream is as crazy as your name. Ain't that something?
Damn.
We wilding out just like your name, right?
Y'all nigga. Facts, bro.
No comment.
Yeah, no comment.
Hey, we love everybody.
Appreciate the viewership, brother. Appreciate the viewership, brother.
No comment.
You got two ears for a reason, bro. If you listen to what was going on, you'll find the truth. Listen before you speak. But continuing on, Indigenous said Arthur Coast.
Arthur Coaster, that's the author of the 13th Tribe. Thank you, bro.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that, bro.
Oh yeah.
Turner Classic said that's why the Most High calls them beasts. Absolutely, they are beasts, and that's why the Most High also denotes them as He who destroyed the earth as well.
Yep.
Darren Glover said he came out the gate speaking some truth. He did come out speaking some truth. I mean, and this is not to denigrate Ye. He came out. I mean, it's not to denigrate him because he's doing what he's programmed to do anyway. So it's not to denigrate him. He has no control what he could say and do. You know what I'm saying? So it's not to denigrate him. He did come out speaking some truth, and we're gonna continue on into that. It's Shalom Rendy coming through, loyal brother coming through, supporting the stream once again. Appreciate you, my brother Rendy, showing love and supporting, man. Much love, and glad to have you here again, bro. But continuing on though,
and how they brought the money through when after Wall Street, when all of the like the Catholics, they wouldn't divorce people.
Right.
So the Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they first came into their money. So like say with me and Jay, with our culture, with the with the darker Jews. First of all, because you got
it just happens when anybody starts talking deep.
Okay.
Yeah,
with the darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of Israel, who we are, because we Jewish also. We from Africa also. We the blood of Christ. So Jew, just like the Jewish people, and now we're coming into money. But the main thing.
All right, so let's talk about that too, because there's some fallacies in that.
Blood of Moses.
All 12. He even, later on in the interview, he said he said he the modern Moses, bro. In this interview later on, he even said like some shit like that. He said, "I'm doing this. I'm freeing my people. I'm Moses," or some shit like that later on in this. But even in the even in that little small part he said right there was some fallacy in that. And that's the thing with these entertainers, these Israelite, so-called Israelite celebrities. They don't actually tell you the truth. I call it shock jock shit. They say stuff for clicks and views, shock jock value, but they don't actually give you any real understanding or knowledge. It's really they're put on these platforms to speak about these things, really to make a mockery of this truth, make a mockery of this knowledge, make you look crazy. That's what they really is doing, because that's what he said is incorrect from a variety of different standpoints. He said, number one, he said we're Jews also, denoting that they would be Jews too, which is wrong. And then number two, he said we're the 12 tribes, we're the lost 12 tribes, we're Jews. That's not true. There's only 3 tribes that denote Jew: the southern kingdom of Benjamin, Judah, or the kingdom of Judah being Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. So that's actually not true what he said, and that's the thing about it, bro. They don't actually tell you, like I said, they don't tell you the truth. They tell you things that may get views, may get clicks, may shine a light towards certain things, and then they have a lot of erotic language. And because notice after this point in the interview right here, that's when he started to kind of get more erratic with his tone and things he would say and whatnot. So it makes it seem like anyone who associates with this particular spiritual belief system or faith-based system has the same trait of someone like him. We're going to touch on other things that kind of we can say as well, but that's kind of what I see when I look at things like this, because it's not even, like, nothing he's saying is accurate. Because even though he did say us as black people, or so-called black people, are Jew, he also said that all 12 tribes are Jew, and that's not true.
And we're also from Africa. So we're from 12 tribes of Jews, and we're all from Africa, and all Jews are from Africa.
Exactly.
Somebody stop this, man. Oh my God.
Man. But that's the thing too. Like that's why you gotta take these influencers or these celebrities, what they say, with a grain of salt. They do speak some sort of knowledge, especially when they talk on deeper aspects, especially when it comes to the Bible. Some of them do speak, do give some insight to avenues of truth, but it can never be 100% accurate, because they don't want you to get 100% accurate understanding. They want you to kind of be all over the place and erratic in nature, like he's showing, in this interview right here as well. So, I mean, that's just from that standpoint, what he said is not factual.
What's next? Enoch wrote the book
Enoch. Got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about. I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 4.
And that's what I was saying as well in regards to the globalist theme, because he's trying to bring some sort of symbiotic relationship between black, and when he says black, he's talking about American black people, or black people of the Americas, or people of color of the Americas, because we know it's not just quote unquote black people, but people of color, of the Americas, and also throughout the world too. But he's speaking specifically more towards of the Americas. He's trying to bring some sort of close relationship between the people of color of the Americas and the FJs, the fake J's. You know what I'm saying? And it's like that could be, outside of what Ken said in regards to them also being Shemitic, there is no relationship, because we know the promise goes through 3 lineages. It goes through Abraham, it goes through Isaac, and it goes through Jacob. And So that puts an end to the relation, to the relationship in terms of some sort of family or some sort of togetherness type, you know, um, vibe he's trying to create or say, in this particular interview right here. There has to be, and that's the thing about it. Like these individuals are never going to tell you that there's a distinction that has to be made. We're not Jews. Also, we are Jews. Period.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's funny because when you actually dig deep into it and you say, oh, okay, these people are actually Shemitic, that's when they run and say, oh no, we're actually Japhetic, right? Because the whole
I know, right?
yeah, and now we're Japhetic now, yeah.
So how's the anti-Semitism then, dude? But here's the thing, right? Here's here's how they try to trick you, right? Because this is why you have to be studying the scriptures, man. I mean, there's a reason why I always joke about it, but why we should keep studying is therefore it's so important for a reason. Because this is how they try to trick you, right? They'll say, "Oh, well, you come from Abraham, I come from Abraham. Okay, you come from Isaac, I come from Isaac. You right,
Yep.
but do you come from Jacob? No, you come from Esau.
Yeah, it's the
Sorry,
God of Abraham, Isaac,
Isaac and
Jacob.
Jacob.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, brother.
Thank you.
Oh, nah. You don't even say, well, I'm a Hebrew too, because I come from Eber or Abar. Okay, I'll give you that. But, brother, are you from Jacob, though?
Yeah.
Or as the Muslims say, Yaqub. Fucking joke. Nope. Sorry. No, no. Nah. You can't be a Jew, brother. You're not a, well, you know what? You can't be a J, brother. You can't be a real J. Sorry. You got to be from Jacob to be a real J. Sorry. Can't give you that. Better luck next time. It's what it is. Yeah, it's racism, but it's just facts.
Exactly. I want to read this comment from Faithful Servant. He said, facts, bro. I want to read this comment from Faithful Servant. He said, "What was the name of the white man who dubbed black, white, Caucasian?" You see again, the one credited for a switch from lineage to color. It's a black, it's a Negroid or black, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid, which would be white. His name was Johann Blumenbach. He was a German anthropologist, and scientist.
Max said Ishmael. That's a whole other issue. That's a
When he
whole.
said, "Man said we Jewish," then says we from Africa. You got to say we come from all corners of the world, not just Africa. But thank you. That's the thing about it, man. They're not going to
Can't
give
say
you,
that.
because it's not real knowledge. It's just shock jock hearsay, things they programmed them to dispel to the masses.
Yep.
So they're not going to give you a full scope of understanding when it comes to the origin of black people in America, which is who we're speaking about primarily. He's not going to give you a full scope of understanding. It's going to be just things you can kind of brush off because it doesn't really have no real info behind it. It has no real substantive knowledge behind it. That's why when you see people react to things like this, they never really speak on. They react to the whole interview and they give this a topic 2 seconds of attention and they move on to the next topic. Because it doesn't really have no
Exactly.
knowledge, no real knowledge behind it. It's just something that he just says and he moves on.
Yeah, you got to ask yourselves, why do all these guys who have these big followings and they touch on the subject, why do they always sound like Gideon when they speak on anything?
Right. Exactly. We
Damn.
done went. We
Shout
done
out to
went all
him.
through. We done
Here we
went all
are.
through that,
Yep.
nigga. Going over that, man. So that's facts. And he does sound like Gideon when he speaks. It's not really. And I'll say Gideon even came with more stuff. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Gideon come with
Yeah,
more
he was a little
knowledge.
better than Kanye.
He's better than Kanye. Yeah. He come with more knowledge. So
Because if,
that's the thing.
cause,
These are individuals who you know are programmed to come onto the forefront, on major podcast type networks or even mainstream television and say these things. There's a reason as to why. There's a limit to what they can tell you, and there's a reason as to why they're doing what they're doing as well.
cause I look at it like this, right? Even if who said that? I think it was Randy, right? Yeah. Even if Randy, right? Even if what Randy said, Kanye said about coming from all four corners of the planet, at this point in time, which is meant to fulfill prophecy, right? Even if he said that, I guarantee you he wouldn't be able to explain that shit correctly. He would use that fact from the scriptures to try to promote globalism. Guarantee you he would. Because he was like, oh, four corners, we're all Israelites.
Yeah.
All the world is like, oh God. No, Kanye, no. Just
All
like,
children of
no,
Abraham
Kanye.
and stuff like that. Yeah.
We're all
And
children of Abraham.
mm-hmm.
Ah,
That's the limit at which they can go to, and it makes the concept seem erratic and foolish when you don't actually give no real substantive knowledge behind it. You know what I'm saying? That's why for brothers who have any sort of understanding, we can see that these particular people are being used to shape and frame um a thinking pattern from other people about people like us who believe in the same general sentiments about us being of the stock of the 12 tribes of Israel. That's why they do things like this. But continue on to the live stream. Let's continue.
Before said, I don't know about Jay giving up Jewish business secrets. And these secrets,
we talk about building up the properties and stuff like that.
Yeah, these secrets they not finna be a secret no more. Like if somebody tells me something, it's like, yo, I want to tell you this, but it's a secret. I'm like, I'm not your personal hard drive. Like if you want to be a secret, don't tell me. I'm not here to keep nobody's secrets because it's only the truth that's gonna set us free. And what they do is the music industry, they'll take, in the entertainment period, they'll take one of us, the brightest of us, right, that can really feed a whole village, and they'll take us and milk us till we die, and then Stevie Wonder's son got to get a job.
I want to say this on that right there too, because that's a common theme that you'll see with a lot of entertainers, because a lot of entertainers have a very high ego themselves, because they've accomplished a lot in regards to from a societal perspective, and they have a lot of talent, and brothers should be applauded for their talent. Ye is a very talented, brother. There's no doubt about it. We had a whole hour, say a whole 45 minutes talking about his music, and that's the other conversation about rap. These brothers are extremely talented. Don't get twisted. But they're not the best and the brightest among us, though. You know what I'm saying? These entertainers are not our brightest, and we're the only community that denotes our brightest denotes our brightest by entertainment. LeBron James, motherfucking Kanye West, Jay-Z, even some of these speakers, man, who prop themselves as intellectuals. Exactly. Michael Eric Dyson. Let's take it there. Martin Luther King. Malcolm X. Rizza Islam. Brother Ben X. My son. All of these niggas, man.
Oh man, you forgot the biggest one, brother. You forgot the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Ifan Tunde.
Oh, yeah. You can't forget.
You forget the Prince of Pan-Africanism.
Can't forget Ifan Tunde, man.
Shame on you, bro.
Dr. Umar Johnson himself. All these are not our best and our brightest. You know what I'm saying? These are individuals who they've given a microphone to, and they may speak with some sort of understanding, but these are not, these are not extreme intellectuals. These are not brothers who come with any sort of substantive knowledge, understanding that's going to actually lead our people in the right direction. That's actually lead our people in a righteous, positive direction. And I'm not saying that any of us are worthy of that title. I'm just saying that, those aren't the brothers, to do it. They have talent. Some of them are great public speakers, great rappers, great basketball players, football players. They have studied a particular subject well, and they know that subject, even if the subject is, race theory, BS, they still have studied that subject well. But these are not our best and our brightest. We're the only community that denotes our best and our brightest by the various forms of entertainment. And,
the best and our brightest are usually, like you said, when it comes to entertainment, they're usually people who say a lot of big words and they worship women. Those are our best and our brightest, man.
Facts.
Yep.
Facts. Facts, bro.
Women
well, here's the ironic part. Right. What's his name? Farrakhan. If you want to get to heaven, He's already here on earth. Cause heaven is in a woman. I'm like, what's wrong with this nigga? Too old for this shit. Oh my
And also too, I want to say this was not to disrespect any of those brothers, like especially some of the more prominent ones I mentioned, like Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. It's not to discredit those brothers, but they did have ties that are not commonly spoken about in mainstream society that has to be mentioned. If you want to prop them up on some level of some high intellectual who led our people to some sort of prominence, you got to also speak the whole truth about them, you know. And the organizations behind them as well, going into the Black Civil Rights era and the Nation of Islam. You know, you got to speak
yeah.
which I'm not going to get into all of that, but you got to speak the truth about those people if you want to coin them or give them the proverbial crown of best and brightest. You know what I'm saying? The whole stuff needs to be out about them so that people know. But like I said, you know, those brothers are talented in what they do. No disrespect, but you know, they're entertainers nonetheless, and that's just the fact of the matter.
And here's the ironic part about what Kanye said. He said, you know, he takes the best and the brightest and they milk you dry. Well, nigga, how long they been milking you? Because nigga,
Exactly.
you you've been a big deal since 2004. So I'm confused. Like, do you fit that category, or are you just one of the random cows that just so happened to get off the ranch? Like, you let me know, bro. Because I find it hard to believe that you haven't
Exactly.
been milked. You have been milked heavily over the over the past 20 years, dog. Maybe I'm
Mm-hmm.
tripping. Maybe I'm missing something.
Exactly. Like he's speaking about it from a perspective of, you know, I'm the exception to this. It's like, bro, no, you are one of the main rules to
No,
this. Actually, to be honest,
exactly.
you know, and it's just interesting. It's funny, you know, the perspective they're coming from. But that's why going back to the title. That's what I'm saying. Like, yes, the quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites are being attacked, and the main ones who are attacking the quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites are the mainstream people who are promoting the concept to the masses. Because what they do
Mm-hmm.
is they paint an image of what quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelites are, which of course Kanye, you know, he didn't use the term Black Hebrew Israelite or BHI. Him even speaking about Black people being of the stock of the 12 tribes of Israel, quote unquote, also, as he mentioned, that you group people by association. You know, like for example, we can tell, like someone who's heard of the concept of Israelite, maybe watching some camp videos, right? May say, you know, they've heard about the Israelites. And if we tell them that we're an Israelite as well, they'll associate us with whatever camp they watched. You see what I'm saying? Even if you
Mm-hmm.
tell them, I'm not part of that. I'm an Israelite, yes. I believe in a lot of things they say, yes, but I'm not down with that organization. They'll still group us with that organization and the antics and the character of that organization as well. That's what they're doing with this promotion of the Black Hebrew Israelite, you know, movement in mainstream. And I hate to even call it a movement, but that's what it is. A movement in mainstream society. You know, they're grouping everyone who's associated with such a term with the same character and, you know, the same outward expression, you know, as the puppets who dispel the term to the people in mass number.
Yeah.
Because none of us will ever have the platform of someone like a Ye or someone like a Big Sean or who other celebrities, Nick Cannon, Deshaun Jackson, you know, Kendrick Lamar, Kodak, some of these individuals. None of us ever had a platform in terms of the people that we can reach and influence as these individuals. So that's going to be who a Hebrew Israelite is or a Black Hebrew Israelite is to most people. It's going to be that
Yep.
representation.
We're not allowed to have nuance when it comes to this. So they're just going to paint a big, pretty picture on someone with a lot of influence. And that's what a Hebrew Israelite is. There's no
Exactly.
nuance to it.
Exactly. Exactly. But let's continue.
Right. But Cameron Azoff got a job at Apple. He's already set up because of the way Azoff is connected and we have to make our own connections. That's what I saw. What I loved about it, I love Dove just as a human being.
And this is the guy from Adidas?
Dove is from American Apparel.
Okay.
But I'm talking about put out my White Lives Matter tee. The White Lives Matter tee don't say nothing. It don't say DEF CON or nothing on it, right? I'm like, put it out. And he's telling me like, yo, I want you to visit the Holocaust Museum. And I was like, yo, I want you to visit Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum.
That's heavy right there, man. That's probably the realest thing he said in this interview, bro.
It might have been that and the Democrat comment
That's probably the realest
about
thing he said,
black
man.
women voting for Democrats. That shit was funny.
When it comes to that, I mean, I get what he's trying to say, but something like abortion, it's like I feel like that's something you choose. Like that's not something that's forced upon you, right? Now, when you dig deeper, it is put in your face and it is geared towards you and it is promoted to you in, I guess, like a sort of brainwashing. Certain demographics are told about it more, if you get what I'm saying. So it's not a forced thing, but it's not. They're not. How would I say? They're not telling you not to do it either, right? They're not telling you that. Oh man, this is too many babies dying. We should pull back on that, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's incentivized low key. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I was just going to say what you're saying. What you're saying is true, and it's not the same thing in the sense of, you know, when you have a conversation about the quote unquote Holocaust, you know, nobody is going to say that that's a good thing. Yeah. Abortion, people, unfortunately, so unfortunately, you're going to have a good portion of people that's going to say, oh, that's cool. My body, my choice. So it's like, from a moral person's point of view, what he said there was heavy. But for a lot of people today, because they're spiritually retarded, that's just light. They're going to be like, okay.
That's a good point.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Like,
I'm sorry, but an 8-month abortion, man, that's crazy to me, man. Like,
yeah, that's wild. What's even crazier is the postpartum abortions as well. That's wicked. I mean, it's all.
That's wild.
Wicked, but that's downright, disgusting.
And what's even crazier
satanic,
is they don't even see the trap. Oh my bad, you were kind of lagging out.
Oh my fault. I was just saying that's downright satanic. The postpartum abortions. That's disgusting, man. That truly is disgusting. I mean, it's all nasty, but that's truly disgusting, bro.
And I just wanted to correlate this to the live stream we did about AI, right? They don't even understand the trap they're putting themselves in when they try to determine what life is, right? Because if you want to throw that up in the air, now you give them the power to say life is anything we want it to be. So you're not alive or you're not a real human being until you're this age now, right? Whereas before, once a woman found out she was pregnant, that's a life in there. Oh no, that's a fetus. That's not a life. Okay, you want to play those games. When transhumanism becomes a thing, and we're already seeing this now with real women, right? They're not even allowed to call themselves women anymore. What is it? What's the term?
A cis woman.
A cis woman or a biological something, right? But now they can't even call themselves women, and they can't assume the positive parts of their gender role, which the parts that they don't. All the parts of their gender role is positive, but the parts that they actually like. Now they don't have anything at all.
they ain't got nothing now. So
exactly.
But I kind of see that tying into the whole transhumanism thing when you try to say what a life is and what life isn't. So that's a trap in itself.
There's so many mental traps. You really got to be in the scriptures, man.
Facts.
A lot of people are gonna be so confused when this shit falls apart, and now it's time to figure out, okay, what's important or what you believe in, man.
Everybody gonna be forced to make a choice. It is what it is. Everybody gonna be forced to make a choice, and speaking on that point right there, the people who choose to make the choice of siding with the spiritual belief system and faith, especially when it comes to the concept of being a BHI or a Black Hebrew Israelite are going to be the ones who are the most outcast. I mean, that's even prophesied. I mean, let's go to Second Esdras real quick, man. You know, let's go to Second
I could
Esdras, the
kill him with
16th
it.
chapter.
Second
Let's
Ezra.
And this is
you said
the
what?
longest we've ever went without precepts.
I know, right? I know, right? Hey, man, it's, a lot of
2 hours
explaining.
of
You
no
know what I'm saying?
precepts.
A lot of explaining, man. Shit. But this is Second Esdras, chapter 16 and 70. For there shall in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen. They shall be tried as gold in the fire. Hear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord, behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for God is your guide, and let the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts saith the Lord God, let not your sins weigh you down, let not your iniquities lift up themselves. So, there is going to be that time period is going to come with that great insurrection or the great, rampage or, stampede or whatever you want to call it against
Yeah.
those
Well,
that truly fear the Most High in truth and sincerity.
yeah. Let's
Go ahead.
cross reference that. Well, let's spiritually cross reference that. I'm gonna go to Revelation 2, starting at verse 8, and to the angel of the church of Smyrna write these These things says the first and the last, who was dead and came to life. I know your works, tribulation, and poverty, but you are rich. And I know the blasphemy of those who say are Jews and are not, but are a
Hmm.
synagogue of
Hmm.
Satan. Do not fear any of those things which
Yep.
you are about to suffer. Indeed, the devil is about to throw some of you into prison that you may be tested, and you will have tribulation 10 days, quote unquote 10 days. We don't know what that necessarily means. Be faithful unto death, and I will give you the crown of life. He who has an ear, let him hear that the Spirit says to the churches. And wait, let me say it again. He who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says to the churches. He who overcomes shall not be hurt by the second death. So that's basically in a shorter version saying what Malak was saying in Second Ezra. So for some that persecution will come. So hey, we don't know who that's going to be necessarily. We don't even know if that time's going to come to pass in our times now. But it's just to give you a an understanding of what situations like these and other celebrities and things of that nature are meant to set up from a controlled opposition perspective. So I mean, it is what it is with
Opposition.
guys like Kanye West. And yeah, these things have to come to pass because it's prophecy. So hey, if you want to be a crybaby about it, hey, I'll let you worry about all that. It is what it is.
And it's I just
Hmm.
want to add
And
on
that's the thing. My fault, go ahead, bro.
yeah, my bad. You were kind of lagging behind me. My bad. You can hear me though, right?
That could, yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in Second Esdras, he also taught when he asked Uriel about how much more we'd have to go through. He tied it to birth, right? A woman giving birth, once those 9 months come, she can't hold it in no longer, right? So there's gonna have to
Yep.
be a certain level of wickedness going on to where the things can't keep going on the way they're going, and the Most High just pulls the plug on the society. And I kind of see things. I would say things would probably start moving faster once they really start getting us into this digital age that we're about to head into, right? Because now
Yep.
you're completely away from anything that's natural. You know what I mean? You're building a society based on 100% man. So yeah.
Facts. It is going to be a society based 100% off man, and it's not even just going to be just the the technological or the technocratic, architecture architecture and the structure of these said cities, countries, etc. It's also going to be in regards to the people who are of these, these different type of communities and whatnot, because the people are going to be mixed and hybridized, in terms of you know reception structure, DNA authorization, things of that nature. So it's not so just how Kanye is right now. That's going to be the average person. Now you may say, "What? He's not a robot." It's not about your outward appearance. It's about your
Allegedly.
internal. Exactly. It's about your internal hard drive. Are you programmable? Which is when you become a human hybrid machine, you are programmable because machines are programmable, and the mechanism of that programming, we'll see what it is. It could be just the thing, the the signature in your hand, or it could be things that lead up to that as well. We'll see, but
Yeah, if you're
the
not a robot like everyone else, they'll be able to tell you from everyone else. So that goes into
exactly,
what you just read.
exactly,
Robots
exactly.
dragging you out of your house, man.
Exactly, because they'll be programmable. As we like,
Yep.
all the human beings will be programmable, and and
Hmm.
anyone who kind of is against that particular lifestyle, belief system, or you just against the modern or that new modernized way to think of being,
Hmm.
it's going to be automatically associated with a terrorist group, or because they're going to cast you as somebody who is against the well-being of society, against the well-being of human mankind or whatnot. And with right now, with what these you know influencer celebrity puppets who are framing a perception of what a black Hebrew Israelite is, or a Hebrew Israelite is being somebody who's anti-system, but not really for a specific reason, knowledge based, knowledge wise, or you know intellectual wise, but just because they don't like white people, or just because they're mad that someone else took their heritage. Which I'm not saying that's not correct, but still, you know, it's the framing of it is from an erratic, just because type nature, not from a strong standpoint of understanding and knowledge. And that's going to pave the way for the mass perception of it, of how they view people like us in mainstream society, and these celebrities are kind of helping that aid and go along. So it is what it is.
Yep, little by little, and all it
Yep,
takes.
yep.
Well,
I'm like,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. No, I was going to say because you did you did discuss one point, but when we were talking about this before, like this past week or so, you was going to go into, but I was going to say it right now, but I'll let you do it on your own because we're going to go
Cool,
on.
cool.
yo, I
Oh, we
put my
finally
life
cooking.
on this.
You said what?
Oh, I was about to say we finally cooking. I see you a little bit further in the video.
We've been cooking. We've been on this part for like the past about hour, bro.
My bad. I had to step away for a little bit.
You good, man? I feel you, man. I feel you. I feel you. I understand, bro. I understand, bro.
You had an emergency, guys. You had an
I
emergency. It's
understand.
all
I understand, dog.
Hey, but we
We
back in
good.
the spirit, man. Let's get back to cooking.
We good. We good.
At this point, because they've been fucking with me too long. They put the
Uh-oh.
crazy narrative out there. My Jewish trainer, Harley Pasternak, who's Lizzo's trainer,
She got a trainer.
put it out when I went to the hospital, put it in the press. I got a bunch of
I just want to say something real quick because I have noticed a lot of people will come at Kanye. Well, Kanye, well, why do you have a Jewish trainer? Why do you have a Jewish quote unquote accounting or Jewish? It's not their fault. You're the one who decided to hire them. Allegedly, he did. And this is delving it into a little bit of a 3D perspective, but most likely that trainer is one of his handlers.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it real.
Yep.
All these
Yeah,
quote unquote J people around him who are quote unquote Kanye's employees, it's most likely his handlers. That's a different topic.
And they also
I
had
probably
a
would.
Jew. They also had a
I was
J
gonna say.
executive. I was gonna say
My
they
bad.
also
Go
had
on.
a
Go on.
J.
Go on.
They also have a J executive who was at this particular interview with Kanye. He's not shown, but he was kind of there in the background or whatnot. And he was a J. He more than likely was one of Kanye's handlers as well, making sure he doesn't making sure he doesn't go too off, because they want him to say these things, but they want to make sure he doesn't go too off the wall with what he says, doesn't reveal too many things.
Yeah, they do this all the time too. Like, remember, I think it was the episode of The Shop where Draymond Green started flapping his mouth. He was saying a little bit too much, where he's just like, the reason they treat us this way is because they know who we are. And then he started, like, of course he didn't mention the word Israelite or anything along those lines. If he would have did, they would have had to shut down that episode. But I'm trying to remember the Caucasian who was there at the show, who was a moderator. Wasn't it like
I forgot his name right now. Jon Stewart. That was the word. I believe that's his name. Jon Stewart. I believe that was him. I believe that's his name. I know you're talking about, but I believe that's his name.
Yeah, it was Jon Stewart. You're correct. So they had, like, literally, it's a whole panel of, like, former athletes and entertainers, all black people. Then you just have Jon Stewart there.
I know, right?
It doesn't make sense. It's not like Jon Stewart was an athlete. So why is he on
Not
the
even
shop?
close. Exactly. But shit, that trainer question.
I was going to say, if you watch that conversation that they have in the shop, as soon as Kanye starts delving a little bit deep, then Jon Stewart is able to reel him back in and, enforce that globalist mentality where it's like, the human race and it's about mankind coming together. It was just fun.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to say that question for Kanye, that question only should be for Lizzo, because that motherfucker need to be fired. Just be Kanye's handler. I don't know what the fuck that motherfucker handling on Lizzo, but it definitely is that damn weight, boy. The fuck going on there? Like, what is he, the vocal trainer? The vocals or some shit? There's got to be something. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's sure ain't no weight trainer.
Shit, she need about 3 of them motherfuckers right there, boy. She need a lipo at this. No, never mind. She don't need a lipo. We do it the natural way. Never mind. I was gonna go too far. But that Lizzo's training. No. That nigga cat. That's Kanye's lying, guys. He's lying. That's not true. He's just talking. That's real. That's not real. That's speculation. That's alleged. Lizzo does not have a trainer, guys. That's alleged. That's just a rumor. Oh boy, Lizzo got a trainer. Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, that's funny. That's pretty bad trainer then, to be honest.
That's a body positivity trainer. That's what that is.
That trainer don't know what the fuck you doing. Oh yeah, not solid. I had some technical issues, but we back now. But Wendy said, I remember he even came out and said handler word for word in one of them interviews. He did.
Yep,
I remember he did.
Tucker Carlson, he said it.
He did. Yep, he did.
Tucker Carlson, he definitely said it there.
We're gonna get to some more of those, but just a little bit more in this, because after this point, he kind of goes to the entertainment shit, and I'm not really trying to focus on that.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
Continuing on in this.
Your friends that went to the hospital and didn't go to the press. They did that just like they did in the documentary on the 3rd episode to say, we love Ye like the rest of y'all. We know he a genius like the rest of y'all, but sometimes you got to turn the camera off on him. So they'll go and get a dude that's supposed to be my friend that's been taping me the whole time and buy this nigga out for $30 million.
I thought you co-signed that.
I ain't co-signing, but you get used to that. Paparazzi taking a picture of you. You ain't getting no money off it. Right. You just get used to getting screwed by the Jewish media. And I'm saying, y'all done poked the bear too fucking long.
But see, you think about this too. Like he's talking about you getting screwed by the Jewish media. He's referring to that, the Kanye documentary with the dude that allegedly been following him his whole career and all that shit. Whatever, man. But whatever.
Yo, Swint, you there? Or is it just my audio?
No,
I I can't hear him. Sometimes
Yeah, Swin just he gone, bro.
he'll lag out and then just speed up when he comes back, and it's like, oh shit.
No, yeah, it happens at time, man. But like, yeah, they don't want the Swin getting out his point. So we just get back. We'll just get back onto the fact that they mentioned Kanye mentioned his handlers. Now, it is true that this entire situation is controlled to a certain degree, but I still do believe that Kanye is breaking down right now, and they're just trying to control the breakdown as best as possible. That's why they're allowing him to go out and express himself, so he has a sense of freedom. At least in his mind, he thinks he's free, but he's still being watched and coached and guided. See, in his mind, he thinks he's breaking free of his programming, his controlling, but everything is still being orchestrated. That's why, even on the side, it's kind of funny. For those of you brothers who've seen the interview with Kanye and I think, what's his name, Piers Morgan, this is how I can tell that Kanye has been put under deep mind control. Because at one point during the interview, he refers to Piers Morgan as what's the name of the Kardashian mom? What's her name? Chris? Yeah, he calls Piers Morgan Chris in the interview. That caught me off guard too. He's like, Chris, stop it. And I was just like, Chris. And I was like, wow. That kind of stood out to me because it's actually funny. Earlier in the Piers Morgan interview, he refers to speaking of Kanye, he refers to Piers Morgan as a Karen, which was kind of hilarious. But the fact that he calls him a Karen and also at one point refers to him as Chris is basically saying, you telling me the same things that Kris Jenner does. Which lets you know that basically all these characters in Kanye's life or his narrative are meant to reinforce a certain message in his mind. Because if he's equating Piers Morgan to Chris, then I guarantee you a lot of the same tactics that Piers Morgan was using on his platform to kind of rein him in, Chris does the same thing. It's just Piers wasn't good at it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a very good point. And then he already apologized for the Big Floyd situation. So he's just backpedaling big time.
And I do see what you mean. I wish we could pull up the comments, but Swin isn't here because he said I took the Chris line as sarcasm. I can see where you're coming from, but Kanye is no disrespect to the brother Kanye. He's so scatterbrained and his mind is just going in so many different directions. I honestly think he could have just accidentally said Chris because he was frustrated. Because you can even tell in that interview with Piers Morgan, like he was kind of rocking in his seat back and forth. He kind of looked all over the place. That's a sign of frustration. So he was probably getting mad at what Piers was saying, and it kind of came out of his mouth. What did they call it? Freudian slip?
Yeah, he was the opposite of Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate held himself pretty well on Piers Morgan. Kanye,
I'm gonna just review Andrew Tate. He might have had more comportment, but Kanye was able to dominate that argument more with Piers Morgan. Andrew Tate, Piers Morgan didn't let Andrew Tate get a goddamn word in half the time.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just saying, like, Andrew, the way he was able to respond when he actually got the chance to, he handled himself a lot better than Kanye, because Kanye at that point, it was like he was frustrated. Like, he was frustrated at the fact that he's caught up in that maze. You know what I mean? He's just caught up in his life. Like, it's like he was frustrated at the fact that he can't get free, which might be the whole fraudulent slip with Chris, because it's like he's looking at Chris right now, because Chris is probably his main handler and he can't get free at all. Like that white lady off from Get Out.
And looking at what Indigenous said, he said it thought it was in reference to Chris Cuomo. I didn't even consider that. That could be a possibility as well. But when I heard
he was
Chris,
on that too.
I just related to the fact that he was calling Pierce a Karen. Because I'll be honest, you ask Kanye, he probably thinks Chris is a Karen too.
Yep.
So that's how I was able to make that a comparison, you know.
Damn, how do y'all both connect at the time?
y'all can hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Got rid of both of y'all. Edom got rid of both of y'all.
Can you hear me now? Because I was talking.
Oh,
Yep.
you was gone too, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
bro.
dang! I
Yeah.
didn't even realize Hitman was talking
That's
too
why.
loud.
That's why I had to leave and
I
come back. But then
I
Malak
do
was
me
here.
through both. I do me through both y'all.
But
God
yeah,
damn.
we were just I was just talking about the fact that how a lot of these different characters that we see on TV in these interviews, quote unquote, are just people who are meant to handle Kanye and to kind of guide him along a certain process. And the reason I made that analogy, I compared Piers Morgan with Chris Jenner, because there was one point in the interview where Kanye was frustrated and even referred to Piers Morgan as Chris. Now, the other brother, I think his name was Indigenous, and Indigenous. He thought it was in reference to Chris Cuomo. I didn't even think of that. But the reason why I equated it to Chris Jenner, because there was also a point in the interview where Kanye referred to Piers Morgan as a Karen. So I was like, okay, he's basically the way Piers Morgan was talking to Kanye, and the way he was kind of being a little bit dismissive, disrespectful. And Piers Morgan does do this a lot. He'll try to tell a person, no, this is what you should think, and this is what you should say, which is very, very Karen-like, if we're going to be real. And Chris Jenner probably does the same thing to Kanye in real life.
And what I was saying when you said that, I agree. I like how you put that, because I can kind of see the same thing with Draymond Green, how you guys brought him up, about how he's there, but he's not completely there, and their programming breaks, and they got to be rung back in. So I definitely see that.
Hey, remember
That's
with
true.
Draymond Green too? He had a glitch a few years back too.
Yeah, he was just staring into the camera for
Yeah,
not in the camera, but he was just staring in the audience for like
It's
3
space,
minutes.
Yeah.
Was that Jalen Rose or Draymond Green?
It was both of them niggas.
That was Draymond.
Oh shit.
Jalen Rose had one too.
Yeah, I didn't see Draymond Green.
I thought his was slight. I thought it. Yeah, Draymond's was bad, and Shaq's was bad too. Shaq had one on
Shaq's
TNT.
was terrible.
That shit was terrible, bro.
Shaq was
He had that get out look. He had that get out face on it. That's why his shit looked so crazy. At least Draymond was smiling. That nigga Shaq looked traumatized. Like he looked like the nigga from Get Out when he was in the chair, nigga.
One of his eyes went sideways, bro. That shit was crazy, bro.
That shit was weird.
Hey,
That's crazy.
This is a good comment from Not Solid. Not Solid said, if you look at Kanye's eyes in certain frames, he looked dead inside. In the Piers Morgan interview, he did look dead inside. He looked like he was like his energy was drained. You know, I mean, honestly, man, you think about it. You know, who knows what's going on behind the scenes between this Drink Champs interview and the Piers Morgan, because on the Piers Morgan was the one where he kind of pseudo apologized. So who knows what kind of things he went on with him behind the scenes that kind of drained his energy and took the life out of him.
But look at Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan looks like he's dead when you look in his eyes. He looks like a whole robot, man. Like these people have no soul. Like when he's talking, you can tell he's just reading a teleprompter or whatever. Like he's whatever they tell him to do, he does it. These people are all dead inside, and that's why the scriptures tell you what do you gain? You gain the whole world, but you lose your soul.
Your soul.
Yeah. What's the point?
Yep. And when he said,
"But Kanye,
yeah." When he said both y'all to that iconic COJ break that he does in his videos, facts. He do be doing that shit. Hey man, maybe let me stop. Let me stop.
Oh snap!
Yeah, no. Turner Classic said Jalen was watching the game, getting mic'd up. So
that's what it's in reference to. I agree with Turner Classic, bro. Like it didn't look that bad.
That didn't look that bad.
That nigga was staring at the game. He was eyes peeled to the game, then, bro. I mean,
yeah, but like it was. It was like a 10. It was like a 10-minute second clip. It wasn't like 30. No, fuck that. Shaq was staring at his face for like 2 minutes, bro.
Yeah, Shaq.
And Shaq was bad. That shit was so bad, bro. Everybody else was normal on the set. Ernie was just talking, and nigga Shaq had this like traumatized look on his face, like he saw a ghost or some shit.
But
I was like,
Jalen Rose, I can see. I give him an excuse because maybe he was just in the zone, like just looking at the game, just like
Like
okay,
watching the game. The game must have been that
yeah,
good, maybe.
yeah. But Shaq, yeah, that
Nah, Shaq ain't no excuse for that shit, bro. Ain't no excuse for that shit.
I mean, ain't no excuse for the
Hell
Shaq
no.
or for the Draymond one, but either. But I
Yeah,
don't
Draymond
know.
neither.
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. On the Jalen, well, I don't know. I don't know. Bro.
Shaq was definitely the worst. I mean, Draymond's was
Yeah,
definitely bad, but Shaq was the worst. That nigga Shaq looked scared as fuck. I was like,
he
what is
did.
this nigga Shaq looking at?
Definitely had him a glitch. Up C down C said the Caucasian Jay likes to sit in the midst of the so-called black gatherings to play a moderating role. Facts. To act like an ally, but really keeping watch on the conversation happens all the time. Facts, facts,
Yep.
facts, facts,
Yep.
facts. Like you said, they'll sit in the midst of the so-called black man. But it's funny when you look at the positioning too. They'll sit in the midst, but they're also kind of off to the side too. You know, to kind of show that they're the overseer of the conversation. Like it'll be like if you got like a circle of so-called black men. So you got Draymond, LeBron, Lisa Leslie, or one Lisa Leslie. Who else be on that shit?
Uh,
LeBron's man, Maverick Carter, and somebody
yeah.
else. All so-called black people, mostly men, with the
Brandon
exception of
Marshall's been
maybe
on there too.
Brandon Marshall as well.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson's been on there, with the exception of
Yeah.
Lisa Leslie being a woman. And then
Hmm.
you have that circle. Then you'll have the J
Like
who's kind of like
overseeing it.
Yeah.
in the circle, but off to the side a little bit too, kind of overseeing the conversation.
Hmm.
You know, to basically kind of show you the distinction. And yeah, these the entertainers, they're going to speak about these things, but I'm here to oversee and kind of butt in if need be. But I'm kind of off to the side as well because this is their conversation, not mine. So it's kind of like a even just in the positioning, you can see you know who's calling the shots behind the scenes per se, because people think, oh, that's LeBron's show. Okay, but who's
Yeah.
really calling the shots behind the scenes? They even show you that in the positioning based off of who kind of sits off to the side and oversees the conversation. But
Hmm.
that's just kind of what goes on in those shows as
Like
well.
a security
But
camera.
exactly, Randy said. Now that you guys mention it, always notice how in the shot episodes always one Caucasian who is so out of place in the group. Facts. That must be the handler for that specific episode. Exactly. Exactly. They're
Yep.
not really. They don't fit the vibe and the cadence of
At
the
all.
show at all. But they have them there. Why? Exactly. They stand out. They got to have them there. You know, got to have them there. Because you think about it, the conversation ain't got nothing to do with them. You know what I'm saying? They
Nope.
can't. They can't even really relate to what's being spoken about. They ain't played the game. They haven't gone through the so-called black experience. On and off the court, on or off the court or the field. What do they? What unless you're talking about a business-based topic, what did it even have to relate to what the niggas are talking about on the show? You know, so it's showing you
Maybe
who they
maybe
are,
they've been their
what's
birthday
going on.
bash. Maybe they've been to birthday bash once or twice.
Hey, there's a lot of J's here, bro. There's a lot of J's in the A, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Up C down C say it's routine, bro. They've been doing that for decades. Got to keep tabs on all development facts. It's how to maintain the empire. Exactly, exactly. They because you think about it, the talent. You know what I'm saying? If the talent also had the business acumen to
There it goes
not
again.
again, not again.
Yo, man.
No.
Yeah, not playing, boy.
I was just about to say
God.
too. They don't let the bruise in the dough, right? To
They,
keep them under control. They let them in the
oh
dough to
my
keep them under
God.
control,
In this
man.
wicked industry to shine the light. Oh
Yeah,
man.
of course, when the topic is about the Jays, the
Yeah,
Yep.
bro,
the
this is the
technical
most
issues
they've
are at the
ever done.
worst.
Yep.
It's
This might be the
hilarious.
worst since that time where two people get deleted off the stream. We come back and then the next two people get deleted. Oh my
Dang,
God.
bruh. Y'all can still hear me though, right?
No, yeah, we can hear you
Yeah.
just fine. We can
Okay.
hear you just fine. You haven't been canceled yet, bro. You know.
You're safe for now.
They trying to let bro know, like, dang, bro, you just came back and you wilding already.
The host is wilding again. Oh my god.
I really do
Somebody
believe
please.
there's some people behind the scenes at YouTube that just be having fun with this kind of stuff, bro. Like they got so much
Oh, of
power
course.
on who can do
Get
what.
it. Shout out to
Well, just
Sneeko.
gotta remember, all YouTube is, it's just an extension of Google at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, really.
And do you know who's the current CEO of Google?
Who is it now?
Oh, some Indian dude named Sundar Pichai. I just looked
Was
it up.
that
He's probably an Edomite too.
that's not the Facebook dude, is it? Because there's another
This is for
Indian
Google.
dude that used to work with Facebook. No, but I'm saying there was another Indian dude that used to work with Facebook.
I have no idea. I would have to look him up.
It's probably not though.
But honestly, who knows? Because a lot of these major corporations, they kind of just rotate dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a dude will go from
He's probably an Edomite,
Google
bro.
to Tesla, and then from Tesla, all of a sudden he's working for the World Health Organization.
Yeah, they always do this during a recession every time.
Uh huh. He's an Edomite, bro. I'm convinced. That Indian dude's probably an Edomite.
All right, you back, man?
Guess who's back? Back again.
Can y'all hear me now? Y'all hear me now?
We can hear you now. So we might
for now
let a little bit of the video run because they trying to cut you off every second.
I'm saying, man, this shit stay happening, bro. Like I could do a lot of work on my computer and I should be fine all the time. But then when I want to do a live stream, the shit want to start fucking up. You know, like this shit crazy, bro. But let me share my screen again and then let's go back into
we can put this to the test. When we do the rap live stream, I bet you it'll go smooth as hell.
Facts.
I mean, to be honest, the first hour went smooth. The
first hour was smooth.
Facts. Hey man,
Oh my
Satan,
god.
that nigga Satan got eyes and ears everywhere, bro. He's always lurking. Nigga. Hey, what's the scripture? What's that scripture? To go about like a roaring lion, nigga. You know,
1 Peter 5:8, nigga.
Thinking who you made devour, right?
Yep.
Oh my god. So you're safe, TKP, for now.
Thanks, bro.
Oh man.
I'm gonna let y'all know right now, the devil is a
Can
defeated
y'all hear this?
Yeah.
foe. You can't poison me. And by the way, y'all done already
Hey,
fucked
that's the
with me
spirit.
so much. Y'all already Black Mirrored me.
That's the
You already
spirit.
made that.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. We just
That's the spirit.
Facts, bro. Facts.
While we start the video right here.
I know, right? You gotta love it, bro.
Hey man, these words come with power, man. These words come with
All
power.
right.
You know? Shit, man.
Everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends. I don't got no celebrity friends because when I was on TV, on Instagram saying, I don't know where my child is, and the Kardashians kidnapped my daughter in public.
All right, so I'm not really I don't give a fuck about that shit. So I don't care, nigga. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the video, but if you don't know, I think I said behind the scenes before we started the video. If you don't know what's going on with the Kardashian sex cult clan by now, I don't know what to tell you, bro. Because he said in this video,
what did you think was gonna happen? Yeah,
exactly. Like, come on, bro. Like the nigga said in the video,
she's a Christian.
Yeah, Kim is a Christian woman.
Whatever the fuck that means.
It's facts though. But that's
I know, it's facts.
She probably is a Christian.
I know, right?
I'll be honest. Even with Christians, she can't even rep Christianity. I'm sorry.
Bro. Christians don't have.
She's a New Age Christian, bro.
No. I can't even disrespect New Age Christians. She can't even rep that. Bro. She's a demon.
She can't be a God is dope Christian. She can't be a God is dope Christian. Damn.
No, she can't even be a God is dope.
She can't be a high off Jesus Christian.
Damn. No. She can't even be a Michael Todd Christian. You know the to put the spit in the hand and slap it on the motherfucker's face?
No,
She can't even be
she
that.
can't even be that nigga. She can't even be that nigga.
God damn it! God damn it!
But I just want to say this
Damn.
too. You notice right here, this Quavo and Takeoff interview didn't get taken down. I wonder why.
Mm.
And I fuck with him. I fuck with them Migos, bro. I fuck with them niggas.
Yeah.
But you know that shit didn't get taken down. Why? Because they ain't talking about nothing but some nigga shit in that interview, bro.
Mama!
Entertainment shit. You see the label. Had a dream that I woke up in a Raleigh.
Can you tell me?
Y'all niggas
Because the
killing me,
nigga
man.
look like a professor. I don't know what it is. Can you tell me?
Damn it!
They said, hit him on tenor, hit him on tenor, hit him on tenor, hit him on tenor.
Hey, here's the greatest one. Charles Broccoli, 34 ounces of broccoli.
No, yeah, but like the point is, those dudes they're complete characters, so nobody's worried about what they have to say.
Oh my god!
Yo, that shit funny, bro. Well, let's go into this Noah apology right here because this bitch ass nigga Noah, Noriega, he has some remarks to say. So let's see what Noriega got to say.
I just want to be honest. I support freedom of speech. But
Really? Really?
We took down the video. Isn't that and I've actually noticed this a lot. Because on an aside, Piers Morgan says the same thing, talking about I support freedom of speech. But there are certain sections of Kanye's when he speaks that are actually blurred out, where you get a beep, where you can't understand what he's saying. So it's like, okay, so you support freedom of speech, but you're literally censoring Kanye's words. Like, see, this is why I hate the era that we live in. Everything's new speech, new talk.
Mm-hmm.
Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of speech anymore. That shit is I support people saying things that don't offend people. That's freedom of speech now, I guess.
And I hate how they changed the definition of words. I hate that shit so much.
Man, they do it all the time now.
Facts. And you know the thing about it is too, everything that you know what I'm saying is not fit the narrative of mainstream society in terms of what they want to promote, they want to take away. But who's the one behind the scenes that's not only peddling the people, the puppets who say these things to get them taken down? Your Andrew Tates, your Sneakos, your Kanyes, and all these individuals who, you know, have Masonic allegiances and whatnot, and Kabbalah, you know, leanings, and you know, in terms of who they really bow down to, the Kabbalistic leanings, who they really bow down to in terms of the GOAT behind the scenes. Most Noriega as well, and everyone associated with the Breakfast Club too, especially that nigga Charlemagne. That's a whole nother thing in itself with Charlemagne. But you know, all these individuals who, you know, have, you know, different, you know, esoteric, you know, belief systems and leanings and allegiances, you know, behind the scenes to the GOAT and the Kabbalistic, you know, Talmudic, you know, belief system.
Oh my goodness!
But it's funny how, you know, you speak against. If you, what'd you say?
Oh, we thought.
No. We thought you went out again.
Oh no. No, but the same.
Hear me though, right? Because my connection is shit.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we're all still good for now.
You speak against these things that these people want to peddle, or you speak against them in itself in any disparaging or true remark about them, they want to get a silence. So what does that show you? That the things that he said in the interview about those individuals, those Jays, is true in terms of they want to not only control the black voice about them as well, you know. So it's you know, interesting, you know, this phenomenon. But let's continue with this Nord interview.
Do not support anybody being hurt. I did not realize that the George Floyd statements on my show was so hurtful.
Oh yeah, he spoke on George. I honestly don't give a fuck to cover that George Floyd shit, man. I don't care about that shit.
Big Floyd.
I mean, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Like we all know what was really going on with George Floyd at this point in time. If you have any kind of awareness at all.
And you got to realize it was the first 5 minutes of the show. Like when he walked in, he told my producer, he said that if he'll stop filming, that he'll walk out. So I didn't want a Birdman moment. I didn't want a Birdman moment with Shaw, like, you know, where Birdman walked out. So I wanted the man to speak. But later on, like, I actually checked him about the George Floyd's comments. I actually checked him about the White Lives Matter. But it was so later in the episode, and it was so like, you know, I was already inebriated at that time that maybe people looked over it. But I apologize to the George Floyd family. I apologize to anybody that was hurt by Kanye West comments. Although I do support free speech, I am black, and I'm with Tamika Mallory. I'm with Freedom. I'm with Mike John. That's who I am.
I am
God.
black.
He black, y'all.
Y'all remember that Chronicles of Judah video? This remind me of what's that dude? What's that motivational speaker dude name? Tony something.
Oh, Michael.
Tony Robbins.
Yeah, you remember?
For y'all brothers who don't know, Tony Evans is a black preacher.
Pastor,
Tony Robbins. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying y'all remember how he was? I forgot what he was saying. He must have been saying something about women or something. And in the video, he stood his ground a couple of times, and then one day he just let out a tweet completely apologizing. I'm very, very sorry. Da 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 da. And Judah was like, "Damn." And this sounds like the same thing that's happening to Nori. Like somebody gave him a phone call, and whoever these people are that's doing this, they putting a lot of pressure on these dudes because these dudes come out here begging and copping all kind of pleas.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's drink champs. Not
you
think
think about
champs.
it.
Come on.
You think about it, Noriega, he actually was on record talking about him, fucking a goat and whatnot, and kind of joking about it. Probably one of the main reasons, maybe one of the reasons why he had to, take down the video and come back and basically, bow down to the knee and buck dance. I hate using that term, but buck dance for these Caucasian elites, specifically the people, maybe they got a video of him fucking a goat. You never know.
So you saying they called him up and be like, "Hey, bro, we gonna post that goat video, nigga."
Yeah.
Man, come on, man.
Yo, please. Easy with that.
We know the bestiality and the zoophilia these people get down with behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? So,
hey, Kanye said you can. Go ahead.
I was going to say just real quick, for those of you brothers who don't know, allegedly, when you reach a high enough level in quote unquote Freemasonry, specifically the Scottish Rite Freemasonry, which is what really dominates the world today.
Yep.
And then when you reach the high levels of the Prince Hall Freemasonry, which are the Black Freemasonry, you have to spit on the Bible as well.
Yeah, and to really get high up into any of these groups, they have to have dirt on you. They have to have they have files on every single black movement that was alive during America, right? So they can infiltrate it. So you better believe they have files on every single one of these dudes that they can pull out.
Exactly.
But Kanye, like Kanye said, he don't care. He don't care if they got a video like that. You can't tell me nothing. Whoa.
Not solid said Kardashians are WITCH Coven, and Kanye thought wifing a prostitute was going to work. It was probably arranged like Mariah, Nick, Bill Jada, R. Kelly, or Leah. Certain rituals in public, absolutely, and certain rituals not just in public but also behind the scenes as well. With that particular coven that the Kardashian clan is a part of, man. That is most definitely true. You ever think about why these particular black men who go through that Kardashian witch coven, programming just journey, why they always come out way more mentally damaged than they went in? you know, they break these men down who are part of that programming because it's like there's a difference between like mother goddess programming in terms of just like the mainstream what most unfortunately most so-called black men are under in terms of just how they view females in society. But also there's a difference between that and even certain levels of the occult and then the niggas that's caught up in that Kardashian witch coven, man. That's a whole different level of Black Widow, Mother Goddess programming in itself right there. That shit is on a ulterior level right there, man.
Yeah, but hey, brother, just know that the lamb in the line will bow down to the goat. That's all we need to
Wicked,
know.
wicked ass nigga. Wicked ass
Oh
nigga.
my goodness.
Trying to class say I think they know what J's mean in the algorithm now. Yeah, they probably do. They probably do,
Yeah.
man. They probably do. They probably do, man. You're probably right. Now, Salah said George Floyd, Stephen Jackson, Gemini twins. Yep,
Yep.
definitely.
Yep.
No, those two individuals definitely twin, and it was even just overtly. There was so much Masonic showings in the imagery of the George Floyd incident as well in regards to things that they outwardly showed from certain street titles, buildings that were around the scene, the towers that were around the scene, even on a particular trash can that showed Masonic numbers and whatnot in regards to the degrees and levels that these people are a part of. It's just an overt imagery of what was going on there, but it's so anyway. We all know what that shit was really about, man. And not to mention
Yep.
the social conditioning aspect of it too.
Mm-hmm. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Ton of classes had Kim says she smashed in front of the fireplace to honor her grandmother. That's true. That's true. And Kanye mentioned that in the Drink Champs interview as well. That's true. Um, yeah, man. There's a lot of sex rituals, a lot of ritualistic sex actions going on with that Kardashian family, man.
Yep.
That shit is crazy, man.
Why the hell are we
Mm-hmm.
I'm
What a
saying,
year
man.
it's
I'm saying, man.
In fact, I called my son and asked for a shirt because that's what I wanted to have on.
I'm so tired of this nigga, my son, bro. I'm so tired. I'm so tired of this nigga, my son. Like, what the fuck is this nigga done, bro? What has he
I know.
done?
What the fuck does he do? What does he do? This nigga just sells t-shirts? Like, get the fuck out of here.
He had a Million Man
Listen.
March. He helped some niggas get out the streets. Like, what is this nigga done, bro?
Like, come on, bro. Tamika Mallory. Man, we all get you.
Kanye said he was coming through here. We actually posted it and then saw that this was the wrong edit, took it down, and then it got reposted again with those same comments that was there. So it was a mistake on our behalf, on our team behalf, because we don't want. I'm not
just dying of fentanyl. And
Get past the George Floyd shit.
it's like people talking about Charlemagne. People talk about Charlemagne and say, hey, wait, I had 4 Jewish people there. Stephen conducted a very thing. You understand what I'm saying? As a gentleman, I don't understand Charlemagne's rhetoric when he's not around me. You understand what I'm saying? And that's pretty what it was. I did not think. And other than the George Floyd comment, I thought I conducted a very great interview. You know what I'm saying? I thought that he laughed, he smiled, he drank, he smoked. This was 8 o'clock in the morning interview.
What don't say that though, because he still said a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric in the interview as well. You know what I mean?
Yes, and if you look, by the way,
But if you hear what Kanye said, see Charlemagne, he's trying to say Kanye said a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric, but even Kanye said in the interview, which is right, how can I be anti-Semitic when I'm a Semite myself?
Exactly.
Which we know that really is a Shemite, but Still, how can I be an anti-Semitic when I'm a Semite myself? Now, that's the problem. See, with saying that you're grouping yourself together with the Caucasian, fakers and whatnot. You're grouping yourself together with them by saying I am also one, or I'm one myself, and they're one as well. It's like, no, it's
Yeah.
you're one, they're not. Now, of course, that's gonna be a more controversial statement, but it's funny just because it's funny. Like, it goes to show you even more like how much of a stronghold they've got, on these entertainers and also just mainstream society as a whole. Because you're not even really disparaged. Like, what did he even say in that interview that was really offensive to Jewish people? Like, if you really what did he even really say that was really offensive to them? Like, all he's saying is that they control the industry, which they do. They control the money, which they do, and they use black talent to promote certain things and make money off the black talent and whatnot, and they help their own. I don't really see what's
Because
so.
Well, I'll say this.
they know
He
if
did say
they
one
admit.
thing.
What do you say?
Go ahead, man.
Oh no, I was just gonna say because they know if they admit or if people start looking at that they will start to be blamed for a lot of the things that are going on as
That's
far as
true.
when it comes to music and the gang violence and
That's
all that
true.
Well,
stuff. So
he did say one thing, right? Which, I mean, I don't have a problem with it. As being brother of knowledge, of course, I don't have a problem with it. But I can see where it's problematic when it comes to the society and stuff. He did say, like, he gave the parable of, if I go to the hood, and of course everybody in the hood is not bad, but if I get shot by one person in the hood, then it's fuck the whole block.
I see.
Now
I see.
that was the
I
only
see.
that was heavy. That was
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
that,
I
from
see.
his standpoint, he shouldn't have said. But
Yeah. Yeah.
of course, do we agree with? Do we agree? You know what? Let me not even say that because I don't want to get sued. But if it's F the
Yeah.
B,
Yeah.
if it's F the whole B, you damn skippy it
wait,
is. But you get the point.
isn't Kanye a fucking GD? What the hell is going on here, bro?
I mean, it was just. I mean, that whole, you get the point. Like, that statement itself was very problematic, and he was associating that with the FJs. So it is what
I
it is.
see.
But that was the only thing that he said in there that was bad, and you literally have to go deep into the interview in order to get that. So it is what it is. But that was bad when it comes to his stance. That is quote unquote anti-Semitic or anti-Japhetic or anti-Ashkenazi. I don't
I'm,
know.
I don't know. Does Kanye still claim Gangsta Disciple?
I
Didn't they say
forgot.
his
I
mom
forgot that
was
he ever
part of it or
did.
something? He was the main. He let that dude who's saying they don't let the GDs in the door. He was premiered at that Donda thing
Yeah.
where Marilyn Manson was at. So that boy a big GD.
Okay. Yeah.
Kanye a big GD.
I know he still claim that shit, but
Big
hey,
damn.
he is. But
That boy
there you go.
Kanye good.
He may have the answer. But yeah, that's the thing about it, bro. Like, in terms of just from the anti-Semitic or so-called anti-Semitic quote unquote rhetoric he was speaking, it wasn't rhetoric, it was fact. And the fact that it got
Yeah.
taken down shows you that it was fact. If everything he said had no validity, everything he said had no credence, no truth to it, why remove the content? If it's just fallacy and lies, why remove the content? The fact that it
Yep.
held truth, that's why you gotta shame it. That's why they gotta use puppets like Charlemagne as well, who, especially with his rap, especially with his rap sheet, he can't go against none of
Mm-hmm.
these niggas. With that nigga
None.
rap, but this
He
nigga
can't
rap,
go get the goddamn thing.
this nigga Charlemagne raps. Honestly, man, hey man, that nigga Charlemagne should be in jail right now. If we're just being real, knowing his past, that nigga Charlemagne should be locked up right now. But that's a whole nother conversation. But with Charlemagne rap sheet, you know, he can't go against none of it, they say. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, of course, they got to use Charlemagne as well to be the puppet on the opposite side to push the blacks who come against the fake J, mind, perspective and whatnot. the argument that we're pushing anti-Semitic or, rhetoric that is harmful to that particular population of people, which is not true because he didn't say anything disparaging. For the most part, all he said was things that they do based off of the action that he has seen behind the scenes involving that particular group of people. It just is what it is, man.
Hold on. Before you play the video. Oh my god, it's so ironic I came across it. Look at the group chat.
Oh, let me see.
I just texted it. Man, something's wrong with some of the Jakes, man.
Let me see. What the fuck is wrong with that nigga, bro? What the fuck is wrong? Hey, no, we got something for them niggas. Just wait, nigga. We got something for them niggas coming, bro. Got something for them niggas, man. Just wait, bro. Got something for them niggas coming, bro.
You notice it's always these dudes with the most like crazy name, Chief Ephraim. The most boastful and braggadocious names. They be doing this.
We definitely got something for them niggas coming, bro. We gonna hit on that. Right to this Norier shit.
Crazy,
We'll definitely hit on that. And
Oh
shout out to
shit!
K. He echoed the sentiments I stand with full force. Bitch ass my sign. Yes. That bitch ass nigga my sign, bro. Yes, nigga. That bitch ass nigga my sign, bro. Nigga talking about in his song God Did, or his remix of the song God Did. Nigga said, I'm the ghetto Moses. I'm leading my people back. It's like, nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga.
Hey, real quick, Mac. The post that I'm talking about is in my group chat on Instagram. It's the last post. You can just look at that. It's the same what we're talking about with Chief Ephraim. What the fuck is that bullshit, bro?
Crazy, man.
That's supreme uncut bullshit.
It's crazy. These guys are really easy. They're really easily impressed, man.
Very easily. Either I'll say this: they either very easily impressed, or they got some allegiances as well in regards to some of the ties they got behind the scenes. Hey, we'll see. We gonna kind of touch on that a little bit. But
they gotta let the rules through the door, man. Remember that?
Yup.
In this wicked industry.
Some of them want to get in it. Hey, some of them is in that wicked industry, my nigga. Hey, it is what it is, but we gonna
back
see.
at it like a crack at it.
You will know their fruits.
Facts,
oh, shout out to you then, Mac. Shout out to you, Mac. He the one posted on Instagram. Shout out to you, Mac. That's ironic that you.
These dudes are silly, bro. These dudes are silly. They either silly, they either silly and stupid, or they know what they're doing, but they actually more tapped in.
They definitely in the know.
Yeah, they in the know and plugged in behind the scenes to these people more than they try to lead the audience to believe.
They either stupid or in the know. Shalom.
Commanding General. Let me stop.
Let's save it for later.
They want to shout out my brother, Mr. Sean John. Shout out to Sean John 144, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Coming through, supporting the stream once again, bro. Appreciate you. Tapping into this, man. And shalom to you and all the brothers that's coming through, man. But yeah, definitely a second to that bitch ass nigga my son, nigga. Faking ass fake prophet ass nigga my son, nigga, head ass nigga.
Shit, boy.
But now Salah said, peep the parable. If the gun is found in the car, everybody going to jail. But if they are a J, then it's only a one bad apple. Facts. He did mention that as well. Facts.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Showing who the real threat and the real, who they also showing who they want the real perception of threat to be in the society, but they want to group us together at the same time in terms of the plights and struggles, things to make you go,
Mm-hmm.
But let's continue on with this Norier shit.
In the room. Steve Rifkin, who signed the Wu-Tang Clan, was in the room. My friend.
That was the J that they had in the room. The nigga this J that signed Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang.
So he was
Crazy.
fitting the archetype that Kanye was speaking towards. Now let's hear what he got to say about that individual.
Eric, who is Jewish, is in the room. By the way, I had 4 Jewish people there. Steve Rifkin was in the room. Steve Rifkin, who signed the Wu-Tang Clan, was in the room. My friend Eric, who is Jewish, is in the room. My friend Diego, who is Jewish, was in the room. And I looked at them to tell them, like, yo, tell me whenever he's going across the line. And they're looking and they're saying, okay, we understand where he's coming from.
Wow. Wow.
So
well, there
allegedly he's being anti-Semitic, but you got quote unquote Semitic people who were in the vicinity, in the room with him saying these things, and they quote unquote understand where he's coming from.
He cool.
But he's being anti-Semitic. Just going to show them, man, they're using these people to paint a narrative of anyone that associates with that term BHR or the concept of an Israelite, in terms of someone who's a black person who associates with that foundational belief. You know what I'm saying? As off the wall, crazy, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because even them peoples that was in the room, they agree with the nigga Kanye.
Uh-huh.
So what does that show you? That you got both sides of the coin. People like Kanye that are being used to push a narrative, or to push
remember they were drunk, bro. That's why they agree with him.
Remember, it's Drake champs, not think champs.
I think champs. Lame ass nigga, bro. Lame ass nigga, man. You got people on the one side like Kanye who are being used to push a perception and categorize certain groups of people, and you got people like Charlemagne on the other side who's being used as the antagonist in the situation to castigate those same people for being hate-filled or pushers of topics that have no foundation of truth behind them and were all just crazy and silly. So they both work in unison for the greater agenda at hand. I hope that you brothers can see this, which I know we got some intelligence. I know you brothers can, but it's just for anyone watching. I hope you brothers can see this, man. Because even
for the W's in the back,
I'm saying, man, for people like Chief Ephraim, I hope that you can understand that.
Yo, happy Shabbat.
Chief Ephraim don't know what the hell you just said, bro. All that flew right over his head.
Oh man.
Oh, bro.
But none of it, I don't support none of it. I don't support the George Floyd comments. I don't support the anti-Semitic. That's all I have is Jewish friends. All I have
anti-Semitical.
You literally just said that there was those people, Semitic people, in the room with you that had no issue with what Kanye said, but you still got to classify it as anti-Semitic. Why is that? You obviously had people hit you up behind the scenes that told you got to come on the Breakfast Club and you got to repeat and say these things, or they they very well might release that tape of you fucking a goat, my brother.
Hey, bro, it really might just be a Jewish mafia too, man. Like, either we'll release that video or we'll just come and take you out, my boy.
You'd be like, hey, Nor, if you don't release that video right away, you're gonna be sleeping with the fishes, Nor.
Nori, my friend.
And you sound like
to blow you off, my friend.
You sound like that nigga home. You sound like Bob Arum, bro.
Yeah, I know. That's a
oh my god!
It might have been Bob Arum who called it.
It might have been.
Nori, I love you, baby. I love you, baby. But
kiss on the cheek, man. Kiss on the cheeks, man.
Nori, this ain't a good look, Nori. You're gonna have to handle this situation, or I'm gonna have to fuck you up, Nori. Okay? you black bastard.
Oh shit!
All facts, man.
Y'all get to work. You dark son of a bitch.
I fucking love you. Make sure you tell your mama I'll be over for dinner tonight.
You're not a Shemite. You are what the fuck I tell you are.
Curse a ham. Curse a ham, Nora. Remember, curse a ham. Oh my god.
I don't care if you read the Bible from Genesis to Revelations, Nora.
That nigga Bob Aaron probably came to Charlemagne and said and told Charlemagne to use some trigger words like goats to keep Nori in line.
Make sure you tell Nori that he was in special ed, alright? Special ed.
Man, y'all funny, boy.
Average black friends. That's it. So, yeah.
Nori, I was going to ask you when it comes to these George Floyd comments, we may be suing.
Yeah, she's still on that shit, bro. Angela Yee's still on that, bro.
She ain't going nowhere, bro.
Nah, she ain't, man. She industry through and through.
Is that going to include you in this lawsuit? Did you hear about that?
I definitely heard about it, and this is the reason why I'm stepping up is because it's not even about suing on the money. It's about the hurtful thing, man. You know what I mean? I was a lot wrong. I waited by it. Going back at you, I'm not. I want Talib Kweli. I want David Banner. I want more. Fail. I get fail. I don't want to.
Hey, I don't want to see Drink Champs go down that path. I like Drink Champs being the happy podcast that it is, and what you tried to do was give hip hop culture a voice. But the reality is, he don't need that right now. That's not what we should be giving a voice to right now. That we shouldn't have had Kanye on the platform to begin with. Not at a time like this with the rhetoric that he's spewing. Nah.
At a time like what? What's this nigga talking about? At a time like this? like I hate when niggas just use buzzwords at a time like what, nigga?
But it really goes to show you. It goes to show you, right? All he said was a couple of things about Amalek, and now it's a time like this. It's a big event. Like, oh my god. What?
Facts. And what did he say that was so harmful? That's what I'm still trying to get my mind around. What did he say that was so disparaging and so harmful, bro? All he did was mention some points of view from his perspective, being an industry nigga that he is, some points of view about how them people run the game, which is public information. That's public knowledge.
But what they're really upset about is that whether they like it or not, a lot of people started asking questions about this. A lot of people started asking, what the hell is a Semite? Yep. Like I told you before, I watched a live stream where a dude was asking this. He was like, what are these terms? What are they talking about? You know what I'm saying? Like, because when you start talking about white lives matter, you start getting, now black people are involved. And then you start, now you got those kind of black folks involved, and somebody like Kanye, as controversial and as much of a following that he has, when you start saying anti-Semite and we're Jews too, now these people are going to be like, what is this? Okay, now they're going to really do their research about Hebrew Israelites or whatever the hell.
Definitely facts, man.
That's true.
That's what they didn't like.
Herschel
Walker.
Walker.
You know what's so crazy? I think they defended Nick Cannon more than they defended Kanye on this, and Nick Cannon said them niggas can't get no damn son.
Well, that's because Nick Cannon has thoroughly bowed his knee and bent over for them since his incident a couple years back with the professor. I think it was some rabbi he had on his.
It was Professor Griff.
Yeah, Professor.
Remember?
Yeah, that's what Professor.
That black dude, Professor Griff. Yeah.
I feel like Nick Cannon's situation, you can tell that it was more controlled than Kanye's. Like that shit was probably more controlled. That's why it was a little better. You know what I'm saying? With Kanye, I feel like there's a. Go ahead.
No, finish up. My bad. Finish up.
No, I was just gonna say there's an air of like chaos around Kanye. That's how I feel.
Okay, and I was also gonna mention just briefly. You also have to consider how their characters are marketed to the mass of people. Kanye has always been considered crazy, like he's a wacko dude. He's always said radical things. I mean, people have been saying Kanye's crazy since way back during Katrina when he said George Bush don't like black people. Like his character is known for saying out there outlandish shit. Nick Cannon, not really. So they're gonna attack. Basically, how they're gonna cover Nick Cannon, as opposed to what Kanye says is gonna be different because their characters are
Hey,
different.
just
Yeah,
to
that's
go
a good
back,
point. That's
I
a
don't
good
want to go
point.
too far back to the first hour, to our carnal hour of this live stream, but a lot of niggas mentioned graduation, right, as their favorite album. Well, ironically enough, on that song Barry Bonds, which for some strange reason niggas don't like as much as they used to. I'm not sure, but no comment. Like you said, I've been a very good sport, haven't I, this year? They say he going crazy, and we've seen this before. So there you go.
Facts, facts. That's definitely true, man. Definitely true.
So this
He
is
even
just
said,
all this is
what's that
about.
song? On Gold Digger. Then he say something like some what such and such and such and such, and then it all go back to the white man or some shit, something like that.
I think it was All Falls Down on a
All
college
falls
dropout. He was
down.
like, white man and the black man dealer sell to the kick by crack, and the white man get
White
paid
man
off
get
for
paid off
all.
for all of that. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Facing devastating.
Hey, I'm sure y'all, some of y'all brothers in Georgia, you tired of seeing these fucking Herschel Walker ads, man. I'm so tired of seeing this shit.
Bro, it's that time of the year, man. It's
Yeah,
that
yep,
time of
it's
man.
the
that
year,
time of the
They
bro.
get
year, boy.
kids, you get the text messages, all that shit, man. Like, you just
Yeah, you get
They
text
even
messages,
show you
nigga?
vote
yeah,
Democrat.
because
Da, 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 da.
I'm registered to vote. I registered when I was 18, when I was in college.
God damn it, boy.
So I haven't voted since I haven't voted in like 6 years, but
That boy went and
Damn, they
voted for
tricked you.
Obama, didn't
They
you?
tricked you.
I don't think that nigga was old enough for Obama's second
Oh, no,
campaign.
nah,
I don't think it was for that.
it was
uh,
I forgot who it was when I was 18 that I voted. Fuck, I forgot who it was.
That would have been 2016, right?
It was 20. Yeah, it was 2016. So it was Trump and Clinton. That's who it was. It was Trump and Clinton.
All right, brother. Let's just rip that band-aid off. Who you vote for?
Oh, I didn't vote. I didn't vote for the. I didn't vote
Oh,
for the president. I checked a
oh,
like a
okay.
box. Or voted for some. I can't even remember, but it wasn't Trump or Clinton. It was some libertarian candidate or like some
These
unknown box.
nuts.
Or whatever the fuck. Voted in the candidate. Yeah, I voted. I voted in something. It was something like that. I went because
That nigga
my
voted
mom
for
made me.
these nuts.
My mom
they
made me
be
That nigga
go.
voted for these nuts for
they
president.
be texting. They be texting me because my mom votes, and they be texting me like on my mom, like they be saying Joan this and that. I'm like, what the hell, like, because she heavy Democrat, big Democrat. Like when
Yeah,
Yeah.
I told y'all this when Joe Biden was elected, she was she was clapping her hands and screaming, yeah. I was like, what
same
the
here.
heck? But now, but now she kind of waking up a little bit. She's like, bro, did you hear about because Joe Biden's son in the hot seat, what's his name, Hunter, with a little laptop
Yeah.
Yeah,
and his little freaky escapades and stuff. So this is the same
facts.
dude he was
Oh
cheering
boy.
for though. It's crazy.
Hey, Wendy said, every time they send me them voting shits, I throw it in the bin now. Facts. Facts.
Yep.
Got to, bro. Got to. So tired of that shit, man.
Like
Tired of that shit.
my vote don't matter, bro. Fuck out of here.
Exactly, bro.
And I
Sure
ain't.
don't.
Why am I voting in Babylon for anyway, bro? I'm voting for this place to be gone.
Facts, man.
That's a
Facts.
violation of the commandments, man. We're not supposed to be electing foreign leaders
Uh,
over us.
Four leading leaders over us, yeah. Hey, no, that's real shit though. That's real shit though, man.
Saying he has committed atrocities against him.
Well, yeah, I agree. I agree. I really did try. I really did try. And try to give him more voice. I try to give him more voice. I try to give him a platform. I try to do that. But I realize my political stance may not be correct. You know what I'm saying?
I agree
And you
with
say it
brother.
wasn't the right place. What about did Puff reach out to you?
I'll tell you this. At first, I was disappointed in Brother Love because Brother Love called me and said, he dissed me. And I was just like, wait a minute, it's so much bigger than you. And then he called me back and he said, you know what? Let's support free speech and support free speech. Let's support it.
Isn't Revolt Diddy's platform too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does he actually
Diddy
own
was
that?
the one who probably told him to take it down. That's why he took it down.
Facts. Like, what I mean, does he actually own like the rights to the platform?
It's probably a dual partnership.
Okay, yeah, I figured. Probably, yeah,
Man,
probably
Nori
is.
don't own shit, bro. It's Diddy, bro.
Well, I think Nori owns the actual podcast, Drink
The
Champs,
podcast, yeah, the
but
licensed
he does the
podcast.
partnership on Diddy's channel.
So the distribution is
Network.
through the distribution of the podcast is through Revolt, but he actually owns
Yeah,
the Drink Champs podcast though. Allegedly,
yeah.
Hey,
at least on the
what
subject.
are you revolting? You're actually conforming. What the hell?
That's a good point, bro. That's a good ass point, bro.
Punchline.
That's a good
Got
point.
it.
That's a great point, bro.
Oh,
That's a great point, bro. Real talk. That's a
And
great
It's
point.
not free thinking, though. That's the other thing we got to stop saying. It's not free thinking when all you're doing is repeating white supremacist talking points. You're repeating black Israelite
Oh
talking
my
points. Like
god,
Kanye
bro.
West is not free thinking.
shit.
Yep, I wanted to get that part right there, bro. You see, attack on the blue man, attack on the
All
Israelite,
right.
or the BHIs getting attacked, man. I'm gonna replay that. This is for you, Chief
Play that
Ephraim. I'm gonna replay this, man.
No, that's the other thing we got to stop saying. It's not free thinking when all you're doing is repeating white supremacist talking points. You're repeating black Israelite talking points.
Notice how he said white supremacists and black Hebrew Israelite in succession with one another, showing what?
Mm-hmm.
That they're trying to frame the black Hebrew Israelite as someone similar to a white supremacist as a hate group. That's how they're trying to frame.
And I
Because
just want to say, I want to counter what he said. So it's not free thinking if we copy those talking points, but we're supposed to copy your talking points. That's free thinking, right, Mister? I drugged the girl and raped her. On that army base.
Yep.
I sniff girls' chairs after
Yep.
they get up off of it.
Yeah.
We're supposed to copy your talking points, though, huh? You freaky dude.
Peddling
But-
Spanish fly to 15-year-olds. Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Charlemagne the Devil.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but
these guys, they throw me because they act like they some saints. They the holiest of the holies, man. Come on, man, y'all dirt. All of y'all are dirt bags.
Mm-hmm. Charlemagne the God.
Yep.
No, this nigga Charlemagne the Goat, nigga. That's what he the Goat. Not greatest of all time
Goat.
either.
the actual goat. The
Actual
Bacchus. The Bacchus.
Exactly.
Man,
bro.
Charlemagne the devil, man. That man ain't
You are of your father the devil. You are of your father the devil. Satan is your daddy.
But
I'm
notice,
tired of these freaky ass niggas talking like they some on some high ground, bro. Get out of here,
exactly,
bro.
some more high ground authority of truth, inclusive, type, equality type people. What was the equality for that 15-year-old girl that you gave that Spanish fly to?
Oh, damn it.
What was the equality for that?
And they always talking about equality for women and how much they love women. But look at this dude background. This dude is a R word, man. He's the R word, bro. Come on now. These the guys you want to defend. These the guys are the bearer of truth. Hell no, bro. These dudes want to touch your little kids, man. Hell out of here.
But think about what Charlemagne's doing here, though, right? Because like you basically alluded to this when how he basically conflated quote unquote white supremacists with being a black Hebrew Israelite. Still don't know what that means, but but that's the thing, right? That quote unquote term is being viewed as a white supremacist term by liberals now because if you want supremacy, that's a white thing. That's basically what they're saying. That's a quote unquote white thing because only so-called white people are allowed to think that they are superior. Nobody else is allowed to think that, especially not the so-called black man. He is not allowed to think that he is superior. He's not allowed to think that himself and his people should be the ones sitting on the throne. He's not allowed to think that at all. He has to think that everybody else deserves to sit on the throne at the same time. I guess whatever. But that's how he has to think. The throne can be for everybody. It can be shared by everybody. Everybody get a little piece of it. And no, that's not reality. But that's what the so-called black man has to think. That point has to be shoved down his throat, whether it's by the elites, to a degree, other so-called Caucasians, and then to a degree, so-called liberal so-called black people. Like he has to think that at all times. Hell, even so-called conservative so-called black people, but that's a little different. But you get the point. Like that's what so-called black man has to think. He has to think that the throne has to be shared by everybody. And if you think in supremacy, you're acting like a white guy now, like patriarchy. Oh,
Great point.
if you want to be part of the, you think that if you think a man should be the head of the household, you must be thinking like a white guy.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Or if you
It's
think
like no.
the whole world should operate, because that's the thing about the white supremacist or quote unquote white supremacist talking points or white supremacist perception. It's the perception that they think the whole world should view them as the superior over others, which we know prophetically speaking, that's going to be the case in the kingdom, not with them, but with us. We're going
Yeah.
to be the superior in the flesh in terms of from a just a people perspective, over the other nations and whatnot in the kingdom. We're going to be the superiors. They're going to be inferiors. But you think about from a white supremacist talking point, that is the perception that everyone is inferior to them. But like you said, they're categorizing both perspectives to be wrong, which I wouldn't even say either perspective is wrong, to be honest.
Nope.
I don't think it's white supremacy isn't wrong. This is just what happens when you empower. It just is what it
Yep.
is, man.
I mean, to be honest, for the so-called Caucasian white supremacy, it's necessary for their
Exactly.
survival. There's
Exactly.
nothing, and
Yeah.
that's why he correlated the Hebrews and the white supremacists. That's why he correlated the two, because when it comes to the Hebrew Israelites, we're not saying that. We straight up say that it's okay if you are racist or whatever. That's cool. You can do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you see how we kind of correlated those two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, facts, facts. That's a good point. So yeah, this is just showing the similarity. You see it right here. These individuals, like I said earlier, Black Hebrew Israelites are being attacked, but who were the attackers? People think the attackers are, what I'm saying, the white man, the ulterior white man, just the man that white man, the so-called white man being the devil that he is.
Those dudes, man.
Inside joke, but people they chop it up. They chop it up to the white man. I'm not saying that the white man isn't the spearhead on the back end side. I say the white man specifically speaking towards the elite class of the stock of Amalek. The people that Kanye is being accused of spewing hate speech towards. But who do they use? They use other so-called black men. These others, people in general, because you got black women who do this too. They use other so-called black people to push the narrative from both perspectives, to push the narrative of, perception of who we are being some kind of crazy black people who just trying to find a name for themselves, who trying to cling onto something. I've heard even other niggas on YouTube say that we're trying to take other people's heritages.
Yeah.
Some of y'all may know who I'm talking about. I've heard other people on YouTube say that, and it's just crazy, man. So it's all for that great work, where you have the people who speak against it, like a Charlemagne, the people who speak for it, like a Kanye. They're both working two sides of the same coin. You know what I'm saying? But now I want to go to a shift to another point as well with this particular trial that's going on right now. And
they got that boy crazy, bro. I know you're talking about. They got him hard. And before we go to that, I just wanted to say real quick, to sum up that last part, it's the white supremacy thing and the Hebrew Israelite thing. To sum it up, all they're both really saying is there's not room in this town for the two of us. You feel me? And that's how it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Alex Jones, but bro, Alex Jones got to pay those folks $1 billion, bro.
Oh yeah, that too. But Alex Jones, man, that's a judgment for life, nigga.
Woo.
That's a judgment. That nigga gonna die. That nigga gonna die with that judgment, bro. Gonna die with that.
That nigga gonna die in debt.
Gonna die exactly. That judgment gonna be over his head for life in terms of that debt. Like it's over. Alex Jones is done, bro. Alex Jones is done. This is officially the end of Alex Jones, bro.
Yep.
Bro, when they was reading the families and the amounts of money, I was like, wait, can they really do that? They were saying this family $55 million, this family $22 million, This
It's like,
family
damn.
123 mil. I'm like, damn. Yo, they got him out of here, bro.
Facts.
Yup.
Facts.
How do
Done.
I say goodbye to Al Williams? The conspiracy theories caught up with your ass. Now your ass is dry.
You said the frogs were gay. Now you got to pay.
Oh my god.
And I go to show you though, bro. I go to show you that, look, man, they taking this internet shit for real, bro. You know, they're taking this
Yeah.
internet shit for real. What you say on the internet, bro, that could really affect you, bro. This internet shit ain't no
Yeah.
joke. This is main. People want to separate YouTube from mainstream media. No, this is mainstream media, bro. YouTube is
For the most
mainstream
part
media.
now.
From outside of like older people,
we might have to hop on Rumble eventually, bro.
honestly, real talk, bro, real talk.
No, yeah. At this point, YouTube is what they call "quote unquote" new media. A lot of the
Yeah,
old media has called it.
exactly. But I want to touch on this particular brother right here, Othal Wallace, because it's another, what I believe to be, um, potential Manchurian candidate individual who, shot up a police officer and whatnot, and watch who they say his allegiance is towards. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot. And also, I want to shout out to the brother Peter the Great as well, because him as well as myself have been speaking on these individuals in terms of the mainstream society and whatnot, who are being used to push mass defamation of people who associate with the word or the culture of being Israelite. So shout out to that brother as well.
Know what it takes to keep Georgia's economy number one. Disclaimer.
Hey, what's up?
Disclaimer, real quick. Everything that we've been saying in this video is alleged.
Hey, mute the video and let the ad play through because you can't skip it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it play through. Yeah.
Lower your taxes to put more money back in your pocket to help you and your family fight inflation.
An accused cop killer, Othal Wallace, was in court this afternoon. He's accused of shooting and killing Daytona Beach police officer Jason Rayner. Fox 35's Lara Greenberg was in the courtroom today. She joins us live with the latest on the story. Lara.
John, Othal Wallace was in court for just a couple of minutes today here in Volusia County, and he remained pretty calm while he was in there. You know, that this was just the first time that we've seen him since last year. It was just a quick update on his trial and to check on his status with his attorneys. But here's a look at him inside the courtroom from this afternoon. Now, Wallace is charged with murder of a law enforcement officer. Investigators say he shot Officer Jason Rayner last June and then took off, leading to a nationwide manhunt. He was found days later in a tree house near Georgia and was then charged. Almost 2 months later, Officer Rayner died from injuries related to that shooting. The charges against Wallace were upgraded to murder, and Wallace could now face the death penalty. That's what came up today in court. The judge told Wallace his new attorneys were not qualified to handle death penalty cases.
As far as I've been informed, they will be able to bring someone in to handle that.
Okay, all right. So you want to stick with them for now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Crazy.
And so what that means, what happened right there, is that there is going to be somebody who will join his lawyer team to help with the death penalty aspect of the case. And again, they did set a trial date for Wallace, and that is set for April of 2023. For now, we are live in Volusia County. Lara Greenberg, Fox 35 News.
April of 2023. So it's funny because let's go into who Othal Wallace is, man. Because they really dragging this shit out because this happened, last year. So they're really dragging this shit out with Othal Wallace. But who is Othal Wallace though? Let's look into this. The attempted murder of white officer Jason Rayner by black Hebrew Israelite and black militia member Othal Wallace.
Oh man.
Occurred on when black male Othal Wallace shot 26-year-old white male officer Jason Rayner in the head after Raynor attempted to detain him. Wallace marched in multiple cities with who else? The Not Fucking Around Coalition. And who was the head of the Not
Oh man.
Yes, you can't make this shit up, bro. You cannot make this shit up.
Yo, that's
You
crazy.
cannot make this shit up, bro.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm-mm.
Mm-hmm. It says a black militia and recently joined the new Black Panther Party. Wallace posted messages on his Facebook that are commonly repeated by members of the Black Hebrew Israelites.
Oh man.
Mm. Mm.
Not the Not Fucking Around Coalition. God damn it. Oh man.
And that individual, Grandmaster Jay, who is the head of the NFAC, the Not Fucking Around Coalition, is on record of saying at Stone Mountain,
Yep.
Stone Mountain, Georgia, that they are coming against the 12 tribes of Israel, which is his words out of his mouth that he said at Stone Mountain in the event or after the event of Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, Derek Chauvin killing
on that live stream.
George Floyd. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So you're seeing the similarities between these two individuals, just showing you, man, that they really using these people to kind of pave the way of trying to classify, first off with the term Black Hebrew Israelite. That's a that's a militia-based term anyway. In terms of trying to signify it. It sounds, when you think about it, Black Hebrew Israelite, Black Panther Party, Black militia,
Black.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like they try to reinforce that concept in your mind, and like you brothers were saying earlier, that word black also represents death. And the fact that you put black in front of something, it makes it feel like it's not genuine. And so as opposed to being like a legit movement, it's like a Fox movement.
Exactly. And I want to read this too. It says, in the video, Wallace seems to be wearing a robe similar to the style of certain Black Hebrew Israelites who believe that they are the real Jews the Bible references. I'm not going to play the video because I'm not going to play that video, and this is the brother Othal Wallace right here. Take that for what you will.
Get black over here, man.
I mean, the brother kind of looks, just from my stance, the brother looks like he's kind of high. Maybe on some sort of induced psychedelics from his handlers. Just throwing it out there. I don't know, but just throwing it out there. And you can tell by the look of his
weed
eyes.
every day.
You can tell by his eyes and his lips. He smokes a lot of weed.
I mean, bro, you got to be smoking something to join the Not Fucking Around coalition. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like what?
Facts.
Like what? Like be honest. What upstanding or somebody who has something going on in their life who was joining the not Fucking Around coalition, bro? Like,
bruh, I remember when it was in Stone Mountain, they was asking random white people in the parking lot where they reparations at. I was like, yo,
what? Like, how do you have time to do that, bro?
Like, they were literally just pulling up on cars. They was pulling out of Stone Mountain. They was like, hey, where are reparations at? I was like, what's wrong with these niggas, bro?
Like, bro, those folks have nothing to do with that, bro.
What are they gonna say? Oh, it's in my back pocket. Come get it.
And I want to show this too, just to show that these people have ulterior or certain allegiances they don't want to tell the or show the population as well. Look at this, man. Let me see.
Oh my goodness!
Y'all can see that right there. Look what this dude is with. This is Grandmaster Jay, the head of the Not Fucking Around coalition, which they claim that Othal Wallace, 26-year-old black male, was a part of.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was trying to find the name Morpheus. He do look like Morpheus.
That's him.
You can take the
I
red
mean,
like
pill,
Nick Fury and shit.
or you can take the blue pill. But in this case, we got the kingdom pill for you.
I mean, look at this individual, bro. Look at this dude, man. I mean, tell me you an agent without telling me you're an agent, man. Look at this dude, man.
Exactly. He looks like a cartoon character, bro. Like, what the
Honestly,
fuck is this guy
that
doing?
nigga looks like Nick Fury, my nigga. That nigga's an agent for the Shield.
Like why do these dudes they never
I'm
look
getting a team
normal,
together.
bro? They just look like, bro, do you
Too
wear that every
serious.
day? Like, why are you wearing that for the camera, bro?
They look too serious, bro. It's like, bro.
And look at the all black too. Like Randy said, you know, the all black, you know, for Saturn.
Yep.
Allegedly.
Bro,
There you go.
click that.
There you go.
Swing, click that picture at the top left. The one, is that him too in the little armor in the
Yeah,
battle?
that's in the artist. This is him too. Yep. My nigga, who are you fighting, my nigga?
Bro, who you going to war with, bro?
This nigga got a walkie-talkie. He got a walkie-talkie on his shoulder blade.
Bro, I
Stop it.
hope these dudes get everything they ask for. You think you gonna beat them white boys, bro? You really think you go in a gun shootout, in a gun battle, you gonna beat them, huh?
NFAC versus Proud Boys coming soon. NFAC versus
Okay. All
Exactly, but these white dudes been training with that shit since they was 5 years old, my nigga.
Bro,
Nigga, y'all
it's
been shooting each
literally
other.
a spiritual gift, bro. You're not beating them, dog.
Exactly. It's not gonna happen.
Nigga, NFAC, they been shooting each other, getting their guns jammed, all types of shit. And they'll knock it off.
You know how niggas be shooting the gun sideways, holding the shit sideways.
Sideways.
Niggas be trying to shoot a gun with one hand and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh shit, bro.
With their chin up in the air and shit.
Yeah. But just face it, man. You know they more skilled with the shit. It's their blessing, man. It is what it is.
Oh my
It's their blessing, man.
He said with their chin up.
It is what it is, bro. So yeah, this is Grandmaster Jay, the individual who
Ain't he in jail now?
No, he got locked up. He out now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he out now. But yeah, that's Grandmaster Jay, the individual that that they was speaking about and whatnot. Hold on, let me pull that shit up. Here we go. I don't think I shared it when I had it up. I was just reading it, but yeah, this is the article right here showing like I said, murder of white officer Jason Raynor by black Hebrew Israelite and black militia. No, remember what we were saying earlier with Charlemagne, how he's grouping the black Hebrew Israelites thinking pattern with the white supremacist thinking pattern, because of both of them being hate group minded. You know, so you're trying to do the same thing with the black Hebrew Israelites, quote unquote, and the black militia. You know, both some niggas that, you know, want to take their heritage back and are gonna do it by any means necessary, even if it involves shooting cops and blowing up Jewish, you know, communities and stores and all that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how they're trying to frame it, like we're some, some war, militia type, people for associating with this faith, and this the spiritual belief system,
Max said Wakanda representative.
Facts, man. And like I don't think I showed the picture earlier, but yeah, this is the brother. Yeah, I had to scream earlier. Like I said, but the brother looks like he zooted out his mind. You can tell in his eyes.
If I seen one, man.
I'm saying, bro.
Is he from Florida, bro?
He from I think he say they from. I think they say he's from Daytona Beach, bro.
God damn it!
You look like a Florida nigga if I ever seen you.
Hey, that nigga.
It's funny how we could just tell. I could tell a Florida nigga from a mile.
Hey, that nigga zooted, no DDG.
Hey, let me stop. Let me stop, bro.
Cause you got me going this place like Elon Musk.
I got a bad bitch in my shit. She'll care about that.
Bro, is that really? It's crazy, bro. Like he must have been. They must have got him when he joined that coalition. He probably wouldn't, cause he looked like an average everyday Florida nigga, bro. So what probably happened was he joined that coalition on some dumb shit, and they put him under. They must have put him under some kind of MK Ultra, bro, cause he looked like a regular. Cause and to be honest with you, it's not even that crazy what he did. Like, so it's some niggas out there that'll just do that shit. Probably smoke some flock or something.
Yep.
Get
That nigga look
out
like
their mind and kill a cop.
Yep.
That nigga like a mix between Patrick Beverly and Young Dro.
Like I said, man, that's a nigga if I ever seen one. Man.
That definitely is a nigga, bro.
Like that's 100% Israel right there, boy. That nigga ain't. He not a Hamite. He ain't nothing. He a Jake.
Jake to the bone. Jake to the bone, bro. Real shit. But like I said, but you could tell, you know, lips black as fuck. Nigga probably smoke a lot of weed. You could tell his eye color.
Bro got grills in his mouth.
Got grills in his mouth. Which ain't nothing wrong with a
nigga for real.
Exactly. Ain't nothing wrong with a grill too. You know what I'm saying? I know I know you ain't saying that, but ain't nothing wrong with a grill. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm just saying that, you know, it's just a combination of it all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying?
It's not a good look.
Yeah, it ain't a good look. Exactly, bro. So, and like I said, it says in the video, Wallace seems to be wearing a robe similar to the style of a certain Black Hebrew Israelites. So basically, they're talking about the fringes and the garments and whatnot that brothers wear. Who
I'm rocking my fringes. I'm in Seattle rocking my fringes.
Trying to do what happened to Kimmy. Alamo, like I got a visionary in the dark.
If you don't wear your fringes now, brothers, that means you're scared of Esau now, man. You gotta rock your fringes now, man.
Exactly.
And where the nigga beard at? Nigga like he's shaving.
It says, notice it say too, who believe that they are the real Jews, the Bible references. See how they're trying to frame it as those who believe they are the real Jews. They go to these extreme measures to show that they are hateful and want to do harm to the people who claim to be Jews today. You know, that's how they're trying to. And this is just one incident of, you know, things that they're doing to attack the Black Hebrew Israelite. Like I said, I hate saying this shit, but Black Hebrew Israelite movement. It is what it is. So I want to pull up another clip as well with everybody's favorite Hebrew Israelite scholastic leader, commanding General Yohanan.
Oh, you found it?
No, I didn't find that. I wish I didn't find that.
Okay.
But I had another one that I wanted to show.
Okay.
As well.
Yohanan look like the dream, cuz.
Is because let me see. Because this is the individual group that are being used to push the Black Hebrew Israelite is racist persona and perspective. So y'all can see the screen?
Yep.
All right, let me see. Okay, this is an official document from George Washington University, Program on Extremism, September 2022. Last month, my nigga.
God damn it.
Contemporary violent extremism and the Black Hebrew Israelite movement. So, as we can see, executive summary, extremism and the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, origins and history, Black Hebrew Israelites and contemporary violent extremism, classifying and assessing. Exactly. The threat from Black Hebrew Israelite violent extremism and conclusion, obviously. But I want to go down to this individual point right here. Here we go.
I don't look at these documents as observations. I look at them as like plans of what they plan on doing or bringing to society.
Exactly. Because why else would they put it out there? you know? Why
Exactly.
it's not out there just for shits and giggles. It's out there
It's
because
like it reads like a white paper. I read it like a white paper, bro. You know, when you look into a certain project or a stock or a company, you read their white paper.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But it's a white paper for the New World Order, or it's a social engineering white paper. That's crazy.
And just an aside, you see that? Well, of course, y'all brothers in knowledge know this, but um, for the slow people in the back, you see the difference between brothers in the knowledge and some of these goofy motherfuckers get on the internet. Look how many tabs Swint got up. Look at all that shit. Look at that. Tabs on top of tabs on top of tabs. My phone is the same way. Tabs on top of tabs. Then I
Yes,
got
sir.
tabs on shit that I totally forgot about. I'm like, oh shit, I
Yes,
did look
sir.
that up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I did look that up 6 months ago. This is what it's gotta be, bro. Because this
Yes,
type of
sir.
stuff
It's a
it
lot of
goes
shit
that
you got to
deep,
look
bro.
into, bro. For
It's a
real.
lot of shit, man. So it's just this. Look, it's gonna be
Because
tabs on top of tabs.
when you initially come into this thing, there's a lot of things you have to learn to get the basic fundamentals right to where you're comfortable enough to start sharing certain information.
And
Exactly.
then you gotta critically think so you can explain it correctly.
Yeah,
It's just a lot. Like
yeah.
this what where
That's
we at? This 4 hour mark is the condensed version of the work that we do, whether as individuals or stuff that we do privately on the phone. I said it the last time we was on live,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
yeah.
nobody's putting in 4 hour live streams anymore. And even this is a condensed version of what we come across and share amongst each other in private.
Yeah, we can't
Exactly.
put everything into one
Yeah,
live
like
stream. That's for
Nah,
sure.
hell no,
That's
but that's
impossible.
not possible, bro.
it's not possible,
And we're
bro.
gonna be on this bitch for 24 hours, bro.
It's impossible, bro.
Graveyard stream, bro.
Graveyard all nighter with TKP.
Hey, but you speaking facts though. This is what it takes, man. You know, and it's just what it takes to get knowledgeable about what came in the past, what's presently happening, and what's to come. You know,
There's a certain level of passion you have to feel for the information that was put on your lap. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo,
because it's like oh snap, like oh I might be an actual god or a prince of the power. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be like on that. I don't know. That's just how I initially felt when I first came into this thing. There was like something deeper that like brought me forth, like to just seek out more information. You feel me?
yeah, I know what you mean. Because even if you want to evade it, it's like some connection
Tugging you.
tugging you to it, bro. Like no matter what you is focusing on, putting your time and your attention towards, you got to check back into this at some point in time throughout the day. Just it's like an itch you got to stretch.
Yeah, and it's like
yep.
it became to a point where because I wasn't reading the whole Bible from beginning to end, and because I had looked at doing something like that as impossible, I would just like camp video after camp video. I would write down precepts. Oh, damn, that's a good precept. I would write them down and da 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 da. But then, because it's like a drug at that point. But then when you like read the scriptures and you get a basic understanding and a knowledge, you start to feel comfortable. Like you feel like, damn, okay, wow, I have a good grasp of what I'm reading, and I can remember certain things, and it just all goes together.
Exactly. It all starts to click when you just put it all together, man. The Most High finds a way to merge all the information to give you a coherent, level of understanding, and it's beautiful, man. Because then at that point in time, then you could express that knowledge you've learned to others, and help others, like we doing today, help others who may not be as knowledgeable and may not know, or just maybe fresh and new to this, like I said.
Because you don't want to sound like a Gideon or a Kanye West, bro. Like, you don't want to do that, bro.
Nah, that's just confusion, man. When you speak confidently, you influence other people to be galvanized by what you say. Like other people can be galvanized by what you like. It's like a coach, right? A coach of a basketball team or a baseball team or a football team, whatever, man. When you're a coach that knows what you're talking about and you're confident, you speak confidently. You speak like you know. You speak like you have faith in what you say and how people can receive what you say. That breathes life, into your players. You galvanize your players when you speak with a sense of authority and confidence. We speak timid, like you don't know, you believe some days, you don't believe some days. Your players don't play hard for you because they you don't believe with the message that you putting out to them. They're not gonna believe it either.
Yeah.
Nope.
You know.
So is what it
But
is.
yeah, it is what it is exactly. But back to this point though. So this is going into the what they call the origins of the extremist Black Hebrew Israelite group, and I'm gonna jump up and down through this and the points that I want to hit on. But I'm gonna just start from the beginning first. Then I'm gonna go down. It says the Black Hebrew Israelite movement encompasses and keep in mind this is an official document from George Washington University. Okay,
Yep.
that was published last month, my nigga.
I mean, this is not alleged.
Exactly. This is not alleged, man. This is
This is
for
not
real.
alleged.
This is for real, bro.
Disclaimer: this is not alleged. Oh my goodness.
It says the Black Hebrew Israelite movement encompasses a range of religious subgroups that subscribe to the belief that African Americans are the descendants of biblical Israelites. See, they already spewing lies, with that first statement. Not but I ain't
Range of religious subgroups. What are these religious subgroups?
Not fucking around coalition, bro.
I know, right?
And see, that's the thing. There's the subgroups or what? The camps.
Yep.
So
camps.
Where that show you? But they're gonna touch on that later on. Let's continue.
And then they set it up to where you gotta make sure you gotta pick the right subgroup, man. Or else you're not getting into the kingdom.
they already doing that.
Yep.
They already doing that. You got to come under this doctrine to be up to 144,000, bro.
See that word? Camp. It gotta be in a camp.
You drifters, you ain't gonna make it, man.
You a thief and a robber, man.
Drift.
You a thief and a robber.
Yeah, they be saying that.
They really do.
You can't come up through the back way. You got to come through the straight narrow path, man.
They really do. And it's crazy when you it's like, bro, like you part of the camp. You've done no research into your own origin. I'm not even part of your shit, and I know more about the origin of your group than you do, my nigga.
Ain't that a bitch?
And when you're a part of the camp, you can't look at it from a perspective of criticism at all. You have to be down 100% with it, and that's not good. Because when we bring up Abba Bivens, it's just so comical to hear them talk about how he's Elijah. Now,
How he's Elijah.
Elijah. Man, he's the voice crying in the wilderness.
If he's not Elijah, okay, let's just keep
Thanks, bro.
I'm paving the way for the harvester. I'm a harbinger.
Hey man, because now too, they ain't even saying it's just Abba Bivens, bro. They saying it's not nigga Nate from IUIC too now. He Elijah.
He's next up. He's
next up for the throne. But that's a whole nother conversation. You can do a whole live stream centered around just that individual, that dude right there, bro. But continuing on, let's say the core ideologies that form the movement are mostly a product of the antebellum South.
What?
And some enslaved Africans.
What? Oh my God, camps. Camps.
Man. As some enslaved Africans develop a symbolic identification with the plight of the Israelites.
And they always got to talk about slavery, bro. Even with this, it's always slavery.
It's the same. It's the same pro-black bullshit.
Africans.
But they have to do that though. They got to start with the slave narrative because they got to paint the perspective of these are angry black people who are mad at white people for enslaving them, so they got to retaliate. So they become part of these groups, not based off of understanding and knowledge, but based off of anger towards white people who enslaved them. That's how they framing it.
But it's not even their fault. It's the camp's fault. That's part of their posters and shit. Slave trade, all types of shit. This is on their posters. They're literally repeating everything that the camp say. So it is what it is, man. This is a domino effect at this point. This snowball is just it's just rolling on. It's just rolling and rolling at this point.
Facts. It's a as some enslaved Africans developed a symbolic identification with the plight of Israelites in the Old Testament, particularly the Book of Exodus. However, the institutional roots of the movement trace back to individual preachers in the late 20th century who claimed to receive revelations. The African Americans were descendants of the 10 lost tribes of Israel. After they're talking about the
They talking
basically
about the
how
natives?
like the natives, and you think about the 10 lost tribes, they talk because in
Oh,
conventional
they're coming from the
Jew,
perspective that they're a part of the Jays, the Ish.
exactly, because
Okay,
conventional perspective is the 10 lost tribes are the
yeah.
ones that were casted away by the Most High, and because the traditional Jays don't believe in the New Testament.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Old Testament, if you just go strictly off of that, there's no in terms of when I say, I mean from Matthew, I mean from Genesis to Malachi, there's no redeeming of the 10 tribes, the 10 Northern Kingdom tribes in the Old Testament. It's you find that there is from a
Yeah.
prophetic aspect, but just from if you just read it word for word and don't tie in a prophetic aspect, there's no redeeming. But it's not revealed in terms of the prophetic aspect on
For the
paper
new.
until you read the New Testament. If you know what that's talking about. So that's why they coined the 10 law, like the 10 lost tribes, the ones who are it's being revealed today who the lost tribes are, but the
Because
Southern Kingdom
before
tribes,
we didn't know what happened to them. They just disappeared.
they just disappeared. Exactly. It's like they're trying to frame it as that black people are the 10 lost tribes and they're finding their heritage now. That's what they're saying, basically.
No, and that's normally the go-to excuse. They'll be like, "Oh, so how can you prove that you're the 10 lost tribes of Israel?" Because, like Swin was saying earlier, what's conventionally taught is that, after the 10 tribes fell away into captivity, they're just gone. They just disappeared.
Exactly.
Nobody knows what happened to them. That's literally, I'm being dead ass. That's what they teach in conventional. If you go to church, if you go to if you go to church or any type of, if you ask anybody what happened to the 10 tribes, nobody knows.
They
They're
just
gone.
disappeared. They're
Sometimes
gone,
they'll
man.
say they all died. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And who cares? Because we can all get salvation now. So we're all the lost 10 tribes.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Excellent point. It doesn't matter to them.
But continuing on to say, after the establishment of the first BHI houses of worship in the late 1890s, hundreds of religious institutions espousing the belief of black descendants from the Israelites of the Old Testament were created throughout the 20th century. By the 1980s,
Old Testament.
Yeah, that's how they try to use or the black Hebrew Israelites are. They're the only folks from the Old Testament. They're not concerned with the New Testament and the love of Jesus and the salvation of everybody. They just
That's some Fopi shit right there. I believe.
Fopi's OT only.
So with some of them like Quana and a lot of those guys. Of course BJM isn't, but I don't know what the fuck he is. He's just a Hebrew Christian. Oh, that is just weird. But but you get the point. Like Quana and them, I believe they're I wouldn't say necessarily OT only, but OT mainly, if that makes sense.
Okay.
If that makes sense. I could be wrong though, but from what I've seen from a little bit of what they do on the greatest conscious channel on YouTube, side of the studio.
I heard one nigga say it's not side nigga, side nigga. Side nigga. That shit was funny, bro.
That nigga BJ called him the god of influence, but I don't go too off the tangent. But anyway, but yeah, I believe they are OT mainly. But that's definitely some Fopi shit from what I've seen. That whole OT shit, because none of the other camps do that. Like they
most
teach
camps
the
are
entire Bible.
most camps are messianic. I don't really know of any non-messianic camps.
Yeah, so I'm not really quite sure what this. I'm not. I don't even know what the fuck this first paragraph is
Well,
talking about.
I'll say this. Originally, like the whole camps being messianic, that's a relatively new concept. A lot of the older Hebrew Israelite groups or camps of the 60s and 70s and whatnot were non-messianic. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the original Hebrew Israelite camps. So I remember they called themselves like the Commandment Keepers,
Keepers, yeah.
things like they were originally or some of them were originally non-Messianic, and then they transitioned into being Messianic camps after more, understanding and whatnot, came to them or whatever. But yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of, so I see, because this is talking about the origins of it, so I see that's why
Okay. Yeah.
they say that right there. But continuing on, they say by the late 1980s, some estimates claim that there were up to 40,000 Black Hebrew Israelites in the U.S., with several thousand more in Israel. Okay.
Okay.
The BHI movement is not a monolith beyond its central tenets. And I think when they say Black Hebrew Israelites with 7 more thousand, I think they're talking about the Orthodox African Jews, like the Ethiopians and
yeah,
Ethiopian, some in Egypt as well.
Yeah,
basically parts of Eastern Africa.
Exactly.
The Book of Enoch folk.
Yeah, exactly. But they try to group. That's the thing. Instead of making a distinction, because even them, they still have to go along with the Black narrative in terms of from a skin color. They have to merge us together with them, even though they understand and know these scholars of these institutions. They know that we're not the same people, but
yeah,
they have to group us together to make the Black Hebrew Israelite movement seem obscure and a farce and whatnot. But
yeah,
basically debunking our talking points that we're separate from the African Hamitic people. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because that is what, brothers, we make a distinction of. Yeah, some of us do come from the west coast of Africa and other parts of Africa as well. You got Jakes throughout Africa, but we are different. We're of a different stock than the natural African per se, or the Hamite, all throughout Africa as well. So you got Hamites everywhere too, but that's a
Those third Jubilees people.
But it says the BHI movement is not a monolith. Beyond its central tenets described above, the various historical and current offshoots of the movement have been influenced by a variety of other strains of religions, social, political thought that results in a variety of disparate groups that, while they can be placed under the aegis of BHI movement, are dissimilar in beliefs and activities. The main dividing line in the movement between BHI and other groups that identify as Christian, including the earliest institutions associated with the movement, such as the Church of Living God, the Pillar of Ground of Truth for Nations, and the Church of God and Saints of Christ, and those identified more closely with Judaism, adopting traditional Jewish practices such as celebrating Jewish holidays, observing Jewish dietary and ritual laws, and using the Hebrew language in liturgy. So it's like they're trying to frame that the Black Hebrew Israelites are trying to take a piece of the white J's historical and national lineage. That's how they're trying to frame it right here. Like we're the fakes. We're the ones trying to leech off of their head. We're trying to be a part of their movement, or their nationality and their practices. When really it's the opposite. You know, really it's the exact opposite. We're the original. Of course, we've fallen, but we are the original, and they have over time throughout history chosen to take part of our customs and tradition, which honestly isn't exactly wrong. We know in the kingdom that these different nations are going to be following our laws and traditions and holy days and whatnot as well. We understand that, but in this particular society that we in right now, they're trying to frame it as if they're the people and everyone's doing their thing, when really it's our thing, and it's gonna be known in the kingdom as our thing, and they're gonna be doing our thing. So that's just the difference between it right there. But you can see how they're already trying to frame it that either violent extremism comes from the standpoint of wanting to cling on to something that's not theirs, to feel important in the eyes of the Most High, due to, like they said in the first paragraph, their slavery and history of oppression by hands of the same white people. They want to be the same white race. They want to take part in a particular group of them of. You kind of see what I'm saying. So I want to go down to this point right here because it kind of goes into some of the more stuff with the particular camps and whatnot and how they're being used to frame certain mindsets. But it says the diversity of ideological influences of on the BHI movement also characterizes the range of socio-political engagement methods in use by the movement's followers. This is particularly true with the movement's extremist fringe, which expands the idea of black descendants from the biblical Israelites to argue, inter alia, that white people are the offspring of Satan and that today's white Jews are usurpers or imposters. Arguably, the decisive line separating the vast majority of BHI adherents who do not subscribe to these claims and BHI extremists as their views on Jews who are not in BHI movement. Most BHIs view white Jews as legitimately Jewish. I don't know who the fuck thinks that. The BHI fringe believes that they are Edomites, the descendants of biblical figure Esau, thus placing them outside of the fold of the. And I'm gonna continue, but I want to touch on that point right there first because you see that they're trying to juxtapose, and this is one of the
biblical figure, huh?
Exactly. You see how they trying to paint it, like trying to divide and conquer. They're trying to make a division between BHI extremists or people who, like it says, the BHI extremists are the ones who views the white Jews views the white people as the offspring of Satan, and the Caucasian fakes as usurpers or imposters. That's how they framing it right here. Which the true understanding, because that is the true understanding. The true understanding is akin to being an extremist. The ones who, and notice it says, as their views on the Jews who are not in the BHI movement. Most BHIs, and they're framing most BHIs as the ones who don't adhere to this sentiment. They're saying most BHIs view Jews as legitimately Jewish. So they're saying, view white Jews as legitimately Jewish. So they're trying to frame a difference between BHI extremists and regular BHIs. But the BHI extremists are the ones who have the true understanding that the WJs are usurpers or imposters.
The WJs are actually Jewish. Wow, what a statement!
I don't know no nigga in the truth who thinks that.
I mean, they're actually Jewish. Like, what does that even mean to be Jewish in that sense? Like, come on now.
What they're trying to say is that they believe that some BHIs believe or Israelites believe that, like what Kanye said, that they're Jewish also, but we're Jewish also.
Okay.
It's basically
it's funny how they try to present it as it's a fringe thing with the quote unquote BHI to believe that they're quote unquote Edomites. That's actually funny. I didn't realize I was a fringe topic, or at least the way they're trying to phrase it as it's a fringe idea.
Exactly. Not amongst Hebrew Israelites.
It's just a biblical figure Esau, man. A biblical figure. The way they put that together, they made it sound like it's a fiction book or something.
Like it was an actual person.
Yeah.
Well, people have been trying to debunk
So then I guess the Jewish people, their lineage is based on biblical figures as well. You see, I hate how they play these games. Like, did they exist or did they not exist? Is this an actual culture or is it made up? You can't.
Like the scripture says, who and where is he, man?
Exactly.
Are you from Shem or are you from Ashkenazi? Man, make up your mind.
Damn on, man. But facts, y'all brothers bringing out excellent points. But continuing on though, said the descendants of the biblical figure Esau, thus placing them outside the fold of the biblical Israelites, who are descendants of Esau's brother Jacob. So basically, both understandings are some mythological, non-fact based, non-truth based understanding, non-truth based perspective that we have. We just thought this out of thin air that exactly. we're from the biblical figure Jacob, and they're from the biblical figure Esau. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. And it says,
we didn't look at the Bible, nothing. Just
not even just like certain historical records, like. I'll put it like this: to establish that you as an individual black man are descended from the 12 sons of Jacob, that's a little bit harder. But the proof that they were so-called Negroid, that's not even hard at all. All you brothers, I challenge you. All you got to do is look up like the C's of Lachish, Lachish, and Swin. If you want to, we can even look this up later. When you look up images of the C's of Lachish, and for you brothers who don't know, Lachish was a town or a prominent city in the southern kingdom of Judah, and that siege took place during, I believe it was the time of Nebuchadnezzar. And if you look up like murals depicting that time period, you'll see the quote unquote Jews, or actually not quote unquote, but the Jews depicted as black men with woolly curly hair. Or you can even look up the steel, what's it called? The steel slab of, I believe, Sennacherib. During his time, it details how he would go to not steel. It's a black obelisk of Shalmaneser III. If you look up that black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, he even mentions how he conquered many people, and that he had the king of the northern kingdom, Israel, Jehu, bow before his feet and give him offering. And again, you'll see an image of the king of the northern kingdom, Jehu, with fucking dreadlocks, looking like he's wearing a beanie. And you see his attendants, they all look like so-called black men. And by the way, the things that I'm mentioning, these discoveries were made back in the 1800s. See, that's the thing that a lot of modern people don't understand. Even the modern Caucasians, like all the information that we're talking about now, the Caucasians figured out in the 1800s. They said, no, we can't have this be public knowledge. So they kept it in certain books and documents, and then they promoted a certain narrative. But it's actually funny. If you want to know the truth, all you have to do is look at some of the writings that existed during the 1800s and prior, because they didn't expect the average person to be able to come to this knowledge. The Caucasians and the historians during that period, when they were writing their books for the intelligentsia, they didn't consider there was going to be a future time where everybody would have access to the information.
Baby, Ben, like they always say, if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book.
Put it in the book.
But you gotta like, even just reading this white paper here, they have the harder job because they're trying to call the truth a lie. They're literally trying to bend reality. So just like how Deben called them out before on, if you're calling these things biblical figures, then the whole you being Jewish must be a biblical figure as well, right? So they're gonna slip up and mess up here and there because they're trying to bend reality to create this false reality.
They're trying to associate biblical terms with themselves, but they at the same time go out of their way to try to prove the Bible is fake.
Exactly.
Like, well, nigga, why you keep calling yourself biblical titles? Exactly. Doesn't make any sense, bro. You gotta make up your mind. Even Ashkenazi, that's a biblical figure. Yeah, it's only mentioned like once, maybe twice, but that's a biblical figure. You got that name from the Bible, bro. So you're playing games. Whether you say that you're a descendant of Shem or Japheth, you got that from the Bible, man. So you can keep playing games if you want to, but all you're going to do is, it's going to fulfill prophecy. I'm just speaking very lame brain here. But all you're going to do is let the cat out the bag. So, but it's prophecy. So we'll let it. Let the good times roll. But in your case, keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep doing it.
That's what happens when you try to bend reality, man. You're trying to turn the lie into the truth.
Most definitely.
Reality snaps back.
Most definitely. But yeah, y'all brothers bringing out some great points. Yeah, we'll go into that what Deben was speaking about as well with the C's of Lachish as well, because I'm looking at the images right now and it's blatant, man.
I did a video on my channel a while ago. That's why I was able to remember that. It's just like they like you can't even debate it.
Exactly. Even when you look at the Wikipedia page on that event as well, if you understand proper biblical terminology and imagery and whatnot, then it doesn't make sense for that to even be Caucasian people. But that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, the images are blatant, man. But continuing on though, it says, because this is the point I want to get to right here in regards to the previous clip we just watched about the members of the ISPK rocking that star of Molech in all black, headed by CIA informant himself, Commandant General Yohana, going to shoot AKs in the
Oh
gun
man,
range. Which ain't nothing wrong with shooting an AK, ain't nothing wrong with having a
no,
strap. I'm not saying that, but but you do have to look at things when a lot of different things come together and they all make sense as one. They kind of like what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of
you
just make you
blinkied
think.
up. You blinkied up at camp.
You got sticks at camp. Yeah, bro. But continuing on, it says, sadly, the most publicly visible aspects of the BHI movement today, aka the camps, are arguably representative of this fringe. They're talking about the fringe that believe that
Yep.
the white individuals are
Descendants of Esau.
synagogue of Satan and the sons of Esau. Residents of major American cities, particularly on the East Coast, which they're talking about specifically the school in New York.
I was about to say,
New York,
school in New York, but
125th.
major cities, including Atlanta, the DC area, basically any major city where camps are located in the Eastern Coast.
Exactly.
Shout out to 125th Street in Harlem. It all goes down there.
Residents of the major American cities, particularly on the East Coast, are perhaps most familiar with extremist black BHI groups due to their employment of caustic street preaching, in which groups of members of BHI extremist factions, like the One West Camp, the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. What is that? What is that? ISSUPK.
Hey, oh, damn it, boy.
There's no doubt in my mind that if they are going to use a camp to spearhead these things, it's going to be them niggas. It's going to be them niggas, man. There's no doubt in my mind. Just based off research I've done, there's no doubt in my mind.
Is IUIC on this list?
I don't think IUIC is, but
wow.
but IUIC, all the One West camps come from the ISUPK because they were originally UPK, and then when the camps branched off, Nate, I think the original guys were Nate, Sahar, and the dude who has GOCC. When they branched off, the UPK became the ISUPK.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy.
They're all
said,
from the UPK though.
Yeah. So they said, "Fuck all that. We just gonna sing along ISUPK."
But see that's the thing. The ISUPK nigga, the head nigga, Commanding General Yohana, has on record saying that he has CIA ties, that he has tapped in with CIA. So it makes sense that they are the group that's being used on the face of, martyrdom, or, the ones coming up against the white man and, on the front lines to fight for our people, and whatnot. And also why they be used as the face of BHI in terms of, like it says, most visible aspects of the BHI movement today. See, that's the thing. In order to have a visible movement, you got to have a group of people. That's why these guys are different from like a Kanye West or a Big Sean or Deshaun Jackson or Nick Cannon or Kodak or Kendrick. These entertainers who have said that they're Israelite, that doesn't hold as much weight as these groups who actually do speak the truth on a lot of topics, go out in the streets, have members behind them. It has a lot more validity when it's them. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to these entertainers that just say they're Israelite. Even though they don't have as much influence in terms of the people that follow them, their influence they do have has a lot more validity and weight to it because they actually have actions to back up the things that they say. You know what I'm saying?
I'm an Israelite. My diamonds is real ice, man.
that's Kodak right there, bro. that's the extent of Kodak, bro. That's the extent of that nigga right there, bro. So it makes sense that these individuals be used to bring forth these messages. But let's see what they say about the ISUPK and other verbally accost passersby around busy intersections in the major public transportation hubs in New York City, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and other cities. BHI extremist demonstrations referred to by adherents as camps are highly confrontational, frequently imbued with extremist BHI fringe, most vitriolic beliefs, including anti-Semitism, Holocaust denialism, misogynist, and homophobic beliefs, and calls for white people to be sold into slavery.
Yo, that's brutal, bro.
And you know what's funny? A lot of those things, if you were just some of those things are true partly without the context, though. You know what I'm saying? So everything sounds extreme. Everything sounds extreme without context. That's why, like, I hate using these extremist terms. It's Holocaust denialism, misogyny, homophobic beliefs, because then you can just dismiss what the person's saying without actually asking questions. You say they're a Holocaust denier. Okay, so what did they deny about the Holocaust? When you say they're misogynists, okay, what have they said about women? When you say they're homophobic, what have they said about these group of peoples? These terms exist just to ignore any conversation or debate about a particular topic. Because when you use these terms, there's an assumption. Oh, he's a misogynist. He hates women. He thinks women should be barefoot in the kitchen, and he beats on women. Holocaust denial. They'll just be like, oh, so the person believes the white Jews don't exist. It was all quote unquote a staged event. Things along those lines. But that's why I hate these freaking terms, because they never delve into the nuance. They're just a term that's used so the average person doesn't have to ask any questions.
Facts. Because you think about it, if you just use these terms and categorize the people who categorize people with those terms and similar and bring like a synonymous relationship between those terms and those people are going to be so turned off to those people because of the connotation those terms hold in society, in this modern society. If you just say someone is a misogynist, they automatically think, mainstream society, they automatically think they're the worst person in the world. You don't, especially if you call someone a homophobe. Oh man, they the worst person walking. They're the worst person on the earth. You know what I'm saying? And whatnot.
And when you call someone a Holocaust denial, they be like, oh, are they crazy? Are they insane? Exactly. What do you mean a Holocaust? Basically, these terms to make a person sound like hateful and insane. That's what all these terms are meant to do.
So as we can see, based off of this official document from George Washington University, that this is how they're trying to frame anyone who associates with the term Black Hebrew. Even though we don't associate with that term, but that's how they're going to categorize all of us, because they're going to look at you and say, you're Black. You say that you're a Hebrew Israelite. You're a Black Hebrew Israelite. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is, man. And like I said earlier, these elders of these camps, some of these camps, and these mainstream celebrities, there's really not much difference between them. You know, a lot of people like to say, you know, oh, such and such is an asset, but no, this brother's out here doing the work. I don't mean he can't be an asset too. I'm not saying he's on the level of a Kanye. I'm not saying that, but hey, man, the scriptures tell us that we follow the Most High, not men. We choose to follow the commandments of the Lord rather than follow men. Why is that? Because man can be deceptive, man can be deceiving. You know what I'm saying? Just because the brother's out there, quote unquote, doing the work, I'm sure Judas was out there doing the work. You know, I'm sure he was there with the disciples. You know what I'm saying? Preaching, you know, bringing people to understanding and all that, man. But you know, he was a Roman government agent, the same as, you know, I'm not saying that was on the same level as that, but you know what I'm saying, like the same as individuals today who are quote unquote doing the work. But that's a whole nother conversation itself. They're doing the work, but still, you know, you see similarities, you know, right there, man. It just is what it is. So, and while we're on that topic of ISUPK real quick, before we get into more of this, yeah, go ahead.
I'll just want to examine just the one sentence after it. Like it says, while they are corrosive, they rarely spill over into violence. And I just find it funny that they use the term corrosive, because for some of you brothers who don't know what the word corrosive means, it really means something that's that causes corrosion. Now, corrosion, I'm sure we all went to schools and we know this, but I just want to lay it out anyway. Like corrosion has to deal with metals. So like I'll use an example. Like if you were to leave a nail in some water and it began to rust it over time, That's corrosion. Corrosion is basically whenever a metal is basically weakened due to either weather, like rain, snow, sleet or hail, or like other forces. So the fact that they're using that term corrosion, what could they possibly mean by that? Well, number one, we know the quote unquote BHI is only meant, they're only reaching out to so-called black people, people of color. And what are they corroding? Are they causing so-called more degenerate? Is that what's happening? Are they causing them to become more violent? According to this article, no. Are they causing them to become less intelligent and less informed? Like what aspect of quote unquote black men? Because that's normally what these camps are focused on. Are they corroding? And I'm gonna tell you what they're corroding. They're corroding the quote unquote American dream. That's what this shit is. Because the BHI is corrosive to the American, the American ideal of what a black person, specifically a black man, should be. It's toxic. It's poisonous. Because you, as a black man, if you're able to understand that, look, man, these quote unquote biblical figures that you see in the Bible, that all these other races of people talk about, these are your forefathers. They had a certain standard and lifestyle that they lived, and you're supposed to live that style to the best of your ability. That's going to force you to change your conduct. That's going to lead you to, quote unquote, be misogynistic in this society. Because we know, according to the scriptures, the man is the head. The woman is supposed to follow your instructions, your directions. Now, that's common sense. In this society, that's misogyny. We also know, according to the scriptures, look, man, it tells you in the Old Testament that people with that lifestyle are supposed to be put to death. Now we do know, thankfully through Christ, his death, burial, and resurrection, some of Israel can be redeemed from that lifestyle. But that doesn't mean we can say it's right. You can go ahead and be gay. So if you believe that as well, then you're quote unquote homophobic. And then of course they want to get to the quote unquote anti-Semitism. But Semitic. Well, I'm gonna say what Kanye said earlier. How can you be anti-Semitic when, quote unquote, especially the black people of the diaspora are Semitic in origin? And it's actually that term Semitic is used. You know why? At least this is my personal perspective. Why I think that term Semitic is used, because most people don't know what the fuck Semitic means. So they just kind of like, if someone were to accuse a person of saying, like, if you were to walk up to a person and say you're anti-Jewish, that person would be like, I'm not anti-Jewish, and here's why. But when they say anti-Semitic, most people are afraid to admit they don't even know what that means. They're just afraid of being that word. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that means, but I don't want to be it. If the term was anti-Jewish, okay, that's more specific. That's a good point. Like, well, how am I anti-Jewish? Because of this, that, and the third. The same thing with if you accuse someone of being racist to a black person. Then they could be like, well, I'm not racist because of this reason. But if you just say they're racist in general and don't give them any specifics, it's harder for them to like really come up with an argument, because they're just like, I'm racist against who? Like, I'm just racist? You know what I'm saying?
Facts. That's a great point right there, brother. Just these terms that are thrown out, to categorize people with the association of being anti this and anti that, and you merge that into a spiritual belief system they have, that's going to be, in the future, that's going to be used as ammo against people who are with this specific spiritual foundation, like we read earlier in the scripture in 2 Ezra, the 16th chapter, when it comes to the great insurrection upon those that believe in the Most High, follow these words and these commands and whatnot, and hold true to these spiritual beliefs. They're anti progression, societal progression. You know what I'm saying, in terms of the way that this society is headed. And also when you add in the technocratic aspect of it as well, that's a whole nother ball game as well, because a lot of the reprogramming of the human DNA is going to be with a lot of these new age belief systems in the code, in regards to what a person's mindset, how and the thought patterns of how they're going to be programmed to think and move and shake and whatnot and express. But that's a whole nother conversation. We're going to cover that in the next installment of the technological reset, which is going to be coming soon. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself. But But continuing on, I want to just to add on to the point, the great points that all the brothers is bringing up. I want to bring out this right here because now this is another you know resource from source being the Southern Poverty Law Center. It's titled "Racist Black Hebrew Israelites Becoming More Militant." Now I'm gonna read this right here and go into this, and we're gonna go back into the other document from George Washington University. Now this is from August 29, 2008. So showing you that these things have been in the works. But look, what's the face of this right here? What's that name right there? ISUPK. So, hey man, to sum up with that group, man, and how they're being used to shape and frame our nation of people in regards to what we're capable of doing, what we will do, and the violence that will put on the others, because we're hate-filled bigoted racists who want to kill all white people. That's how they're trying to frame it. But it says racist Black Hebrew Israelites becoming more militant. So the black supremacist wing of the Hebrew Israelite movement is spreading, and its leaders are growing increasingly militant. Despite the hellish heat of this spring Saturday morning in gritty West Baltimore, the 5 Hebrew Israelite priests loitering near a West Franklin Street storefront are draped in heavy robes, and their heads are wrapped in matching white, red, and notice this. You can't make this shit up, man. And their heads are wrapped in matching white, red, and black clothes.
And yeah, so whoever pointed this out might be in the know, because the fact that they're pointing out that colors is very pertinent.
It's very telling. It's very telling. Exactly.
Black are very important in masonry. You have the black and white, which normally represents the checkerboard or the coming together of opposites, and then the red is represents the blood or the blood sacrifice or
exactly
fire. Because you give your offering in fire. And that's why those colors are significant.
Exactly. The red and black for Baal, all together. You know what I'm saying? So that goes to show the person, like you said, the person who wrote this in the know, and also the individual who's the head of those brothers who are going out preaching and doing the work. Like, I'm not of the belief personally that all brothers in these groups are compromised. I'm not of that. I do believe there are sincere brothers in these camps. I really do. I've spoken with some of them. There are sincere brothers in these camps. But the leadership, I'm talking about the leadership. The leadership of a lot of these groups are compromised. And we're just, things that we're going in today is showing that. I mean, why are you out? You see the linking between, the red, white, and the black, what they're being told to wear, and also what the person that's writing is pointing out, go hand in hand. But it says the Star of David emblem swinging from their necklaces, which is the Star of Molech. It's not the Star of David.
You dig?
Swing from the necklaces and embroidered into their fabrics. One priest holds a staff. And continuing down, I want to go down to this point right here. So this is an image of them right here. You notice, come on, man. Come on.
God, man, why is this dude?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, come on. Look. I'm not saying these individual brothers, but the leadership of these people who were telling these people to go out and dress like this and show this as a sign, and have photo ops that look like this and take it and put it on government documents, shows you that the origins of these groups are compromised. I mean,
these guys are probably gonna end up planting a bomb somewhere, man. I'm telling you, bro.
Mm-hmm. And we gonna.
It's too. God dang! Why are they the face of this, bro? Come on, man.
Facts, man. So I just wanted to show those images and those, read that a little bit right there, because, like I said, look at this right here, ISUPK, and look at the top of this. They don't have a. Let me see. I don't think they do, but They don't have a. And look at this right here. Look at this image right here with the red, white, and black, the all black. I mean, hey man.
As above, so below.
As above, so below. Hey man, hey man, hey man. Look,
As black, so is white.
Hey man, look. We just showing the information. Take with it what you
Everything that is said here is alleged.
It's alleged.
Oh
Masoned up,
shit!
bro. That's crazy.
They don't have a bigger image of that, but I wanted to show this right here. Look at this right here. Intelligence report. What does that sound like? CIA intelligence report, and this is ISUPK right here. The nigga who the head member has said that they are tied in with the CIA intelligence report, ready for war. See if I can pull up an image of that right there.
Hey, they don't
I saw
really
one
let the
earlier, but I
bruise in the
can't.
dough, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So going back to this George Washington University piece right here. I want to go down to this point right here because it's just more paving the way and showing what these niggas are being used for. I don't think it's that one right there. It's a little bit further down. No, it is that one. Let me make sure. Okay, here we go. Black Hebrew Israelites and contemporary violent extremism. Now, this is going to be showing events of these quote unquote extremist Black Hebrew Israelites actually doing things. And, like we read and watched the video earlier with Othal Wallace, the brother who was tapped in with the quote unquote Black Hebrew Israelite sector or group called the NFAC, the Not Fucking Around Coalition, which we showed images of their leader, Grandmaster Jay, dressed in all black. He also has pictures posted with Donald Trump. He also is a former presidential candidate. Take that for what you will. Man, you can't make this shit up, man. It says Black Hebrew Israelites and the contemporary violent extremism. While BHI violent extremism has been a persistent concern for law enforcement in the past several decades, the last 7 years have heralded unprecedented frequency and lethally of terrorist attacks involving individuals who participated in or were otherwise inspired by the BHI movement or its ideas. So not only is it you can't be a part of a BHI group, but you can't be inspired by the ideas, meaning what? You can't have the same spiritual foundation. You can't believe in the same things that they talk about. Even if you don't agree with everything, you can't agree with some of their talking points, especially the ones that are deemed as fringe talking points and that are labeled as anti-Semitic, like we read earlier that D-Bit also spoke on, the anti-Semitic, the anti-homo, the anti-Mormon, the misogyny, all that kind of shit, which if you believe in, if you speak similar things in regards to those topics, they'll label you with that title. You know what I'm saying? And they're using that and framing that and using these plants and these individuals who perform these actions, maybe real or not, who knows, but who perform these actions as part of that, either those particular groups, if they actually are camp members, or they're inspired by the movement per se, being that they believe in some of the similar talking points. But it says the precise cause of the increase is unclear. No, it's very clear. You can just read the book of Amos, the 9th chapter. But it says it bears mentioning that the rise and Matthew 24, it bears mention that the rise in violence associated with the BHI extremist fringe, who typically targeted Jewish individuals in spaces, correlates with the simultaneous rise in anti-Semitic violent attacks in the U.S. perpetuated by a range of DDE groups since 2015. And that's basically going into these different breakoff groups. The two hallmark incidents involving BHI violent extremists both occurred in the New York City metropolitan area at the end of 2019, 18 days apart from each other at the beginning of December 2019. David Nathaniel Anderson and Francine Graham began a crime spree that culminated in a mass casualty shooting at the J.C. Kosher supermarket in Jersey City. Hey, didn't you just say, Hitman, that these niggas are gonna bomb some shit?
Oh,
wow. Notice they're framing it as these BHI associate people, whether they be part of a group or not, are attacking a Jewish store, a Jewish establishment. Same thing as they're trying to frame with Kanye West, where he's anti-Semitic, or with Deshaun Jackson, he was being anti-Semitic. The Kenyan, he was being anti-Semitic for speaking, quote unquote, speaking against the the uh, the the WJs and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So there's really no difference in the mindset that they're trying to push, but the actions are going to be done. Like that's the thing. They're trying to push these, like they're putting out these mainstream celebrity plants to, as if they're the ones,
You
pushing
know what
that
I just thought
mindset.
about, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know how Trump did what he did with the what you call it, with his people and the Capitol, how they stormed the Capitol. I mean, what if Kanye start talking to, because it's obvious these ISUPK dudes are agents. Kanye start talking to them, and Kanye might be able to get some dudes to go do some crazy stuff. I mean, when because and he's linked with Trump, so bro, this all ties in together. With Charlemagne the God, remember Charlemagne the God? He compared white supremacy and HBIs. Then you have Kanye West, and who's looking like to be a HBI figure, a BHI figure. Then he's linked with Trump now, and Trump did what he did with his white supremacist group, quote unquote MAGA. Kanye West could be set up to do the same thing with the BHI, or be a part of that somehow.
That's a good point.
You know what's so crazy though? What's so crazy is right now while you are going off that article, I'm literally looking at a sub camp in Atlanta, literally showing off their guns, talking about we need to protect ourselves on Instagram.
Wow,
I'm like, come on, bro.
Wow. See, man. Hey, man.
You can't make this shit up, man.
Hey, man.
Life is stranger than fiction sometimes, isn't it?
And it's really like
Wow.
with the Instagram photo you just showed us, like it's not hard to believe Kanye could get a group of dumb niggas to do that. You know what I mean?
It's not. I mean, you think about it, these celebrities have more in tap. But there's less of a divide between celebrity and the average everyday person today, especially with social media, with the advent of social media and just how you can connect with people just like that. There's nothing to get in contact with a famous person. Nothing.
And wasn't Kanye just bro? I'd be forgetting. Wasn't Kanye a Christian pastor at one point? What's going on?
Yeah, he was. He was doing them Sunday sermons.
Those Sunday, that nigga Kanye is a joke, my nigga. Nobody takes that nigga seriously.
Facts, bro. Facts. Hey, all this shit
Use this gospel as protection. It's a hard road to heaven.
Y'all niggas kill me, man.
So after Kim K leaves him and takes his kids, he a black Hebrew. Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
Gotta get back at that white bitch.
I knew it.
No, sorry, guys. Not white, Armenian,
bro.
Armenian,
bro.
Big difference.
She's a dark white.
Have some respect for the Middle East.
Big difference.
It says, at the beginning of December in 2019, the two people, David and Thane Anderson and Francine Graham, began a crime spree that culminated in a mass casual shooting at a J.C. Coach supermarket in Jersey City, New Jersey, on December 10th, 2019. In the weeks prior to the attack on the supermarket, which resulted in 5 deaths, including Anderson and Graham, and 3 injuries in Elizabeth, New Jersey, couple planned to conduct several attacks in northern New Jersey, many of them targeting local Jewish communities or individuals. They conducted reconnaissance on the J.C. Kosher supermarket and several other potential targets, including a Jewish community center in Bayonne, New Jersey, and traveled to Ohio to train with firearms that they had purchased for the attack. man, oh man. Yeah, see, it is what it is, man. The frame, like we see the framing right here. We see the the people that are being used to either incite, either naturally incite this in certain people based off of the overt militant action that they show in association with their truth-based teaching, or the planned assets that they bring out to the forefront to perform these actions to incite this mainstream perspective of people who associate with the term Hebrew Israelite, which they will call you a black Hebrew Israelite. So
agreed. And by the way, as we get closer to those end times, you brothers be wary, because when that shit is on the news about a quote unquote Hebrew Israelites bombing a school or killing a mass group of people, they're gonna reach out to you. They're gonna be like, wait a minute, Greg, aren't you a part of this, man? Aren't you a part of this school? Like, David, what didn't you say you were the black people are Israel? So this is what y'all do. Y'all are terrorists, son. You can leave these people right now get classified as terrorists.
They gonna throw you out of your house, man, and that's when
that picture. Yep. Picture that picture that we took when we were street preaching in Dallas. Somebody hit me up about it. They was like, wait a minute. Then he was like, wait a minute. Nigga, so you yelling at people? I was like, nigga, you don't got that well on to yell.
I'm not gonna lie, my mom was kind of cryptic about it. She's like, Jacob, when you were in Dallas, one of my friends just sent me a picture of you on Instagram. And in my mind, I was like, what picture? I was like, she's like, yeah, you were looking bad in that picture. You were looking bad. Like, that's what she could say. She's like, you were looking good at all in that picture.
So Cardinal, are you looking bad?
Because she didn't know what to think of it. And she's like, what the hell is this dude wearing? What are these niggas doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Your beard is too long. Oh, Lord.
Your beard is too long. Oh, shit.
Hey, man, it's coming into that age, man.
Oh, no, it's definitely going to get worse. Like, especially if a massive camp, like the brothers were saying, ISUPK, or GMS, or
IUIC, any of them, bro. Because any of these camps, even the brother from Sons of Thunder, didn't he come out and say in a video that the nigga asked him if his leader was a Mason? He said, he said, so who cares?
Bro, I'm just envisioning these niggas. Please don't put a rocket launcher in one of these niggas' hands, bro. Please don't do it. I promise you. I promise you, more niggas will die than whoever they're.
Hey, nigga, you can own a rocket launcher. You can own a rocket launcher, man. So,
bro, FBI, CIA, please don't give these niggas no rocket launchers, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying, man, these niggas gonna go off, gonna go crazy, man. You gonna really see going off then. Niggas want to talk about going off.
You really gonna find out what sticks at camp look like.
Exactly.
And then
I want to bring out this
days
point.
too.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, in those days too, you're gonna have to walk outside and listen to these dudes. Hey, you're not fighting for the Most High. You ain't got no faith.
Give me the book of Acts.
Bro, that's gonna be. I'm gonna be real. That's gonna be more.
No, that nigga's gonna go to Joshua, man.
Yeah, that's right. No, they gonna go to both because they gonna say, man, I'm on the front lines like Peter, man.
just like Judas of Maccabeus, we fight for the Most High.
And nigga, we like Judas Maccabeus. Hey, you like Judas that betrayed the Mashiach? What you doing, brother?
Bro, that's gonna be worse than any other persecution, bro. Like this nigga's annoying, dog.
Look at that Judas over there. Look at him.
But you ain't a real Israelite. Why you still wearing eating my clothes, nigga? Put your fringes on, nigga.
It's the war outside. You see that movie Judas and the Black Messiah? That was talking about you. That was you, man. Nigga.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey,
Before
man,
we get
don't
off the
matter.
topic,
Female, we gonna be in the streets preaching, nigga. I don't care.
oh man,
I don't care. Street
martial law, nigga. Martial law.
we gonna be in the streets, my nigga.
Oh my God, bro.
Man. Oh man, but hey, that's the vibe, and that's the sentiment that's gonna start to be being pushed more and more and more. You know, in the days to come, you're the scriptures tell everything is gonna be revealed, man. Like the scripture saying that scripture second Thessalonians, the second chapter that talks about that wicked being revealed. That's not just talking about Esau.
Nope.
I'm not just talking about
niggas, man.
exactly, bro. These niggas with dual allegiances, man. You know, niggas with dual allegiances who gotta show their hand as well.
Hey, let's be for real. Revelation 2 was it? I believe verse 8, if I'm not mistaken. Like I said before, that's not synagogue of Satan. That's not talking about just the Edomites. That's talking about that's talking about Israel too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But it goes to show you that a lot of these camp dudes don't know anything about the Bible. Like they don't read. They don't actually read the Bible, because if you go up to someone and say your leader is a Mason and you say who cares, well, no man can serve two masters, bro. Like
exactly, bro.
Exactly, man. So hey, man, we just bringing out the information, man.
Everything that we say was alleged.
We just bringing out the information, man. Hey, man, it is what it is. Like I said, I do believe that there are brothers who are striving for righteousness in these camps. I'm not going to ever be the one to say that every brother in the camps is compromised or wicked, but I do believe that I personally do believe the majority of these camps, the leadership of these camps, especially the main. I'm not talking about the little break off camps, but the main ones, the ones that stem from the One West tree and who come from the tree of the commandment keepers to the school of One West to the UPK and the branch off of that. I do believe that most of them do have CIA allegiances and ties.
Yep, pretty much.
And you can just see how they. I mean, I want to shout out to the brother Zealots of Israel, man. I don't agree with everything he said on that page, but I do think he be pushing it sometimes. I do think the nigga be reaching at times, but I do think he does show objective proof and evidence, in my opinion, that a lot of the leadership of these camps are compromised. So shout out to that brother Zealots of Israel.
Yep. Amen. But at the end of the day, Mosaic law without the church is the worst religion from the start.
Facts, man. But I want to read this right here before we end off on this topic, because kind of going to show, kind of linking together some of that Charlemagne mentioned as well, and how they're forming this and framing the term BHI to be a hate group. But classifying and assessing the threat from Black Hebrew Israelite violent extremism. It's funny. Where do you see things like classifying and assessing the threat from terrorists?
All right.
That's a terroristic association right there. So basically, what they're saying is that Black Hebrew Israelites are terrorists,
but yet male and female feminists are not, and they've caused way more terror than the modern Israelites have.
But Planned Parenthood isn't, and they.
I know, right?
Get on that.
I mean, come on. as many kids they sacrificed to Molech at this point. I mean, come on.
Exactly.
Just silly.
Hillary Clinton on record saying Margaret Stanger is her hero. but she was going to be president. But she was up to be president.
I know, right? Come on, bro. Man.
Come on, man. You can't make this
shit up.
Exactly. So it says recent incidents of violence speaking about some of the stuff we spoke about earlier, I didn't read. I'm not going to read through it all, but just wanted to highlight one single incident. Also, we highlighted the Othar Wallace incident as well, with that brother as well being associated with the term Black Hebrew Israelite and the NFAC, not fucking around correlation, all that kind of shit. But just based off events like that and more to come, of course, it says recent events of violence involving BHI extremist ideologies are not just a continual reminder of the pertinence of these ideas in the modern American DV landscape. They also serve as an important test case for how federal law enforcement classifies and, as a result, assesses and allocates resources to DV groups. Today, the FBI classifies BHI-related violent extremism under the broader category of racially or ethnically motivated violent extremism, defined by the United States intelligence community as DVEs with ideological agendas derived from bias, often related to race or ethnicity, held by the actor against others, including a given population group. That sounds exactly like something you would categorize a terrorist as. Come on, man.
Right. Whatever.
It literally tells racially, ethnically motivated violent extremism. What makes up what is a country comprised of? Different racial, ethnic people, groups of people. So if you're violent against racial and ethnic groups of people, you are a terrorist to those specific people in a country. And they tell us that white people make up the majority of people in this country. So BHIs would then be classified as a terrorist group.
Yeah, because they're attacking majority of the country.
Exactly. So we see what they are trying to, form and whatnot, and how they're trying to put the BHIs under attack. But it says from a purely definitional standpoint, it's easy to see why violent extremists motivated by fringe BHI ideologies are included under this category, though this was not always the case. So now we're going to go into juxtaposing some of the contemporary biblical-based understanding versus the quote-unquote fringe BHI understanding, which is more, separate and distinct in terms of non-inclusive of all these other different groups and, of whatnot of people, in terms of that be race, sexual orientation, gender, etc. But it says, until 2019, BHI extremists were placed alongside Black separatists, Black nationalists, violent anti-police activists, and other groups under the controversial header of Black identity extremism. Civil rights leaders and many counterterrorism experts decried this label which they argue was politically motivated. Group unlike actors together describe an extremist grouping that does not exist in real life, downplay the threat from other types of extremism, and had racist undertones. The FBI banned the term Black identity extremism in 2019 and began labeling the movements formerly associated with this term under the classification of RMPE, which is what we read earlier in terms of racially, ethnically motivated violent extremism, together with white supremacists. So labeling what they call Black identity extremism, which is BHI, which is what they're classifying BHI, what they said BHI was a part of earlier on in the article, but now they're grouping that BHI / Black identity extremism together with white supremacists. Going back to what Charlemagne said earlier. Matter of fact, we can go back to the clip. Actually,
play the clip.
Let's play the clip. I gotta
no McQueen, but play the clip.
Hey, someone breaking in your home, nigga? I heard some shit.
Get off the cabinet door. Stop it.
Oh
shit!
Free thinking.
Was already here, man.
So back to what Charlemagne has said. Like I just read in the article, they're grouping white supremacists and BHIs together, and this is so. Tell me now, Charlemagne is someone coming up talking about, how Kanye doesn't have independent thought, but nigga, you ain't got no independent thought, my nigga. Sit your ass down, my nigga. Head ass nigga.
Oh shit.
Let me stop. Spanish fly 15-year-old ass nigga.
Oh, bald headed ass.
I'll shoot you, Michael Jordan ass nigga.
All I use skin bleaching head ass nigga.
Oh shit.
You know what fucking I gotta do it? Oh, I rate bitches head ass. This nigga should be in jail, like Smith said earlier.
Exactly.
You know what's funny? He wants to talk about massaging and hitting black women when you rape black girls.
Damn it, boy.
On his nigga head, bro.
If I saw this nigga, I'm gonna spit in your fucking face.
Let's find out what J-Lo's chair smells like looking at it, boy.
Watch out with Angela Yee head ass nigga.
Oh, damn it. I sold a whole I got a whole fake ass and sold it to Donnell Rollins looking at him. Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
I be joking about sucking Envy's dick every fucking morning looking at it. Oh shit, boy.
Man. Let's see what Charlamagne got to say about going back to this talk point about BHIs and white supremacists.
Other thing we got to stop saying, it's not free thinking when all you're doing is repeating white supremacist talking points. You're repeating black Israelite talking points. Like Kanye West is not a free thinker. We got to stop saying that.
Kanye West is not a free thinker.
Oh damn it!
But we see remnants of Charlamagne's thought process that's being peddled by George Washington University. So who really is
who's a free thinker?
Exactly. Who's really a free thinker then?
You?
And bro, it doesn't take a lot of thought to regurgitate these liberal topics. That's what people they think they're free thinkers. Because like everything, liberals always have to redefine terms. Free thought doesn't mean free thought anymore. It means embracing liberalism. That's free thought, bro. In this society.
I'm finna get his old. I asked my wife, did I sexually assault her the first time we had sex? And she said yes. Look at her, boy. Oh, stupid ass. Oh my goodness. Can I get a drop looking at boy?
Who owns the radio station, the Breakfast Club? That nigga be on.
Oh shit! You already know the answer to that question. Go ahead and pull him up.
I want that nigga's name, bro.
Go ahead and pull up that FJ's name up.
Let me see this.
We already know who runs that shit.
Let me see.
It'll be iHeartRadio.
I know iHeart does the distribution, the radio distribution, but I believe the show is distributed separately. iHeart is the radio distribution, but
they the ones that handle a lot of. I think that's the one that runs the radio station now, because they film the stuff on Revolt, right? But I think iHeart runs that sector of the radio, like Power 105. Now, if you want to say that, who runs Power 105.1? Yeah, you can look up that. Yeah. Look up that. I'll be surprised if it's a black man.
So it says the person who owns Power 105.1 is iHeartMedia. So we gotta look up iHeartMedia.
Yeah, iHeartMedia, not iHeartRadio, iHeartMedia. You already know the.
What the? Thomas H. Lee Partners. Oh God, it's not even a person. It's a partnership. They're really trying to hide this nigga, bro. Who the fuck owns?
Oh my God, it's multiple of them. Instead of one FJ, it's several.
We'll make it simple. It was founded by Lester Lowry Mays in the back in the day.
Is he FJ?
It doesn't say.
Probably.
Oh wait, it said he became an investment banker. So let's say BJ Red McCombs.
Okay, that sounds kind of That sounds kind of Negro-ish.
No, it sounds like some redneck boy from Texas. These are the founders.
Name BJ? They got white guys named BJ?
His name is Billy
God damn
Joe,
it.
bro. Billy
Oh,
Joe.
okay. Yeah, okay, never mind.
Billy Joe, aka
Billy Joe. Billy Joe. Come on, bruh. BJ. Man, stop it.
It's looking like Bob Pittman is the current chairman and CEO of who the fuck is Bob Pittman? I'm interested.
That could be a black man, maybe.
No, it's not. I'm looking at him right now. He's not a black man.
Damn.
Ain't no black man
Go figure.
in that position. I want to
Go figure.
radio, nigga.
Good. Go figure. Oh,
it says he was a Methodist. But the point I was trying to make, this nigga Sean, man, he had to bend over, bro. Rob Pittman, whoever this motherfucker is, whoever owns this shit, he had to bend over, nigga.
he's a Methodist, so he's just your average bitch out here. Methodist. This guy.
He looks crazy too, man. But like,
Charlemagne, boy.
hey,
Not
man,
playing.
with a nigga like Charlemagne, you know, he was probably a young nigga hype. He's like, yeah, I'm about to be good. I'm about to make money. And they pull this nigga aside, yeah, dog, we got you for life. All you gotta do is rape these bitches, all right? Just do this one solid, bro. You set for the rest of your life.
Yeah, we saw you work them curtains on the Wendy Williams show. Oh man, the way you worked them curtains, that was so great. But we got a new offer for you, man. We want you to do this new show on the Breakfast Club called Breakfast Club. But you got to eat your breakfast beforehand. You know what I mean?
And he probably fucked the goat too, nigga. That's something.
And wash it all down with some Spanish fly.
Alleged.
Allegedly. So he need that Spanish fly. Let me stop. He need.
We recorded this, right? You might have to break this up, bro.
I might have to, man. I might have to private this video and kind of go through it. I might have to do that, man.
Yeah,
man, it's too late, bro. You gonna be doing that all. Nigga, this ain't no short live stream. You gonna be doing that forever.
Man, real talk.
You might have to go ahead and let it rip.
I want to touch on this last final point about this article. You know, because like I said, we showed how they're already framing the symbiotic relationship between white supremacists and BHIs. It says right here, okay, in contrast, BHI violent extremism shares identical tenets, preferred targets, and similar role within broader extremist millenniums as some forms of white supremacist violent extremism. Now, the targets that's talking about are neo-Nazis, anti-Muslim, anti-Latino, violent extremists. Talking about how BHIs have a similar leaning. It's just that the antagonist BHI ideology is white people, specifically white people of the stock of Amalek. That's how they're trying to frame it, as if we're anti these people and we want to harm them, hurt them, and perform terrorist acts against them, whatnot.
Whatever that means.
That's exactly why the people who are coming out, they're not just mentioning white people. The people that are coming out and doing these harm and doing these acts of violence, they're specifically targeting and pointing out that they're targeting white Jays. But going on, it says the similarities between BHI violent extremists and white supremacists led Tom Metzger, a former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan and a founder of the neo-Nazi skinhead group White Aryan Resistance, to remark that BHI extremists are the black counterpart of us.
Wow.
Notably, the core tenet of extremist BHI thought The African Americans are the descendants of the biblical Israelites. Today's Jews are usurpers. So they're framing that as that's the extremist ideology. That's the foundation of the extremist ideology. That
Well, somebody got to be the real and somebody got to be the fake. So I mean, I guess
that's the foundation of it. That's the root of it.
Yep.
So if you agree with that right there, regardless of regardless of everything else about you, if you believe in that point right there, you are a BHI. You are a counterpart white supremacist.
Yep, you are a BHI. You're not an Israelite. You're a BHI.
BHI, exactly. You're a terrorist because as we read earlier, the things that they denoted BHIs as are terrorist associations. So that's how they are. That's how we're moving and shaking with this Israelite quote unquote movement and what that's where it's headed towards.
But that's how you get in front of the narrative, right? That's how you get in front of it. Before these things really happen in nauseum, make sure that the point is established before you see these events on TV. So that way, by the time you see these events on TV, you've already been socially conditioned. Well, the masses that are not really aware of the Israelites, they've already been socially conditioned to understand that this is they're terrorists. There's an extreme group. The things they believe in is not correct. Blase, blase. You've been conditioned to believe that in advance, long before you see it on TV. Because if they were just allowed these things to go to come to pass without them quietly getting in front of it, it would cause people to wonder. Okay, especially if some of them get on TV and say, "Oh, these." When you look it up in Revelation, this synagogue of Satan, chapter 2. Look it up. See, some people look it up. Some people look it up, and they're like, "Oh, so there's okay." So they're saying the synagogue of Satan. Well, okay, well, maybe there is some validity to this. They don't want that, so they got to put these type of stuff out there before people see this shit on TV, so that when you see it on TV, it's automatically recognized as a terrorist group. So that way you won't do no research. You won't even think, okay, why are they doing this?
Yep.
I just wanted to say
to the point that I was just going to say, just to add on real quickly to the point that Ken is making. That's what we call in military tactics a preemptive strike. They basically want to strike us before we have an ability to formulate a plan. And this is something I'm going to reference real quick. I'm sure some of you brothers have probably read The Art of War by the Master Sun Tzu. And one of his points in The Art of War is you always want to attack your enemy when he's tired and delirious. And also you want to attack your enemy, I'm just paraphrasing, when they least expect it. And this is what they're doing right now. They're basically setting us up to be attacked. So when they have these different articles coming about the black Hebrew Israelites, and they have these different news stories about how they're radical and they're crazy, the average person, they're going to allow it to seep in the subconscious of their mind. Because I guarantee the average, especially black person in this society, even though they don't know what the black Hebrew Israelite is, they probably ran into a story or some type of news article that mentioned them. And then when something real happens, they'll be like, "Oh, I remember reading about them. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, these people are dangerous." So the fact that the powers that be have already laid out a certain narrative out in the atmosphere before something drastic happens, they've already prepped people mentally to come against us. That's why I know your brother said earlier, it was the second Ezra, the 16th chapter, where it talks about, during those days, essentially, it's going to be known who the people of the Most High are, because they're going to be thrown out their homes, and they're going to be, essentially, everyone is going to be against them. So, so the type of things right now that are being set up in the United States that's going to cause that event to happen. That, and let's be honest, most people, and it's actually funny, especially a lot of people who consider themselves good and righteous people, they really hate the Israelite doctrine or creed, because with them, being quote-unquote a good person is based on their feelings, not anything that's substantive when it comes to the Bible. So when they see an Israelite, specifically a Negro, who is supposed to be considered the least of men, the lowliest of men, the worst of men, telling them no, quote-unquote believing, that don't mean shit. It has to be your actions. You have to do this, that, and the third. They look at you like, who are you, nigga, to tell me what I'm supposed to be doing? what is right and wrong. You're not God,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't say we're God. We just go to His Word and try to explain why you should conduct yourself a certain way. But most people hate that because it's easier to act like you're righteous and say you're righteous than you actually put in the work. And that's what a lot of these great religions, specifically modern day Christianity, do. They get the feeling of righteousness without any type of actual action. So when we point out they're not performing the actions, that angers them. So when that time comes to demonize quote unquote Israelites, a lot of people are going to do it easily because they're tired of hearing quote unquote the noise that we make and the doctrine that we spill, the words that come out of our mouths. They're tired of hearing it. They don't want to hear us talk about precepts. I guarantee you every Christian hates the word precept when they run into an Israelite. Every Christian hates. I guarantee you every Christian hates Isaiah 28 because we always go there, line upon line, here a little there. I guarantee they don't want to hear the word Moses anymore. They don't want to hear the word commandment or laws and statutes anymore. That's tiresome to them now. So when that day comes in, they won't turn against us, bro.
Hey, it's way easier. It's way easier to talk than to walk.
I just wanted to say real quick. It's in the news. A plane crashes into New Hampshire building. All on board dies. It was just random, but
I see. Oh, well, you know what? Let's go another random note. Russia released 36 bombs on Ukraine.
36.
36.
Wow.
Power outages, everything. The works.
Wars and rumors of wars, man.
You dig?
Hey, man. Hey, things is heating up, man.
Heat up in the wintertime.
Yeah, so right in time for that cold winter, especially out there in Europe. Hey, for all you brothers out there in Europe, man, pray for you brothers, man. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a rough
Stay
winter
strong,
out there.
brother.
It's gonna be a rough winter out there in Europe, and
Y'all even have no energy.
It's gonna be a rough winter physically for brothers in Europe, and that's gonna trickle over to an economic roughness in the United States.
Yep, because all this shit's connected. They're gonna be asking for more shit from the U.S. And the U.S. gonna have to give it to them to a degree, or maybe this could be the stage for the end of Revelation 17 chapter when it says the other nations will
hate the whore.
Yeah, they'll shall hate the whore and doctor a great fire.
Yeah.
Oh, who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It definitely could be. But I want to go to end out this particular paragraph. And you brothers, I linked the article in the live chat. Shout out to Turner Classic. He asked me to link it, so I linked the article in the live chat. I encourage you brothers to read this whole thing. It's very very informative. But I'm gonna just finish out this last paragraph, and then we'll be done with this particular topic. But going back to this, where was I? Because there's other parts of this article or this educational document that go into different origins of the Christian movement versus BH and juxtaposing it to a BHI movement, and how the BHI is the extremist, violent one, and the Christian one wasn't on that type of shit. The typical shit. How they try to juxtapose exactly Christianity and real biblical understanding. But going back to this, it says notably the core tenet of the extremist BHI thought, the African Americans are descendants of the biblical Israelites, and today's Jews are usurpers, mirrors the core tenet of the white supremacist Christian identity movement. Christian identity which emerged in the United States around the same time as the outset of the BHI movement, proclaims that white Europeans were the descendants of the biblical Israelites. In addition, Christian identity adherents preach that today's Jews are an offspring of the union between Eve and Satan, known as the serpent seed doctrine.
What the fuck?
Oh my goodness! And the
lost my water.
I know why they're saying that. We know the what's that Genesis? What's that? The third. What's that chapter in Genesis? Let me get my Bible.
3.
I think it's Genesis chapter 3. That talks about Eve and the serpent and the seed and all that, and the misunderstanding of how people interpret that chapter.
Oh, they must think Eve and the serpent had sex.
That's what they're saying. Yeah, that's what they're saying. see.
Doctrines on top of doctrines on top of doctrines.
It's it's Genesis 3. So let me go to it.
In verse 5?
Let's see. Genesis 3 and okay, Genesis 3 and 1, the serpent deceived Eve. No, here we go. Okay. Now the serpent was more subtle than the beast. It's like, okay, it's not it yet. Let's see.
You're talking about when Eve was beguiled? Is that what they're trying to reference?
No, that's not what they're referencing when they're referencing the misunderstanding that people talk about when they say how the serpent and Eve had sex. I forgot what that is in Genesis though.
Are you thinking of the 3rd chapter?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm looking through chapter 3 right now. That's where I am because I think it's in the 3rd chapter.
I don't think there's any other chapter that mentions the serpent in at least the Old Testament. So it has to be Genesis, the 3rd chapter.
But I'm trying to figure out what verse could they possibly use as a spin to to say that they were having sex. Other than being beguiled.
That's more honestly that concept. I think that's more folklore than actually anything substantive. I'll be honest.
Yeah, that's Book of Enoch. That's Enoch right there, boy.
No, that's the Book of Adam and Eve, my nigga.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about right here. It's Genesis 3 and 14. It says, "And the Lord God said unto the serpent, because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle and above every beast in the field." Going to how the serpent beguiled Eve. "Upon thy belly thou shalt go, and dust thou shalt eat, and all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel." That's what I thought.
Oh, so that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say because it said Eve had her own.
Yeah. It's like basically trying to say how, Eve and the serpent had seed, and things like that.
Idiots. Idiots. Nothing to do. That has nothing to do with transpired in that chapter. But that was straight up prophetic. But idiots.
For those two brothers who don't know, in terms of the aspect of the prophecy, when it's talking about the seed of the woman, yes, it's talking about Christ, but it's a little bit more nuanced than that. It's really in reference to the nation of Israel. But that's a whole other topic. That's a whole other topic. So,
yeah, like come on, that ain't got nothing to do with that. That's prophecy. It has nothing to do with that. That's nothing to do with what actually happened in the. Oh my God! You know what?
Well, think about. Well, you remember, from a folklore and an Enochical perspective, they think that the serpent was an actual animal, and Eve and the serpent actually had sex, and how it's like a hybrid offspring and things like that. Because they go into the giants and the angels having sex with the women.
Yeah.
Or even the concept of Lilith, quote unquote, Adam's first wife.
Adam's first wife, Lilith.
It was a serpent woman. Well, I mean, of course, when you don't understand what it's actually talking about, you think that's actually true. But in reality, Lilith just represents Eve in her fallen state. That's why she's half serpent, half woman, because she hearkened unto the serpent. So another discussion too. The Bible was very.
I know it's just. The Bible's fake anyway, but they'll tell you that the white man is a combination of Eve and the serpent. It's like y'all need to make up your fucking minds, man. But then they'll say like you said before. They'll say, the black people say they're the biblical Israelites, but then the white Christian group of the early 1900s say they're Israelites, but they're wrong. So who's right then? Somebody gotta be some damn Israelites, man. Some Israelites out here.
Hey, we gonna see in the end, and we know who the winner gonna be.
It
is what it is on wax, bro. That song. That song. That song hood, bro. That song hood, nigga.
That's all hood.
That song hood, nigga.
Oh hood.
Yes, sir.
I put that on me.
That's on me. That's on me, bro.
On me.
On me,
Nah,
nigga. On
them
my
boys gonna be
mama.
dancing in that little chair they be throwing up and down and shit.
Yeah. Hey, y'all ever seen that clip on YouTube of like some kind of rabbi or whatever, and it's like Jewish man dancing like David, and it's like no rhythm, no swag, no sauce, no flavor whatsoever. It's so bland. I'm like, damn, this is a disgrace to King David. This
King
video is a
David.
disgrace to King
Yeah,
David.
King David was pop locking and everything, man.
Oh shit, bro! Can
That
you
nigga King
imagine?
David was Chris Brown, nigga.
Can you imagine, bro? That's crazy.
Imagine no guidance come on and all of a sudden, baby in a bag and
Bro, I would
David?
imagine King David had to be better than Mike Jack. So
That's all right.
that's gotta be we'd have to be there to see, bro.
Facts, exactly. But
That nigga was on roller skates, bro. That nigga was dancing on roller skates. Like this nigga David, boy.
That nigga was dancing in the air, bro.
And he was light skinned with it. That's crazy.
He's definitely Chris Brown.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Chris Brown.
That's a good point.
Let me see you can run it.
And he was doing that. You know how Chris Brown that backflip he be doing.
You got friends. I got friends.
You have them.
But finishing off this paragraph right here, it says, aside from the difference in genealogical interpretation, with BHI extremists largely claiming Jewish descent from Esau and CI extremists claiming Jewish descent from Satan through Cain, both movements hold at their core that in their group are the true descendants of the biblical Israelites, and the modern Jews are imposters committed to satanic conspiracy to undermine the real chosen people. So this is what they're out. If you believe in any of that, you know, in terms of just the true understanding of who the real Israelites are and who the real 29ers are, according to biblical prophecy, history, lineage, and whatnot, then you will be classified as a BHI, which is classified as a, going back up to the exact term they used, is classified as a RMVE, which how they describe that is as a terroristic association. So, hey man, it's not me. This is not us. This is George Washington University.
Mm-hmm.
All right? So, hey, just letting y'all know.
That was not alleged.
Exactly. And these niggas are, hey man, we didn't put it out on Front Street on wax. Hey, this is what's going on. This is what's happening with these celebrities, Hebrew Israelite celebrities, and these Hebrew Israelite, so-called elders of these camps. Both are paving the way for the persecution of the saints.
Double honors.
It is what it is, man.
Salutations.
I rock my fridges. I'm in Seattle. Rock my fridges.
The apostles have noticed that rule well.
Triple honors, brothers. Triple honors.
I got 12 Sakaris moving with me. We be moving like a pop.
Oh man.
But I'll say this about that nigga Deacon though. He do got a fire song. It's called War on Amalek. It's off of what album?
We listened to that, right? We listened to that.
We did that. Yeah, we did
I'll
listen
give
to that.
Sakari this. They are making the best rap music in Israel right now.
They are, bro. That's facts.
Yeah.
That's facts. In terms of the group effort, they got some fire rappers in Sakari, bro.
Her Gorilla Hebrew nice too.
Gorilla, okay, he's okay.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, man, he might be the weakest one, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
he might be the weakest one, bro.
Damn.
He should stick to he's way better at debating, bro. I'll give him
Their
that.
best debater is their weakest rapper. Ain't that a
He
bitch?
can debate. I'll give him that. He can debate, but rapping, he okay.
Damn.
this is dude named Malak that I think he's Sakari too. That dude can rap.
Yeah, he down with Sakari Malak. He can rap.
Yeah,
And that nigga stole your name, bro.
Malak Tasadak. I think his name Malak Tasadak. He can rap. That nigga wrote a chef. He can rap. Them niggas, them only the Saints niggas. They down with Sakari. They can rap too. They nice with it, bro.
Wait, you said Saints. You don't mean like tuition, do you?
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. It's the Saints, man. You gotta say creed of the assassin, man. How could you say that without reciting your creed of the assassin, man?
Hey, bro, that man hate the Bible, boy. And it's like he quote the Bible, but then he hate the Bible, and it's like, which is it, bro? Like,
That's how that shit goes, man. The truth is like a fire, man. You hate that fire, but sometimes you gotta, sometimes you gotta stay next to it so you can stay warm, But as long as you get warm enough, then you walk away from it. I wouldn't really try to mess with that fire. I just, it's a little cold out here. I just wanted to stand a little next to it, for a couple seconds.
and then it's like, you're the saint and the sinner. Those are two biblical terms, but you hate the Bible. I don't know.
Which is completely contradictory. That is so as above, so below.
And
Like, come on,
look at his logo too. We got the Janus Two Face and all that, man.
Yeah.
The as above, so below with the red and the black, and like, come on, dude shows who he is, man. Like, and also too, his group, like he's a Mason because the higher you rise in Masonry, they teach you that you're your own God and that the concept of God is in you. And that nigga really, he has his own religion. It's called Marquette. That's his religion. Man.
Think about it. This dude knows too many high-ranking people personally in government and government officials. So that dude is
Book of Alpharonomy,
some kind of high-level fraternity that he's a part of.
Exactly.
Book of Alpharonomy, man.
No, it's Dr. BOA to you, man. It's Dr. BOA.
That nigga is just a nigga, bro.
It's like, he is, bro. He's just a nigga, bro. Yeah, he is, bro. Southern nigga, bro. Southern nigga, kicking that, I'm saying, that game online, bro. Who he believes in the Most High. He believes in the Old Testament. You know what I'm saying? Like, he believes in online kicking game, bro. So I fuck with some shit that BOA be saying, bro.
It is what it is with these guys, but that's the whole point. We try to cover all the basics with these celebrities. Who else we got? Did DDG make a reference anytime recently?
DDG.
Anybody else call themselves Jakes? Anybody else call themselves Israelites?
Man,
Who else?
Who else was in? Who else is
DC Young Fly? I know DC Young Fly did it.
DC Young Fly I forgot about him. He did too. DC Young.
I was gonna say too. When this shit starts hitting the fan, that's when you're gonna see a lot of niggas switch sides. Like, they gonna switch up real quick, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's facts.
They gonna change narratives real quick, bro.
Facts. A lot of these niggas, they trying to claim it. You know what I'm saying? But they ain't really down with it. Niggas like Mello.
Mello down with everything.
I really feel like the motherfuckers that was like, yeah, just going hard as hell for this shit. I feel like those gonna be the first niggas that really just.
That's a good point, bro.
Because now it's like you're gonna have to defend that shit, bro, in a real way. So
you have to really stand up for like what you claim that you believe in, type shit. You gonna have to really, you claim that you're gonna you standing on the front lines, but now, nigga, the front lines is